展开吧。
Hello and welcome to the World Today on China Global Television Network. I'm Mahir Mutua in Nairobi. China's top political advisory body has been in session. The fourth session of the 14th National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference will begin on Wednesday, the 11th. During the session, national political advisors are scheduled to hear and deliberate a report on the work of the Standing Committee and a report on the handling of proposals. The chairman of the CPPCC National Committee, Wang Huning, will also deliver. Political advisors will also sit in on the fourth session of the 14th National People's Congress. They will discuss now the 2026 CPPCC National Committee session includes plenary meetings and group consultations. Diplomatic envoys to China will be invited to observe the opening and closing meetings. At the press conference, spokesperson Liu Jie year of the 15th five-year plan.
2026 is the launch year of the 15th five-year plan. With a sharp focus on the parties and the country's central tasks, the National Committee will engage in in-depth consultations for a strong start to the plan and rally extensive public support, consensus, wisdom, and strengthen to advance Chinese modernization.
Now, during the 14th National Committee CPPCC session on national development. In today's episode of Mission for Millions, we meet CPPCC member Lin Minjie, who's working to bridge the Taiwan Strait through education, youth exchanges and historical research. Chen Yilin reports.
It's an annual gathering for the Taiwan compatriots living in Nanjing, capital of China. Behind the event is Lin Minjie, a member of the CPPCC National Committee, who has devoted years strengthening in her family history.
是源于我的父亲，我的父亲出生在台湾。
Taiwan was among those who came to the mainland in the late 1940s, so for me, this work has never been just a job. The Taiwan compatriots like my family are heard and reflected in policy.
Her work keeps her moving between campuses and communities, dedicating herself to building first-hand connections across the strait.
Being here in person, I found it very friendly.
There's no better education than seeing it for yourself.
Over the past 13 years in her role, Lin has submitted 16 proposals focused on youth development and cross-strait exchanges. Last year, a key revision in the government work report caught her attention.
In last year's government work report, for the first time, there was clear language about improving mechanisms and policies to promote cross-strait economic and cultural exchanges. That was very encouraging. What I see most directly is a real and positive shift in how chosen to stay.
Lin also turns consultation into research. At Nanjing Normal University, a national project on the history of Taiwan's restoration, bringing together nearly 100 cross-strait scholars to trace the shape.
History is the best textbook. It records the moments when people on both sides shed blood together, powerful evidence of our shared roots and cultural identity. That is why I use history as a bridge to foster understanding across the strait.
You keep working on promote cross-strait integration through education and exchange, as she believes understanding grows from shared memory and real connection. Chengling, CGTN, Nanjing, Jiangsu Province.
Well, diplomats from Kuwait, Egypt, and accomplishments emerging from China's two sessions. This focus is shared by business leaders and researchers from Germany and Malaysia.
Kuwait pays close attention to China's two sessions. The strategic signals released during economic development, structural reform, opening up, and the modernisation of its economic governance system. We are particularly focused on policies related to high-quality development, enhancing innovation and advanced technology, the digital economy, green development, and the transition to clean energy. We're also protecting investors' rights and expanding openness to global markets. These measures, which facilitate trade and capital flows, help boost international confidence in the Chinese economy. Against this backdrop, we believe these policies will have a direct and positive impact on the economic partnership between China and the operation as a whole.
We continue to follow closely the progress, development and modernization achievements China has made across various fields. China's 5-year plans, along with its policies of opening up and international cooperation, among global South countries. We look forward to drawing on China's experience to build a future of shared prosperity for Egypt, China, and the global South as a whole.
China is no longer just chasing numeric growth, but is now pursuing high lead in a range of cutting-edge technological fields. The blueprint laid out by China will surely be realized.
We see China in a globally leading position in fields like artificial intelligence and humanoid. See how remarkable the outcomes of China's development are. The solutions have become so much smarter, and the momentum behind China's high-quality development is incredibly strong.
Given China's roles as a major engine of global growth and a key player in global governance, these actions have implications not only for China, 1.4 billion people, but also for global market, supply chain, and international cooperation.
Well, as China heads into its two sessions, delegates attending an African Union summit say cooperation between Africa and the trade and socio-economic development. Let's listen in.
China played a very critical role in supporting infrastructure developments. I mean, I can say in Angola, if you go there, you can see for yourself. Has been through that partnership with China. In terms of the railway systems, China has played a pivotal role. We also discuss much about the Lobito corridor. The Lobito corridor is also the partnership we developed with China, and China supported us in that regard. We are open for investment. There's quite a lot of opportunities, and this policy which has been announced, of course, will create an opportunity for the deepening, facilitating investment. More companies, eventually Chinese companies, will come to invest in Angola, and I'm quite sure that many private sector companies also will perhaps eventually.
Botswana and China cooperation is a cordial one. We are very happy of the construction companies that are coming from China that helped Botswana a lot, and they have done finished on time, within budget. This is something that we are happy of. It's a good cooperation really. And we are very happy that we want this cooperation to continue.
Right, let's get you the latest on the conflict in Iran this hour. Israel has attacked Iran's state broadcaster as it continues strikes on Iran and Lebanon. Iran is also retaliating with attacks on Israel, and the Israeli military has reported authorities say 2 Iranian drones hit the U.S. embassy in Riyadh, causing a fire there. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is now closed, warning that any vessels attempting to pass through will be targeted. In Washington, U.S. President Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister has condemned deadly U.S.-Israeli strikes on a girls' elementary school in the southern city of Minab. 165 people were killed in the attack, most of them children. Sayed Abbas Araghchi posted a picture of bodies were torn to shreds. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian expressed condolences to the families of the victims and residents of the city. He also condemned the airstrikes, calling them inhumane and barbaric. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio claimed to target a school, adding that an investigation was underway. Well, the Israeli military has struck the Al-Manar Channel studios in Beirut's southern suburbs following an evacuation warning. Plumes of smoke were seen billowing over the skyline early on Tuesday morning. There are no casualties. The Israeli military says it targeted Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities in Beirut on northern Israel, prompting waves of Israeli airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs and southern Lebanon. It fired rockets as a reaction to Israeli aggression. Now, although Iran says the street claimed the opposite, maps tracking tankers in the strategic waterway showed that the traffic has reduced to a crawl since the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran over the weekend. The strait enables the flow of about 20% of global oil, Syria, Iran, Iraq and the UAE. On Monday, an Iranian senior official said the strait was closed and threatened to fire on the pass. However, Fox News in the United States said it confirmed to the U.S. military's Central Command that the strait was still in the world today. I'll be back shortly with more news from the continent in Africa Live. Thanks for watching. Ugandan workers heading to Gulf states stranded over airspace closures linked to the US-Iran conflict. The US imposed sanctions over support of M23 rebels. And Wildlife Day, we take you to Morocco, where its iconic argan tree is drawing renewed attention as both an environment. Hello and welcome to Africa Live on CGTN. Wherever you're tuning in, I'm Mahia Mutua in Nairobi. Here's what else is coming up. In business, liquefied natural gas tankers in the Atlantic Basin double prices in 24 hours. And in sports, just 100 days to this year's FIFA World Cup kickoff, but deep uncertainty continues to shroud the tournament. Welcome to the program. We continue with our coverage of the US-Iran conflict, looking at the impact here in Africa. Uganda's disruptions in the Middle East. Thousands of Ugandans travel to the region every year for work, but airspace closures and suspended flights are now affecting departures from Uganda's main airport in Entebbe. CGTN's Michael Baleke gets us underway.
A certified nurse, the journey to Dubai had already begun. She was airborne and heading to start a new job when the captain announced the flight was turning back.
We were like 16 members. We went to the airport. We did the check-ins and everything. When we boarded, everything was fine. We were like, the airplane took off. So as we were crossing, I think it was Ethiopia, we were crossing to Ethiopia, that we are turning back to Entebbe Airport. I didn't hear the reason he gave.
The aircraft airspace along the route was closed due to rising tensions in the Middle East. At Uganda's main international gateway, have since been cancelled or delayed.
Certainly, such a disruption is not good because it does not only affect air transport, but it affects the entire economy. Because certainly this comes with loss of revenue for many players, including all those in the tourism chain, among others. And remember, the Middle East is one of the major destinations for passengers originating from it's among the top 3.
Uganda sends more than 160,000 workers to the Gulf region each year. Recruitment agencies say the disruption is affecting the entire migration chain.
We have so many partners in this migration, starting from the medicals, the airlines, so many police clearances, the passports, the impact that COVID brought, where the airspace was closed and almost everybody was down. So you can imagine. But for me,
but when it turned, we all got disappointed.
Figures from the Bank of Uganda show diaspora remittances grew to $1.6 billion in 2025, up from $1.4 billion in 2024. Officials warn that prolonged would depend on that income. Michael Baleke, CGTN, Kampala.
Meanwhile, Iran's ambassador to Kenya says Tehran will not bow down to the joint US-Israeli offensive. Speaking at a press briefing at the Iranian Cultural Council here in Nairobi, Ali Gholampour described the strikes on people of Iran and warned that the world was witnessing the start of a conflict with no clear end.
Let me be absolutely clear. The enemies of Iran believed that by assassinating our leader, they would break our resolve. They thought that in removing our resistance, they would cause the Iranian nation to falter. They were mistaken, as they have always been throughout our 40,000 years of history. The timing of this attack reveals aggressors.
Still in East Africa, Rwanda has rejected sanctions imposed by the U.S. on its army and 4 top military officials. The U.S. accuses the officials of aiding the M23 rebel group against the government in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rwanda has of its involvement in the conflict. The senior military officers include the Chief of Defense Staff, the Army Chief of Staff, and the Special Operations Force Commander. Last December, the U.S. brokered a ceasefire deal between Rwanda and the DRC. Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi signed the deal in Washington. Now, despite the existence of the accord, fighting still continues. M23 rebels in the DRC claimed responsibility on Monday for a drone attack on the Bangboka airport in Kisangani. That's a strategic statement. Chopo province officials said 4 drones loaded with cluster munitions were launched on Sunday toward the airfield, which serves both civilian traffic and the Congolese military. All 4 were intercepted and shot down with no casualties reported, even as civilian aircraft was approaching a central weapon in the conflict as fighting continues across eastern DRC. The death toll from an attack in South Sudan's Abyem Nom County has reached 176. A local leader says 7 more people out of 80 injured occurred near the Sudan border early on Sunday. Victims were then laid to rest in a mass grave. The country's information minister says the dead include women and children. James Moniluak Majok warned that the toll could increase as more bodies are found. He said the government did not know the intention behind the attack and no group has yet claimed responsibility. South Sudan is currently facing a major escalation in tensions between the government and opposition forces. The UN warns of a return to all-out civil war as a power-sharing deal between President Salva Kiir and his longtime rival, former Vice President Riek Machar, has unraveled over the past year. To South Africa now, where President Cyril Ramaphosa says he's extending the stay of some 450 members of the National Defense Force in the conflict-ridden DRC for a 6-month period. Last month, he informed UN Chief Antonio Guterres to withdraw its soldiers from the UN's DRC mission known as MONUSCO. South Africa ranks among the top 10 troop-contributing countries to the mission with over 700 soldiers. Ramaphosa says the extension will help facilitate the force's total withdrawal. Now, MONUSCO was established by the 1999 initially to support the 1999 Lusaka ceasefire agreement. And staying in the country, Ramaphosa announced in his recent State of the Nation address that he will deploy soldiers to high-crime areas to fight organized crime, gang violence and illegal. He said they would be deployed to Gauteng and both the Western and Eastern Cape provinces. Residents in Cape Town in the Western Cape said they hoped the measure would bring safety and stability. Here now is CGTN's Caroline B. with that report.
With a population of about 3.8 million, Cape Town is South Africa's city and one of its top tourist attractions. But neighborhoods on the outskirts of the city, known as the Cape Flats, are notorious for deadly gang violence. Bystanders, including children, are often caught in the crossfire and killed in gang-related shootings. Various street gangs have 4 years of trade, along with extortion rackets, prostitution and contract killing networks.
There's nothing happening within the community with this gang violence because everybody then blames it on this 5% of groupings that's creating the violence, you know, and the other 95% now suffers on that creates the violence. So what they do with the impact is that no developmental stuff happens within communities.
According to the latest crime statistics, the top 3 areas with the most serious crime rates in South Africa are all in and around Cape Town. It's in such places that Ramaphosa wants a statement that has been met with optimism and relief by residents of Hanover Park in the Cape Flats.
The army in the area, they will walk around. They'll be more visible. They'll put up camps here. That's honestly a positive move because that's around the whole area and we were safe there.
I think it was in the early 2000s where the army was also deployed to come in. And then there was a state of emergency. And things happened, man. There was order, there was people had to be in the houses, and the crime went down, but when the army left, it went back to normal. So I would welcome the army.
Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Johannesburg and the wider Gauteng province, abandoned mine shafts dot the landscape, and authorities there have long They say mining gangs known as Zamazamas are run by heavily armed crime syndicates, brutal in protecting their operations, forcing hundreds of families to abandon their homes. The government now wants to dismantle these networks, but with minimal force.
They are heavily armed, and that is officers. But we have the confidence now, since our meeting with the provincial SAPS, that the plan is going to be a swift one. They have been on a mission to gather intelligence in the area, because more than just cleaning the place, we need to know where the gold is being sold and who are the buyers, so that we stop this whole operation and it never.
Ramaphosa did not give a timeline for the deployment. He said officials were drawing up a plan to stop crime, which he described as the most immediate threat to South Africa's democracy and economic development. Caroline B., CGTN.
Now, today is World Wildlife Day, a day to celebrate wild plants and recognize the unique roles and contributions of wildlife to people and the planet. This year's theme is Medicinal and Aromatic Plants Conserving Health, Heritage and Livelihoods. And in Morocco, the so-called Tree of Life is doing exactly that. CGTN's Adnan Shawashi has more.
Sustains thousands of rural families, particularly women working in cooperatives that produce the globally prized argan oil.
On World Wildlife Day, the argan tree stands out as a national treasure and a flagship product, serving as a powerful economic active in this field here in Morocco.
Across rural areas, women-led cooperatives are adding value to raw argan kernels, processing, packaging and exporting oil to international cosmetic and food markets. Experts say these structures are not only preserving but also generating stable incomes and financial independence for women.
Today, our focus is on rural cooperatives specialized in adding value to argan, a product that is 100% Moroccan. We are working to support these women, accompany them, as this sector relies primarily on Moroccan women's labor.
Within the social and solidarity economy, argan oil production has become a key driver of job creation.
Argan oil is a fully natural and highly valuable essential employment opportunities. Within the social and solidarity economy, it serves as a key driver in reducing unemployment, particularly among women and young girls.
After years of severe drought that weakened regeneration cycles, recent rainfall and snowfall optimism to producers and environmentalists alike.
The argan forest is a vital heritage and a precious national treasure we are determined to preserve. After years of drought, it has been weakened, but recent rainfall and snowfall are set to support its recovery and renewal. And wildfires, while advancing its regeneration and ensuring its long-term sustainability across the region.
Designated a biosphere reserve in 1998, the argan area stretches across more than 2.5 million hectares, advancing conservation and sustainable development. Guarding the argan forest means protecting biodiversity while reinforcing the economic resilience of rural women. Adnan Shawishi, CGTN.
And in a special treat for British audiences, a collection of 180 Egyptian relics are on display in London as part of a global tour to promote Egyptian tourism. They feature artifacts belonging to Ramses the Great, who ruled the North African nation for almost 70 years. CGTN's Joy Kiruki Juma has more.
A film showing taking visitors back more than 3,000 years to the 19th dynasty when Ramses II was born. The son of Pharaoh Seti I and Queen Tuya, he ascended to the throne at the age of 25 and ruled for almost 67 years, one of the longest rulers in the gallery showcases a pink granite obelisk, a sphinx statue of Ramses as a lion-headed figure, and a statue of his mother, among other artifacts. They are on loan following acclaimed runs in Paris, San Francisco, Sydney, and Tokyo.
We do believe in sharing with other nations, and also we use it and as a teaser, if I may call it like this, or an appetizer for people to try to imagine what they will see in Egypt when they visit the country.
In conjunction with Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities, undertaking.
London is the sixth city, and until now it has traveled, Ramses, 50,000 kilometers all over the world with 2 747 airplanes. Security, police, the army, you can name it. I mean, the logistics are mind-blowing.
The second part of the exhibition shows life after death. It features a limestone statue of Ramses the Great holding the mekhes, an ancient Egyptian royal emblem, wearing a traditional Nemes headdress and carrying a dagger on his side. The ancient Egyptians also mummified animals to signify devotion to the gods they represented. Egypt's Ministry of Tourism is confident of a positive response from audiences.
British people, they appreciate so I think we brought our artifacts to the right place, and I'm pretty sure that the UK citizens will enjoy this exhibition, and I'm pretty sure also that tourists visiting UK or visiting London will be also making a small diversion and visit this exhibition.
The presentation ends with a virtual reality experience that takes visitors inside the Abu Simbel temples and Queen Nefertari's tomb, which were relocated in the 1960s to preserve them from their Swan Dam's rising waters. Joy Kiruki.
And we'll jump into the business news after this short break. Here are your headlines. Liquefied natural gas tankers in the Atlantic Basin doubled prices in 24 hours over the US-Israel attacks on Iran. Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserves jump over 700 times, supported by stronger external fundamentals and policy reforms. Now for the latest from the world of business, ship owners and brokers are demanding more than $200,000 a day for liquefied natural gas tankers in the Atlantic Basin, roughly double what they were commanding 24 hours earlier. Now the surge in vessel rates followed Qatar's shutdown of the US-Israeli conflict with Iran began to spill across the wider region. According to confidential sources, no transactions were known to have been booked at the latest offer rates. Those offer levels were at least 3 times higher than the last assessed price for an LNG tanker by shipping. Was $61,500 earlier on Monday. Transacted shipping rates, actual deals to lease vessels, are unlikely to soar unless production cuts are prolonged in places like Qatar and Abu Dhabi. Now, the extra distance required to sail ships from the U.S. to Asia could also play a role. Images from Monday showed damage in the aftermath of a drone attack at Saudi Arabia's biggest domestic oil refinery. The state oil giant Aramco shut its Ras Tanura refinery after it was hit. This comes amid escalation of strikes across the region after the U.S. attack on Iran on Saturday, and Iran began its retaliation. The Ras Tanura complex on the kingdom's Gulf Coast houses one of the Middle East's largest refineries with a capacity of 550,000 barrels per day and serves as a critical export terminal for Saudi crude. To an emailed request for comment, sources have said Ras Tanura was shut as a precautionary measure and the situation is under control. On the African continent, Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserves jumped to $34.8 billion by the end of 2025. That's up sharply from $3.99 billion 2 years earlier. Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso cited stronger external fundamentals and policy reforms as the reasons that helped rebuild confidence in the currency market. The figures released days after the Central Bank of $50.45 billion as of February the 16th highlight what Cardoso called a fundamental strengthening of Nigeria's external buffers. In a statement late on Monday, Cardoso said net reserves rose to $34.8 billion at the end of last year, a year earlier, while gross reserves increased to $45.71 billion from $40.19 billion over the same period. Egypt's net foreign assets rose by just over $4 billion in January to an all-time high of $20 billion. Net foreign assets measures a nation's international investment position, acting as a key indicator of whether it is a net creditor or debtor. It comes as Gulf investments, a 2024 currency devaluation, and strong remittances continued to bring in dollars. Bank data. Now, remittances from workers abroad rose to a record $4 billion in December, bringing total remittances for all of 2025 to $41.5 billion, up from $29.6 billion in 2024. January remittance figures have not yet been released. Their foreign assets jumped by about $1.67 billion, while assets at the central bank were nearly steady. Net foreign liabilities decreased at both commercial banks and the central bank. Egypt's net foreign assets turned negative in February 2022 as the central bank sought the dollar. Now, the strongest demand for stable coins in Africa is coming from the continent's biggest economies, South Africa and Nigeria. Now, the digital currency promises faster and cheaper ways to move money, particularly in developing markets, and users want broader acceptance. But concerns remain about their resilience during periods of high market volatility and economic uncertainty. Here is Sumitra Naidu with the details.
Unlike traditional cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum, stable coins do not float freely. They are linked to less volatility and a level of certainty for investors.
Stablecoin is basically what the name says. It means that there's something supporting this specific coin or then this crypto, because it is also based on the blockchain technology. So it is a crypto and it can be backed by gold or backed by instruments. It doesn't really matter.
Stablecoins are increasingly being used for payments, payroll, corporate cash management and cross-border trade. Quick transfers at a fraction of traditional banking costs are driving demand in Africa. Digital transactions can cut settlement times.
They can receive their salaries, convert that to a US dollar backed stablecoin, and then use that on an ongoing basis when they buy groceries, when they pay for petrol, whatever the case may be. But to fully close that loop, we need a fully, if we call it, integrated and adopted environment where digital assets become.
Not, however, shielded from geopolitical shocks like the one unfolding in the Middle East, causing disruptions to financial systems and markets.
We implemented this back in 2022 already, where we perform services for corporations in the pay us in US dollar backed stablecoins. It's been set up in such a way that since the transaction is executed on their side, up until the point that the actual rand is locked into our bank account, it takes about 3 hours to execute that specific transaction.
Tensions in the Middle East could have an impact on the West Africa. It will depend on the economic volatility of the region and the issuing party's ability to actually make that payment. It will also depend on which commodity or currency that stablecoin is attached to.
The biggest stable coins at the moment are on the Ethereum platform. Stable coins that are issued on the Ethereum platform, and that's mostly Americans. And basically what happens is that people moving their deposits away from banks give it to the stable coin issuers, and they put it in typically in financial market instruments like treasury bills and so on.
Stable coins may be relatively new, but are already challenging traditional barriers and greater control for consumers. Some analysts believe stable coins could eventually compete with national currencies, including South Africa's rand. Sumishra Nadu, CGTN, Johannesburg.
To Cote d'Ivoire now, where producers say a government decision to lower nuts is hurting them. The West African nation has been the world's biggest producer for over a decade now. Officials say the measure is in line with international market conditions, but as CGTN's Najma Abdirizak reports, the timing couldn't be worse for many Muslim farmers during the Islamic holy month.
It's harvest season in Cote d'Ivoire, but this season isn't all good for the country's many cashew farmers. A government price adjustment for the 2026 marketing season has seen farm gate price fall by as much as
I just sold 400 kilos of cashews today for 160,000 CFA francs, whereas last year I would have got 170,000 CFA francs. So I have lost 10,000 CFA francs. The money I've just received isn't enough to cover all my expenses.
The farm gate price is the amount of money a farmer receives for their produce directly at the farm before marketing, transportation or processing costs are added. Experts say the model allows for better price controls and improves. Ivorian officials call February's price edit a prudent move aimed at matching tough international conditions. But for farmers like Adama, every lost franc is eroding what they take home.
We are currently in the month of Ramadan, the Muslim fasting. We have to pay for sugar, rice and other items so that we can eat well at 5 a.m. and get through this period in the best possible way.
As the world's top producer, Cote d'Ivoire harvested roughly 1.5 million tons of raw cashew nuts. It exported the bulk of it, roughly 850,000 tons, primarily to processors in Vietnam and India. Farm prices rise and fall with global demand, shipping costs, exchange rates and competition from neighbors like Burkina Faso. Farmers feel these forces most acutely with little say in them. Until the sector switches up to more modern methods, experts say the farmers will continue to feel the pinch.
Cote d'Ivoire is an agricultural powerhouse, but not an means to make the transition from agricultural powerhouse to agro-industrial powerhouse. This will increase producers' incomes and value and create new opportunities.
Amid international market uncertainties and rising local costs,
processing and better harvests ahead will help restore their incomes, because for every kilogram sold, there's a household relying on it. Najma Abdulrazak, CGTN.
Now, last June, a spectacular drone light show set a new Guinness World Record for the largest aerial image formed by drones. However, that's only half the story there. Behind the spectacle, a new generation of artists and engineers say they sought to redefine entertainment and showcase China's growing technological and economic ambitions.
Some of the world's best commercial drones, and cities across the country are experimenting with them in creative ways. Take Chongqing, a metropolis with a futuristic skyline, perfect for high-tech showcases like this.
If you're in Chongqing, it would be a shame not to catch a drone show.
It's become increasingly ambitious. Last year, Chongqing even set a Guinness World Record, flying some 12,000 drones in perfect unison. In this story, we talked to one of the creators to see how these technological and artistic spectacles are brought to life.
I'm Lee Jun Lee. I work as a director of drone light shows.
In 2025, China's Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security introduced a list of new occupations, including drone show flight planner. Lee joined the industry last year. But what does it take to qualify as a
I used to be a reporter and producer for a TV program in Chongqing.
Her experience with visual storytelling on TV came in handy. Imagine every drone in the sky as a pixel on a screen.
When we filmed programs, we used wide, medium, and close-up shots. Those techniques can also be applied to drone storytelling. For example, in a sequence of 10 visuals, each can build on the emotion of the previous one. So, in many ways, the thinking behind directing still applies.
Her next show celebrates the Chinese New Year.
Today's script runs about 20 minutes. We have a tradition of welcoming the god of wealth. He first strokes his beard, then opens his palm. If you look closely, the details of his robe and his sunglasses keep glowing. We have to clearly describe all of this in the script so the team understands the character's movement and presence.
And the person responsible for turning Lee's ideas into reality is the tech director.
Or autopilot. The program collects data from each drone and sends the information to the computer. The computer determines whether the drone is ready for takeoff. We then upload the program from the computer to the drones. Once they reach their designated point, they know exactly where to go.
These drones are designed for high-precision maneuvers, and they've gone through several upgrades.
I entered the industry around July or August last year, and the upgrades have been happening fast. We used to remove each. Now it's like a hive system. One power unit can charge 6 drones at the same time.
While Lee's team is proud of its work, the show is constantly being refined.
I've been thinking, maybe we can remove the person during the molten iron fireworks scene and focus purely on the sparks themselves.
Not bad. Your artistic touch?
Lee is satisfied with her God of Wealth display, which is followed by a red envelope, a Chinese tradition symbolizing a monetary.
This part is actually an ad, product placement for a securities company.
Like other media, drone shows used ads as a business model. This helps the emerging industry grow and supports new professionals like Lee.
We never even exist.
From the streets of Chongqing to cities across the country, technology is not just reshaping the skyline. They reflect a growing economy driven by innovation, creativity, and skilled professionals. 杨承熙 CGTN 重庆
What's coming up in sports? Just 100 days to this year's FIFA World Cup kickoff, but deep uncertainty continues to shroud the tournament.
Your legend. On the fields. On the tracks. In the arenas of Africa. Were you born to be a player? Could this moment Sports Scene. Find your game.
Right, we start your sports with the FIFA Cup. 100 days to its scheduled start. Mexico, the United States and Canada will jointly host the first ever 48-team Mundial, with Mexico City set to stage the opening match on the 11th of June. The football showpiece will be played in 16 cities across North America, including 11 will be held on the 19th of July at the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. Argentina will be defending their title that they won 4 years ago in Qatar. However, escalating tensions in the Middle East have thrust this year's tournament into uncharted territory. Iran faces the unprecedented challenge of playing matches despite coming under attack from the country's military forces. Christian Coates Ulrichsen, a Middle East research fellow based in Houston, Texas, now doubts whether Iran can even participate.
Well, at the moment, it's difficult to see how Iran can take part in the world because it's so fluid and the country is under attack. We simply don't know. All sporting events in Iran will have been cancelled, I think, at this point until at least further notice. And of course, as I said, we haven't seen a situation where a host is effectively able to.
Well, 9 African nations have booked their places in the tournament, but it could yet be 10. The Democratic Republic of Congo will face either Jamaica or New Caledonia in an intercontinental playoff later this month. If the Middle East conflict is already adding uncertainty around the tournament, fans of Senegal and going to deal with U.S. travel restrictions. However, as we get closer to kickoff, Ulrichsen says more countries might face similar concerns.
Well, the U.S. already has rigorous measures in place for incoming visitors, and it's obviously we already have 4 countries that are qualified for the World Cup. Iran, Haiti, Senegal, and the Ivory Coast are on a more or less complete travel ban from entering the US. Iran obviously now is a special case, even among those 4. So it could be that security measures tighten still further. Processing visas for supporters coming from other countries get even worse because there will be additional security checks. And we're now into the last 3 months.
To Spain now, and Real Madrid's hopes of reclaiming the La Liga title took another as Alvaro Arbeloa's men were stunned at home to Girona. Arch rivals Barcelona had won over the weekend to extend their lead to 4 points, but Real weren't able to keep up, losing their second game in a row. The hosts dominated the first half as expected, but couldn't translate that pressure into goals. Ill-tempered contest, and Girona made them pay just before half-time when the Uruguayan forward Martin Satriano smashed home a volley from the edge of the box. Real failed to find the second-half goals their title push so desperately needed, and it even got worse for them late on as forward was sent off. So 1-0 is how this one finished. Liverpool head coach Arne Slot says the English Premier League isn't an easy one on the eye as it once was, but conceded that it's still as competitive as ever. The Dutchman was referring to the greater emphasis on set pieces and open play creativity. Slot was speaking ahead of his side's Premier League game against bottom side Wolves later tonight.
Thinking about football, I think about 10-15 years ago about the Barcelona team. Every Sunday evening you were hoping that they would play. And now most of the games I see in the Premier League are not But it's always interesting because it's so competitive. And that is what makes this league great, because there's so much competitiveness. Everyone can win from everyone. But just as someone who loves to watch football without being interested in who's winning or losing it, just to be enjoyed, I think there's a now in the Premier League. Not only because of the set pieces, also because teams have become so much stronger.
Well, there's 3 other games in the Premier League tonight. Bournemouth host Brentford, with both sides in the top half and high on confidence. After relegation threatened Burnley, and promoted sides Leeds and Sunderland meet at Elland Road and continue their push to stay in the league. Elsewhere, the showdown between Spain and Argentina in Doha later this month has been thrown into doubt after the hosts, the Qatar Football Association, competition indefinitely over the Middle East conflict. Now, the clash between the European and Copa America champions, dubbed the Finalissima, had been scheduled for March the 27th at Lusail Stadium, with global stars such as Lamine Yamal and Lionel Messi potentially set to feature. A final decision rests on European and South American football. Benfica boss Jose Mourinho says Gianluca Prestiani will have no future at the club if he is found guilty of racially abusing Real Madrid's Vinicius Jr. The Argentinian winger is being investigated by European governing body UEFA for the Brazilian forward during last month's Champions League playoff in Lisbon.
If that player didn't respect those principles, which are mine and also Benfica's, the career of that player with a coach named Jose Mourinho and at a club named
And the new Formula One season gets going in Melbourne this weekend in what organizers are calling the biggest shake-up in the sport's history. For the first time in decades, F1 has overhauled both chassis and engine requirements at the same time. The new power units feature a combustion split and run on 100% sustainable fuel. Cadillac's addition expands the grid to 11 teams, while Madrid joins the 24-race calendar. McLaren's Lando Norris is the reigning champion. Ferrari are seeking their first team title since 2007, with the veteran eighth driver's crown. However, many analysts see his former Mercedes partner George Russell as a dark horse. Four-time champion Max Verstappen will be hoping for another title following a strong end to last season. Testing in Bahrain provided few clues, with teams suspected of hiding their. And that's it for this edition of Africa Live. Do remember, as always, if you'd like to get in touch with the program, you can send your feedback to those contacts on your screen and follow us on our digital media platforms. I'm Mahir Mutua. Thanks for watching Africa Live.
Live from CGTN Beijing, this is Asia Today.
Hello and thank you for joining us. I'm Jia in the Chinese capital, coming up on Asia Today. Chinese national political advisors are set to open their annual session as they put forth proposals on a wide range of issues. Massive crowds gather at funerals for Iranian schoolgirls killed in US and Israeli airstrikes. And the Israeli military steps up attacks on Lebanon amid reports of ground incursions across the two countries' border. We get started here in Beijing, where China's top political advisory body, the CPPCC National Committee, has briefed media on the key agenda of its annual session. The fourth session of the 14th National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference will begin on Wednesday and conclude a week. During the session, national political advisors are scheduled to hear and deliberate a report on the work of the Standing Committee of the CPPCC National Committee and a report on the handling of proposals. The chairman of the CPPCC National Committee, Wang Hunying, will deliver. Advisors will also sit in on the fourth session of the 14th National People's Congress, and they will be discussing key documents, including the highly anticipated government work report. The 2026 CPPCC National Committee session includes plenaries meetings and group consultations. Diplomats to observe the opening and closing meetings. At the press conference, spokesperson Liu Jieyi also outlined the CPPCC's tasks for the opening year of the 15th five-year plan.
2026 is the launch of the sharp focus on the parties and countries' central tasks. The National Committee will engage in in-depth consultation and democratic oversight and key issues for a strong start of the plan. Rally extensive public support, consensus wisdom, and strengthen to advance China.
Well, the world will be looking closely at how China plans to carry out its 15th five-year development blueprint. We spoke earlier to the ambassadors of Cuba and Nicaragua to China for their thoughts.
There's a document that already sets China's and the Caribbean. China offers many opportunities. First in science, technology, and innovation. China has made a great contribution. China provides a large market, a market that no other country is able to offer. But more important than this is China's respect for the principles of international independence, the non-use and threat of the use of force, non-interference in internal affairs. And China approaches our region with great respect. And we appreciate that and welcome it with great sympathy.
Nicaragua has been watching very closely the process of China's 15th five-year plan. We, as a country in the global south, see this plan as an opportunity to strengthen our cooperation with China. We see in that plan a real intention to achieve mutual benefit for the world. So Nicaragua considers this initiative, this plan, as a unique opportunity to cooperation with China and achieve mutual benefit for the world, and to achieve the mutual benefit that China is always looking for.
Now for some discussion, we're pleased to be joined by Li Yong in the studio. He's an executive council member at the China Society for WTO.
Thank you.
So we got a preview of the annual session this afternoon in the media briefing, and it covered a lot of areas. What stood out for you, and what would you say that reveals about China's priorities?
Well, I think, first of all, we need to understand the role of CPCCC, and this is our democratic oversight in terms of the government decision, CPC decision. And its goal is to assist the CPCC leadership to achieve the national goals. And of course, this is a 5-year plan, and it is a critical moment. And I understand the top priority would be helping the CPCC leadership in terms of their decisions, for example, on how, to ensure like high quality development, and particularly when we're facing some problems in domestic consumption, for example, people's livelihood, and concept of investing in people, which was written for the first time in last year's government work report. I think the CPCC members, I think they will come up with a lot of proposals while reviewing the government report, as well as this year's program of economic social development and so on. And of course, from what they did in the past, the CPCC members across the country in helping the country to achieve, for example, the goal of intelligent economy. Many of their members are actually from different tech sectors, so they help in different areas, to achieve that level of development. Of course, they have, those CPCC members, they are from different sectors, so they have wide connections, both domestically and internationally. The integration, I think, is sure to be on the top priorities, and they are going to put all those things, into consideration, and as a kind of perspective with their review, as well as the fifth 5-year plan, as well as this year's social economic program.
Well, you talked about the economy there, and the spokesperson of the CPPCC highlighted Spring Festival data as a sign of reality. Do you think this momentum will be able to be sustained and contribute to global economic recovery?
I think it is very interesting, that he mentioned, this is Spring Festival numbers to demonstrate the resilience and the improving economic performances, particularly on the consumption side. I think, that is a snapshot of the improving economic performance, and of course, it is going to represent the future trajectory of the development, and that, of course, is related to people's livelihood, namely job, salary, and so on and so forth, and of course related to the Invest in People programs. And if we see the improvements, the consumption boom, for example, so to speak, during the Spring Festival, that is actually backed by the performances of other sectors, service sectors, industrial sectors, people will be able to, to get, for example, the additional income. They are able at least to spend more. So I think this year, the government will continue the effort, and that is a policy have already been gained consensus, and it is also important, particularly when we are looking at the external environment, geopolitical conflicts, have to rely on domestic economic stability, in which I think consumption is a key pillar. So there will be a lot of policies, to make sure that the goods and services, will continue its trend of growth, and of course, that stability I think will, in a way, contribute to the stability or to provide certainty, for the global economic recovery. And in that sense, I think China is going to, particularly this year, is going to play a role of providing predictable certainty and stability.
For helping us understand what we should be looking out for over the next week, and we'll see these policies come to the surface over the next week or so. Thank you so much, Li Yong with the China Society for WTO Studies.
How will China's 15th five-year plan affect the lives of 1.4 billion people? And what does China's policy making mean for the world? People's democracy in action. This March, China's most important annual political event will bring you comprehensive coverage of crucial decisions on high-standard opening up, new quality productive forces, China's green transition and enhancing people's well-being, and its impacts in a time of global uncertainty. Join us for our special coverage of the two sessions, only on CGTN.
Israel continues its strikes on Tehran, with Iran state media putting the death toll from the past 4 days of joint U.S.-Israeli attacks at 787. Thousands of Iranian mourners have 165 students killed in Saturday's U.S.-Israeli strikes on a school in the city of Minab. Israel says it was not aware of the strike on the school, with Iran again condemning the attack. Iran has carried out more retaliatory strikes across the Middle East, including at targets in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says the Strait of Hormuz is now closed and warns that any vessels attempting to pass through will be targeted. In Washington, U.S. President Donald Trump says the conflict with Iran could continue for more than a month. Now, we are live with the latest situation on the ground for us. We have Ihsan Kevani in Tehran, Zara Al-Dazi in Beirut, and Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for joining us. Ihsan, if we can start with you, can you tell us first about the mass funeral for the students in Minab?
Well, that was a miserable mishap. Minab is a small town near the southern city of Bandar Abbas. I have been to the area. It's an impoverished town. That point is that evicted.
All right, apologies for the connection there. We'll try and get Ihsan back on the line in a minute. Let's go next to Zara Al-Dazi, who's in Beirut. Zara, we understand Israel is expanding in southern Lebanon to land incursions and also issuing forced evacuation orders. Can you tell us more?
Yes, the Israeli army seems to be approved a land operation in southern Lebanon, as the Ministry of Defense in Israel approved for the IDF to control new sites in southern Lebanon, which means occupying new parts of the southern Lebanon. And they say they are speaking about controlling strategic points. It's all a new occupation. Also, they issued a warning for dozens of the southern Lebanon villages for the people there to evacuate the area, as it seems the army will work in the border villages, the first line of villages and the second line of villages. So these evacuation warnings were up in a preparation for the land incursion. Also, the Lebanese armed forces also withdrew from over 50 points and military sites they were in the southern border of Lebanon, which seems also as not a preparation for or expecting the land incursions by the Israeli army, who started incursions in Kfar and from the Al Mutalla. Also, the action of the to implement the government decision of banning the Hezbollah's military activity, according to a statement by the Lebanese president after meeting the ambassadors of the that they ordered all the armed forces, the army and the security forces to implement the decision of the government that was taken on Monday.
Zara, Hezbollah is launching these military strikes and military activities to Israel. Is at Israeli hands over the last 2 years. So what do we know about its current capacity to strike?
Actually, Hezbollah was keeping during the last 15 months since reaching a ceasefire in November 2024. Preparations for a possible war, which seems to be very expected for Hezbollah. Some personals of Hezbollah, they keep saying that they have recovered what the actually meaning the assassination of the leader. We also know that Hezbollah changed its strategy, especially in communications, after the huge breaches that appeared during the war of 2020. For the missiles of Hezbollah from southern Lebanon would indicate that they still have the capacity, though we cannot know how much is this capacity, as they have drones. Maybe these attacks will be intensified gradually, depending on the movement on the ground, especially if the Israeli army started the land incursion. But also, according to know about Hezbollah, the land incursions or land operation may be a positive point for Hezbollah, who is expert in southern Lebanon and is expert in land operations. That may a point or a positive point while facing on confronting the Israeli incursions. Despite that, we haven't heard anything yet from Hezbollah about this preparation, the Israeli preparations or the incursions that already happened.
Darzi in Beirut. Well, we managed to get Ihsan Kevani back on the line. He's in Tehran. Ihsan, so could you give us an idea of the latest situation right now across Iran? We know there are still large explosions. What's the latest on casualties, and what are some of the major...
Well, in fact, as you said, massive explosions continue to rock Tehran. According to the latest statistics provided by the Red Crescent Society of Iran, 80 people have been killed, as you mentioned, across the country. Most of them, as we discussed, were from Minav school attack. Others are mainly military forces. Currently, the focus of attacks by Israel and the United States military sites, police stations, IRGC logistics centers, ammunition stockpiles, and other buildings and centers related to armed forces. Today morning, in the northeast of Tehran, several locations were hit by airstrikes, were under. The sad point is that when such locations are targeted inside the cities, the civilian buildings and ordinary people are also affected, as we see in Tehran and other cities across Iran. The attacks cause trauma for civilians, damage their property, and sometimes even kill the civilians. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Ehsan Kevani in Tehran. And now let's go to Jonathan, who's in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, just this morning, the Israeli Air Force said that they will be conducting a new round of strikes on Tehran and Beirut.
Yes, so both of these locations which you mentioned, the Iranian capital and the Lebanese capital, were targets of strikes by the Israeli Air Force today, practically non-stop since yesterday morning. When we speak of Iran, it is the security establishment of Iran and relating to Iran's ballistic missile program. These are the two main sites at this time for Israel. The ballistic missiles, in order to take away this threat, to prevent as much as possible missile launches towards the state of Israel. It should be 24 hours, the number of launches towards Israel has decreased. There were less sirens on Monday if we compare it with the first day of this operation on Saturday. Clearly the numbers have decreased, but the missiles are still being sent and still making landfall. Yesterday, in the southern city of Beersheba. Fortunately, the damage was not as extensive as in other places. No people were killed, but people were injured. Some damage was inflicted. So even with the smaller number of missiles sent, with a smaller number of it still happens, and there's still a lot of caution in Israel. Why the other military sites? We can relate that to what we've heard from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We met him yesterday at the site of the hit in Bet Shemesh, and in his statement there, he said that soon enough it will be time for the Iranian people, what is theirs, reclaim a good government for their country, meaning Netanyahu, and also similar comments coming from President Trump are calling on the Iranian people to resist, understanding that as strong and ferocious as the Israeli and American strikes may be, they by themselves will not bring the Iranian regime down. They have to do, and Israel is hoping that by weakening the security establishment in Iran, the Iranian people will act and protest as they did 2 months ago, but this time will also be able to bring down the government.
Well, Jonathan, the Prime Minister, he's saying soon enough this will end, but in an interview with US media, he also pushed back this could spiral into an endless war. Now, how much of a concern is this amongst the Israeli public, and is the government trying to address this?
It's a major concern because for now, we're in day 4 of this war. The Israeli people are still standing. If this goes on for weeks and months, then it will be a major problem, because let's remember, the country is practically shut. The education system is shut. The business system is shut. Only those who are deemed as essential workers are allowed to go to work. So this situation has an effect on the Israeli economy, the Israeli society, the entire Israeli state. So if this goes on for a week or two, as was the case back in June, this is something that Israel can take. But if we're looking at something that will take weeks and weeks to come, this is something that will have a major effect on how successful the campaign in Iran may be.
Thank you so much, Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Foreign nationals have been fleeing war-hit Iran. Thousands of Chinese nationals have been evacuated. Our reporter Chen Lanyo spoke with Tan Kai, the chairman of the Iran Chinese Association, about how his group managed to leave Iran safely.
Mr. Tan, thank you so much for taking your time with us today. The Chinese government has acted with remarkable speed to evacuate its citizens from Iran. Can you give us more details on
Under the guidance of the Chinese embassy, our association's evacuation efforts have been very smooth and efficient. Prior to the outbreak of war on February 28th, there were some protests back in January, and the embassy, so the evacuation process gradually began even then. The Chinese embassy in Iran contacted us, the Iranian Chinese Association, and together we developed a very comprehensive evacuation plan. For example, we first set up emergency contact groups, bringing together overseas Chinese in Iran into different chat groups for coordinated emergency management and communication. In total, around 292 local Chinese nationals joined these emergency contact networks. We advised them to return to China as early as possible, and many also chose to go back for the professional leave. We used the groups to notify them about emergency assembly points. Even if communications were cut off, they wouldn't be isolated. They could simply go directly to the prearranged evacuation points, ensuring their safety.
Turkey says it has closed its Michal Baravid reports from the border city of Van in eastern Turkey.
On Sunday, there were reports that Iranians attempting to leave their country and cross into Turkey were prevented from doing so at the Kapıköy border crossing. On Monday, the Turkish Trade Ministry confirmed this decision. Passenger crossings at border gates with Iran have been suspended, while cargo traffic continues under controlled conditions. The ministry did not specify a reason for the move, saying only that developments in the region are being closely monitored. Dozens of Iranians were seen at the border on Monday, with some saying they had lost contact with family members and were returning to check on their loved ones. At the Iranian side of the Kapıköy crossing, the national flag was replaced with a black flag, signaling a period of mourning as the conflict continues. Turkey's decision marks a no-Syrian conflict when Ankara maintained an open-door policy for civilians fleeing the fighting. Meanwhile, several Gulf countries hosting U.S. bases have been drawn into the conflict following Iranian retaliation strikes. So far, however, no attacks have been reported on NATO member Turkey U.S. facilities in the country. I'm Michal Baravid for CGTN at the Iranian-Turkish border city of Van.
And we'll leave it there on this edition of Asia Today. I'm Xiao Yang from the team. Thank you for watching. Up next is Dialogue. Stay tuned.
Welcome to this special edition of Dialogue, the China Drive, Vast Market, Global Opportunities. As China moves forward with its 15th five-year plan, building a strong domestic market has become a key pillar of its new development journey. From expanding domestic to advancing a high-standard opening up, China is shaping a vast and more dynamic market, one that aims to bring benefits not only to its 1.4 billion people, but also to the world at large.
Guests of this edition are Yves Leterme, former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Director at the Representative Office of the Serbian Chamber of Commerce and Industry in China, Zhou Mi, Senior Research Fellow at the Chinese Academy of International Trade and Economic Cooperation, David Mahone, Executive Chairman of Mahone China Investment, Daryl Guppy, CEO, Kalinda Brenda, Africa-China Partnership Advisor at Development Reimagined.
Well, as we talked about building a domestic big market or mega market, tell us what's that about and why we are doing that, Zhou Mi.
Well, we have uncertainties. I think in my understanding that what can we do? We can try to make the better use of what we are able to do. I mean, the market is definitely one of the reasons. Actually, you know, when you are looking back in the previous several decades, mostly the export is one of the major development and also investment, another driver. But I mean, we are entering a new era. The new era is trying to make the Chinese modernization. The Chinese modernization do not only happen in the infrastructure, it will also happen in our lives. So we are provide the Chinese people more choices. I think that is the definition to improve our sustainability and also provide so many opportunities for our friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jelena, let me turn to you. Based in Shanghai, you have been in China for many years. How do you look at the efforts to build a domestic market here in China?
I'm seeing that the consumption is becoming a bigger part of the GDP. I think it's currently at 54%. And I think that it's maybe not yet at the levels that it is at the West, but we are seeing a significant increase, and it's becoming a big part of GDP. And this is very important also for all the foreign companies here, especially companies coming from Serbia. It has, in the last decade, become the second biggest market that's important for us outside of Europe. And we've seen great strides in these efforts to boost consumption and to upgrade the demand here.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Leterme, how do you look at the efforts, to build the domestic market, but the focus is obviously on consumption here?
Well, I think it's the right focus already in 5 years. The concept of dual circulation, now it is even increased in terms of policy relevance in the new 5-year plan. I think it's also excellent news for the Chinese citizens. I think there are lots of measures taken now to make the Chinese consumers feel safer about the future, having reasons to invest more of their money in just their daily lives, enjoy life, and enjoy the possibilities, opportunities the Chinese economy and the Chinese society is offering. And of course, we hope also seizing the opportunities that foreign providers and goods are offering the Chinese consumers.
Yeah, speak of that, the consumption, or the changing landscape of the China market. Earlier, I visited a popular toy shop on Shanghai's Nanjing Road. For those who are familiar with Shanghai, Nanjing Road is a business in that big city, where a wave of new brands and business innovations is driving China's consumption upgrade. We have a short video. Let's take a look.
Hello, what's your name? Oh, you like my microphone? Because it's a bit fluffy like you.
Yeah.
You can say hello to them.
Oh, come on. What have we got?
Oh, it's very cute.
You can easily spend a couple of hours here.
The flagship store of Top Toy, where China-themed building blocks are a major hit. But it's not just about toys. The designs reimagine Chinese rockets, local snacks, and iconic cityscapes into creative collectible sets. The secret behind characters that truly connect with young people.
其实我们现在可以做一个这样的一个展示来走哈，比如说我们上海比较限定的可能是油条、豆饼、大江，对不对？然后我们可以问你，你现在想要吃什么吗？比如说你想要吃油条，对不对
？OK， 油条
啊，那我现在可以帮油里面煎一下。您是喜欢吃酥一点呢，还是说嫩一点的呢？
嫩一点的。
嫩一点的是吧？好的，稍微等一下哈。它是有一个这样的一个制作过程的。我们现在已经上了有很多代的一些上海限定，其实小笼包卖的是非常好的。
这是小笼包。
对的，我们其实还有小笼包放在里面会去蒸。
According to a report by the Shanghai Youth Research Center and social platform Soul App, more than 90% of Chinese consumers born after 1995 value emotional satisfaction. Say they are willing to spend specifically for it. Building emotional bonds has become the new code of consumer culture. Even time-honored retail giants like Shanghai #1 department store are now learning to crack it.
那对于潮玩的引入也有一体，它在上海这个地域，它一个在地的文化。中国的消费课程也慢慢的转向了一个就是我们的体验消费加情绪价值消费的一个消费转向，这个是从消费层面上的一个迭代。另外的话呢，来说的话呢，我们也是 Z 世代的一个人群的慢慢的它对于我们消费的贡献度越来越重要。
This century-old store has been completely reinvented. It's no longer just a place to shop. It's a curated destination for experiences and life.
商业体它肯定是发生了很大的改变，它从单纯的商品销售肯定是要转向更多元的一个体验经济。
Cheers.
干杯！
干杯！
New so many cultures focusing, particularly in Nanjing Xilu. It's very cosmopolitan, and I think these are the sort of ideas. What do you think? Do you think these ideas will go global?
I believe so. You know, I guess this is a part what people call experience. Emotional consumption, spend money on something that makes me happy.
Honestly, I'll be quite frank with you. I have never had this in the UK, but I quite enjoy it. I like the whole immersion culture.
Yeah.
And people want to understand Chinese culture, and we have a rather outdated view of that. But I think this is updating my understanding of what it is to be a Chinese consumer.
Mm-hmm. For me, it's really brave. I mean, and also innovative to do something dramatically different from the previous practice. You know, you go shopping, right? This section, okay, clothes. This section, shoes. Oh, this section, shirt. You just do that. That's all about the department store. But nowadays, what? You can have fun with a cat.
I think all cultures are innovative, but I think China's peculiar world history because China is creating these new global companies, BYD, Huawei, Xiaomi. So with these, China's got this too high, go overseas policy. Mm-hmm. And I think that is somehow infused in the young people. The young people I meet in Shanghai, they're really world-class innovators because their entire life, since they were born in 2000, they've just been exposed to 10% growth every year. Mm-hmm. So for the last 20 years, they've bought innovation.
Yeah.
So I really think 2025, 2026, under the 15th five-year plan, I think there's sort of this explosion of innovation coming out of China. And I think we see it here. I think in Nanjing West, you've got all these cultures mixing. They They want to talk about what globalization will look like this century.
Yeah.
And I think you need to be at the center of globalization to understand the ripples that will be going out. Shanghai's always sent ripples out into the world.
Yeah.
And I think, the ripples will start in this coffee house.
Is the leading force in terms of economic development, as well as looking to the outside world.
I think, in the 1930s, people used to jump off at the Bund, get off on the boat, go to Peace Hotel, and there'd be a global conversation. I think in the 2030s, conversations happening again.
Relina, you are in Shanghai. Maybe you are familiar with those stores. What's the underlying logic, for people to enjoy this experience-based, emotion-based, let's say, consumption and purchase there?
Right. I think that really show how quickly innovation spreads here. The young people really drive the demand for niche products, for these blind boxes, for new tea chains and local fashion brands. And this kind of kid belt, they call it, in terms of the Labubu. This trend really taps into nostalgia and self-expression, about reconnection with childhood emotions. And it's less about utility and more about identity, about joy, about turning consumption into a form of personal story. I think in general, it's really about identity, about emotion, about this surprise element, and of course, of the overall experience. I think people buy more to connect, not just to own. And this shopping culture also shows how fast the market reacts here. Just how fast one idea can go from social media to a national trend in weeks. I think it's very unique for China market and can really shape global consumption trends.
Well, Labubu is going beyond.
Indeed.
Dario, so the consumption, of course, before the focus of consumption, I think in China, you have a focus of also supply. So you see it's an evolving story, I would say. The 15th five-year plan, for example, calls for building a strong domestic market that fosters both new demand and new supply. So, Gabriel, what's your understanding of new supply and new demand here?
The foundation of new supply is disposable income, discretionary income. Now, we had a drive to increase the minimum wage. I suspect that what is likely to happen in the 15th five-year plan is that there will also be a lift in the minimum wage. Once you've got extra money, then you can engage in discretionary expenditure. And that discretionary expenditure will be met by new supply, not necessarily the frivolous froth and bubble of Albu and the rest, but genuine products that move into an expanding middle class. Now, if we look at CIIE in Shanghai, they all came to China because they believe that there is an expanding demand from the middle class. Now, if the foreigners are looking for that reason, then we can be certain that this is also a foundation of the 15th five-year plan.
Well, Kalinda, you are from the Development Reimagined,
yes.
And I wonder what's your perspective on this, the evolving consumption and supply here?
I like what he just said about the genuine products, because it gives an aspect of the transition that is happening from China consumers not looking at the quantity, but about the quality of the products. From my perspective, this brings me to the products from our continent that we have seen on the Chinese market that are being very much appreciated, like the Ethiopian coffee, for example, the Rwandan chili, the Kenyan avocados, and the Ghana's cocoa. These products are being very much appreciated on the Chinese market because of the quality and the genuine perspective and the unique flavor that they have. So I think that's where the transition happens from the quantity to the quality of the products. Yeah. which also gives a market for African small and medium enterprises as well.
I think people would see if there's a stronger consumption here, and that would boost the growth probably further, and also more sustainable in terms of economic expansion. If you look at the numbers, China's retail sales of consumer goods reached nearly 4.2 trillion yuan, up 3% year on year. For the first 9 months, total retail sales exceeded 36.5 trillion yuan. That's about a 4.5% increase. For the government support, right? Remember the trading of old appliances for new ones there. To what degree you think this consumption comes from? Of course, people are saying this is still weak. There's a potential to be unleashed. How do you characterize the current consumption market in China?
Weak consumption. And the fact we'll get in excess of 5% GDP growth doesn't show a weak economy. There's some concern about the quality of government policy. The 5-year plan just announced, or the recommendations for it, I think are going to put that to the plan. I think that the consumption trend is fundamentally recovering. And once confidence comes back and companies become more confident, employment will be more secure. And the thing we want is not for people to spend on stuff per se, but perhaps put money into the stock market, buy wealth management products, invest in pension plans. Those are the stabilizing features of consumption that the economy really needs. And I think there's already a trend for that.
Yeah, already a trend for that. Mr. Ledam, if you look at China, of course, when we try to be subdued in terms of consumption, people point to, say, low birth rates, aging population. I mean, that's a challenge for more than China. Many countries do face similar situation there. And the Chinese government is providing support in terms of etc. What can we learn from, like other countries in terms of dealing with such an issue, or even make it into a consumption story?
Well, I think it's essential, it has been pointed out by colleagues already, that from the other side, there's sufficient attention paid to bringing trust and confidence in the future. And this relates to social security schemes, to the general environment, to the quality of the governmental policy, the security of jobs, having a perfect future. So tackling unemployment issues, having a solid social security scheme, giving also good circumstances for smaller businesses to thrive. So I think our perspective as, let's say, traditional Western economies, these are the things we have been trusting. Apart from then the use of packages to stimulate specific investment by households in some, for instance, they're insulating their home or solar panels and so on. You have specific schemes to unleash the consumption potential and investment potential in these domains. But globally speaking, I think it's very important to have a mid and long-term policy to support the establishment of social security schemes, of good functioning labor, decently paid jobs in the labor market, for instance, building a stronger pension system, building a good health insurance that covers and includes the whole population. These are also bringing stability to the labor market mobility tools you have. I think these are important ways and to lower a little bit the saving quote, which is traditionally very high in China, and which of course limits the capacity to consume.
Jelena, you are in the China market for a long time, and you are looking at investment, for example. What do you see right now and say next 5 years?
I think Chinese investment landscape is clearly shifting toward innovation and sustainability. I think the strongest momentum is in renewable energy, in things like advanced robotics and life sciences. The country is really rapidly expanding in solar and battery production capacity. There's a lot of investment in green hydrogen and energy storage, and it's really becoming a global leader in EV components in the whole EV. And, we see cities like Shenzhen and Suzhou that are advancing in AI and robotics, and then cities like Chengdu and Hangzhou, which are more like hubs on digital health and biotechnology. And I think at the same time, China's also financial and logistic companies and sectors are integrating digital tools to scale. At the same time, it's improving efficiency and resilience. And for Serbia and I think other countries, especially along the Belt and Road, I think this really creates opportunities for joint ventures that combine these technologies. And if we look towards Serbia, in terms of market access to Europe. This really supports, Serbia really supports this type of open trade regime and really provides a strong location in terms of European supply chain.
Mm-hmm. Well, David, at least, meaning more and more areas opening to overseas investment, market access in terms of that. And also we are seeing, China has made it very clear it wants to build a fair, predictable business environment where overseas enterprises will feel to make long-term, to be embraced, to make long-term investment. What else, China need to do, or China should do, or can do, to make the business environment more attractive, let's say, to investors?
I think one of the mistakes, what will attract foreign direct investment, is that foreign companies are looking for something special. Because when opening up began in the 80s and 90s, there were tremendous benefits to anyone investing as a foreigner. You had 3-year tax holidays. And that was fine to begin with. I think now, don't worry too much what the foreign companies ask for. Look more to the fact that the balance of this domestic economy, the increase of minimum wages, a more environment where Chinese companies are doing well and Chinese consumers are spending with confidence, that will bring foreign investment. That will bring foreign companies more and more into the market. So China now knows what it's doing. It's got its own unique economy of scale. It's got its own political and social system. So just make that better and better, and they will come. This is the engine of the global economy now. Or it is the engine, and there are subsidiary engines that depend on China. Half the world's GDP is now sitting in Asia. China is the primary force of that. As that, and also as difficult as that, because it means China dealing with a lot of domestic issues that aren't simple.
Right. Zelina, you are obviously looking at investment here in China. So as David suggests, make the Chinese economy healthier, probably. And more promising in terms of its future, its prospect. Is that the case? Is that easy or that difficult?
I think we've seen a lot of efforts in this area, and there's been a removal of a lot of manufacturing and steady removal also in restrictions in services. But I think and this is really commendable, but I think what matters next is making these rules consistent nationwide. I think the direction is it's clearly a direction. There is clearly a direction, deeper reform. But for foreign companies, this also creates not just new entry points, but more predictable business environment. And what foreign companies value most is clarity and fairness and consistency. And China is clearly moving. Tax procedures are now faster and more digital. IP used to be such an issue, 5 years or 10 years ago, and now it's becoming noticeably stronger. There's always room for improvement, of course, but business environment has significantly, I think, improved for foreign business. I think that sends really a powerful signal that the playing field is somewhat leveling. And the idea of kind of treating investors as part of the family really becomes real when the policies are, as I say, predictable and really well implemented and unified across the market. Communication is really open. So I think there's progress and it's visible, and continued dialogue will make, of course, confidence even stronger.
Zhongmi, how do you look at, as a Chinese economist, how do you look at this, China's efforts to improve, the attractiveness of the investment? For any nation that would welcome foreign investment, right?
Yeah, it is true that investment, especially from foreign countries, are playing a very important role in China. But the things has changed a little bit, because in the past, most of this investment coming from the developing they have more advanced technology, and China have labor advantages. But now everything has changed. I think many of the companies come here because China have a very sound supply chain, and we also have very open and stable policies. So it's not only from the developing economy, but also from many developing countries. They benefit from the collaboration. So in this regard, I will say our policies is not just trying to make some differential policies, as David has just mentioned about, in the past, what we have been doing. But in the future, we will provide the transparent, sustainable, stable policies, and also in Hainan, we prevent some kind of special zones or free trade port to make something even more advanced or even more opener. So based on this kind of practices, I think that we can connect with the rest of the world with better supply chains, connections, and the data in the different areas, and also benefit the people, because the people should be the best thing and the most important thing we have to take care of.
Let's turn to our studio audience and take a few questions from them. If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
My question is, as a Cambodian, how China's growth has shaped Southeast Asia. With China now more focused on its domestic market and higher quality development, how does a smaller economy such as Cambodia better align itself and share in this new phase of cooperation?
Zhongmi, what?
In Cambodia, we have trying to negotiate a free trade agreement. So it's based on the win-win situation. We are not just trying to use China's rules to make the discipline. I think that's based on the both sides on what kind of areas we want to have. Like, for the agriculture, we are able to provide a better supply, logistics support, and also some of the technology if you are going to export to China. And also, in the future, maybe we need more digital services from China. We can try to also use artificial intelligence abilities and sections. So for the economies, every country have its own goal. We do not want to put our experiences to others. We want to share our experiences with others. So the Belt and Road Initiative and also the bilateral platforms are providing us with more opportunities.
Well, China's vast domestic is not only the foundation of Chinese modernization, but also a source of growth for the entire world. As China continues to refine its market systems and advance high standard opening up, we have a lot more to expect out of its new 5-year plan. That brings us to the end of today's special. Thanks to our guests and audience. I'm Xu Qinduo. See you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you.
Thank you, Daria.
Welcome to The World Today on CGTN. I'm Jia Yang in Beijing. China's top political advisory body, the Chinese People's Political Consultative has held a press conference ahead of its annual session. Liu Jieyi, who is the spokesperson for the fourth session of the 14th CPPCC National Committee, briefed domestic and foreign media and answered questions. Zheng Yibing has our top story.
Here at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, we're at about the first of this year's two sessions political gatherings. It is the first window for the world to hear China's policy tone for 2026, the starting year of China's 15th five-year plan. So that's a draw for both domestic and international journalists alike. Liu Jieyi, spokesperson for the session, outlined how CPPCC members carried out their duties over the past year in support of the country's central task of economic development and broader national priorities. He also highlighted key items on the agenda for the annual session.
2026 is the launch year of the 15th five-year plan with a sharp focus on the party's and country's central tasks. The National Committee will engage in in-depth consultation and democratic oversight and key issues for a strong start of the plan. Rally extend wisdom and strengthen to advance Chinese modernization.
When asked about the Chinese economy, Liu said it demonstrated strong resilience and vitality, with total output last year reaching a new high of the 140 trillion yuan, more than 20 trillion progress in rural revitalization and business innovation. The press conference drove many international journalists keen to learn what lessons China can share with other countries, including its experience in poverty alleviation.
It was important for me to ask him, but I wanted to know how your country, how China made this miracle.
Trending information on business opportunities with China, like in the Hainan Free Trade Port, was also the key highlight.
And what exactly Hainan ports could help us and could help the foreigner investment into China.
Liu's remarks underscored China's commitment to high-standard opening up and to supporting an open world economy. The fourth session of the 14th CPPCC National Committee is in Beijing. Around 2,100 members will convene to advise on major national policies and key issues shaping the country's socio-economic development. Zheng Yibing, CGTN, Beijing.
Ahead of this year's two sessions, foreign diplomats here in Beijing meetings with CGTN. Both the Colombian and Mexican ambassadors highlight the significance of the 15th five-year plan.
I've read the documents of the five-year plan, and I'm certain that the prosperity it will generate, the exploitation of territories, and the strengthening of the party's leadership, and the unity that this plan will foster will bring much development and wealth to the country.
Yo llevo 4 años y medio de embajador, pero
I've been 4.5 years, but I've lived in China for 18 or 19 years. Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and now Beijing. So I've been observing the five-year plans for a long time. I know how important they are. It's a very united country. And because it's such a united country, with a leadership that people follow, the set by the five-year plan isn't just information for the people. It's something that people feel and move forward with. So it has a great impact. For me, as an observer and friend of China, it's very important to see the course that is set and followed. Furthermore, the five-year plan will be announced during the two sessions, and I'm very pleased with these. It's a central instrument of Chinese democracy. Specifically, we have the CPPCC, the Chinese Party Political Consultative Conference, which is central to both sessions and is the fundamental mechanism that runs throughout China, gathering opinions and assessments, central to Chinese democracy. So it is of great interest, and I will gladly look forward to attending and reading it as carefully as possible.
Israel is continuing to strike Iran, with Iran state media putting the death of joint U.S.-Israeli attacks at 787. Thousands of Iranian mourners have attended a funeral ceremony for the over 165 students killed in Saturday's strikes on a school in the city of Minab. Israel says it was not aware of the strike on the school when the attack. Iran has carried out more retaliatory strikes across the Middle East, including at targets in Israel, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says the Strait of Hormuz is now closed and warns that any vessel attempting to pass through will be targeted. Over 165 elementary school girls were killed in the attack in Minab. Gavin Newsom, the governor of the U.S. state of California, says the decision by the U.S. to strike Iran is weakness masquerading as strength.
We have to reconcile why our bombs were used to kill children, young girls at a school, and what the imminent threat was. It hasn't been described.
Abbas Aslani is a senior research scholar at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies and spoke to CGTN about the realities of the U.S.'s aspirations for regime.
Well, the time to change regimes in countries through military operations is over, and when they do not have the popular backing, this cannot happen. Normally in Iranian society and public, in the face of a foreign, the society unites, and we can see a rally around the flag impact. So this backfires in the June 2025 war against the country. They also wanted to provoke the average citizens to come to the streets and to uprise against the political system. We witnessed people uniting and supporting the political system. So the reason is that the people do not want to see instability or chaos in the country. This is beyond the Islamic Republic, and they are seeing the entirety of the country. Because if you look at the examples in the region, including what happened to Syria or previously by the US toward Libya and Western countries toward Libya, those cases indicate that the Western countries will not bring freedom or democracy, not an exception. What they are seeking is to further weaken the country, and we have been seeing that even they targeted hospitals, schools, and civilians have been killed, and nearly 800 people have so far been killed, and the number is nearly 175 were just from one single, primary school, girls' primary school in the southern city of Minab. Majority of them were, girls aged at between 7 to. So this indicates the nature of that kind of attack, these kind of strikes, and they are not intended to help the people.
In Islamabad, security forces have stepped up patrols, with some residents holding portraits of Ayatollah Ali Khomeini in a show of solidarity. CGTN's Daniel Khan has more from the Pakistani capital.
I'm standing here in Islamabad's diplomatic enclave near the Embassy of the United States, where authorities are on alert amid reports of protests across the country following the recent strikes on Iran. In Karachi, demonstrators gathered near the U.S. Consulate General, chanting slogans in support of the Iranian government and condemning Washington's actions. The protests turned violent and demonstrators tried to enter the consulate, and in response, at least 9 protesters were shot and killed.
We were moving back, trying to protect the women, but one of our colleagues was hit and is in critical condition.
Islamabad has also witnessed protests and security has been visibly tightened. Police have increased patrols, checkposts are in place, and access to parts of the diplomatic enclave have been completed. Political and religious groups have called for rallies in different cities, and there are indications that similar protests could unfold tomorrow as well if momentum builds. For now, authorities say they are prepared for any demonstration while urging protesters to remain peaceful. Daniel Khan, CGTN.
Iran has said it rejects the allegation that it is pursuing nuclear weapons. This comes after a reported U.S. strike on Iran's nuclear facilities, which Tehran says are for civilian purposes only. In Vienna, Iran's ambassador to the IAEA has condemned the strike, calling the U.S.
Again, they attacked Iran's peaceful, safeguarded nuclear facilities yesterday. Their justification that Iran wants to develop nuclear weapons is simply a big lie. They martyred our supreme leader, was only Muslim scholar completely prohibiting nuclear weapons. Lies, deception, and misrepresentation has always been a fundamental tool of the U.S. foreign policy.
And we leave it there for now. I'm watching The World Today. I'll be back in a few minutes with China 24. Stay tuned. From Beijing, this is China 24. I'll look at China and its impact China's top political advisory body briefs the media ahead of the country's annual two sessions. China releases its first top-level standards framework regulating humanoid robots. And across the country with colourful folk traditions. The Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference National Committee, which is China's top political advisory body, has held a press conference ahead of its annual session. Liu Jieyi, the spokesperson for the fourth session of the 14th CPPCC National Committee, briefed domestic and foreign affairs. Zheng Yibing has our top story.
Here at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, we're about to see the very first press conference of this year's two sessions political gatherings. It is the first window for the world to hear China's policy tone for 2026, the starting year plan. So that's a draw for both domestic and international journalists alike. Liu Jieyi, spokesperson for the session, outlined how CPPCC members carried out their duties over the past year in support of the country's central task of economic development priorities. He also highlighted key items on the agenda for the annual session.
2026 is the launch year of the 15th five-year plan with a sharp focus on the parties and country's central tasks. The National Committee will engage in in-depth consultation and democratic oversight and key issues for a strong start of the plan. Rally extensive public support, consensus wisdom, and strengthen to advance Chinese modernization.
When asked about the Chinese economy, Liu said it demonstrated strong resilience and vitality, reaching a new high of the 140 trillion yuan, more than $20 trillion. He also highlighted progress in rural revitalization and business innovation. The press conference drew many international journalists keen to learn what lessons China can share, including its experience in poverty alleviation.
It was important for me to ask him about poverty, so that I wanted to know how your country, how China made this miracle.
Trending information on business opportunities with China, like in Hainan, highlight.
And what exactly Hainan ports could help us to improve our relationship and could help the foreigner investment into China.
Liu's remarks underscored China's commitment to high-standard opening up to the world economy. The fourth session of the 14th CPPCC National Committee is set to open Wednesday in Beijing. Around 2,100 members will convene to advise on major national policies and key issues shaping the country's socio-economic development. CGTN, Beijing.
And now joining us from Beijing is our reporter Dai Kai-yi. Kai-yi, what can we expect this year?
Good evening to you, Jiao Yang. China is kicking off one of the annual political calendar, the two sessions, and that includes the NPC, or National People's Congress, China's top legislature, as well as the CPPCC, that's the country's top political advisory body. And just this afternoon, the CPPCC held its press conference asking journalists and international ones, setting the tone before its official opening on Wednesday. And we learned from the spokesperson that the fourth session of the 14th CPPCC opens on Wednesday and it runs all the way till March 11th. There will be an opening ceremony, members, corridors, events. And one of the priorities the spokesperson emphasized for CPPCC is, of course, supporting the draft outline of the 15th five-year plan. That is a five-year development blueprint for the country down The last year or so, the advisory body submitted over 480 proposals relating to the plan as well as other subjects. He also mentioned that CPPCC has long focused on supporting China's opening up deliberation as well as consultation so as to build an even better system to expand higher standard opening up. He also said China remains to be a stabilizing force in an uncertain world, and there are other issues that were touched upon, including contribution to global poverty alleviation, better connectivity in terms of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, as well as people's improving livelihood. Now, what else can we expect from this year's agenda? Well, members will hear and deliberate a work report from the Standing Committee. Proposals have been handled since last annual session. This is kind of like a progress check in terms of what are some of the recommendations were made and how they've translated into policy follow through. And the members will also sit in on the fourth session of the fourth. They're here and discuss the government work report as well. And also on Wednesday, NPC will hold its own press conference at the Great Hall of the People. The spokesperson will take questions from domestic and overseas journalists as well. That's usually where regular level in terms of policy signals. So overall is a tightly structured schedule, but the one that carries clear policy weight. Back to you, Joya.
Thank you so much, Tai Kai in Beijing. The spokesman for the fourth session of the CPP's China had eradicated absolute poverty in 2020 and made the greatest contribution to global poverty reduction. And he was responding to a Ghanaian journalist's question on China's poverty alleviation experience.
In 5 years, in regions that have highways connect every county, paved roads reach every village, and network signals cover every corner. A tremendous transformation has turned these once impoverished areas into a whole new world. China has forestalled any large-scale backsliding progress in all-round rural revitalization. China firmly advocates, promotes, contributes to, and participates in global poverty reduction cause, and fulfills its responsibility in global poverty reduction, and provides help to developing countries to the best of its capability. For example, China has signed Belt and Road Cooperation documents with more than 150 countries and dozens of international organizations. A large number of signature projects have been successfully implemented. A boost and employment. 30 Luban workshops have been set up in countries of Asia, Africa, and Europe. In Africa, where this journalist is from, they are 17. These workshops have trained technical talents needed in local social and economic development. Technology for mushroom farming has been promoted in over 100 countries to help the poor shake off poverty.
Ahead of the two sessions, Zimbabwe's ambassador to China spoke with CGTN in Beijing, and she said China's progress in poverty reduction and modernization countries.
The unleashing of the new productive forces to foster high-quality development is also an opportunity for Zimbabwe to share in China's development achievement through investments, that add value to our minerals, agricultural products, and we also to exchanges through science, innovation, and technology. Once again, to repeat that the synergies of China's expertise and innovation do bring many opportunities to Zimbabwe. And also Zimbabwe, with its natural resource wealth, partner for further development and working together between the two countries. So we will need to build commendable cooperation, especially in infrastructure development. The opportunities, of course, they are limitless for cooperation. green energy, solar, carbon, hydrogen, and gas. China has also a lot to share in building smart cities, rural revitalization, poverty reduction, and to gear our education towards the needs of industry.
Diplomats in Beijing also shared their expectations. The Colombian and Mexican ambassadors have both highlighted the significance of the 15th five-year plan.
I've read the documents of the 5-year plan, and I'm certain that the prosperity it will generate, the ecological territories, and the strengthening of the party's leadership, and the unity that this plan will foster will bring much development and wealth to the country.
Yo llevo 4 años y medio de embajador.
4.5 years, but I've lived in China, Shenzhen, and now Beijing. So I've been observing the 5-year plans for a long time. I know how important they are. It's a very united country. And because it's such a united country, with a leadership that people follow, the direction set by the 5-year plan isn't just information for the people. It's something that people feel and move forward with. So it has a great impact. For me, as an observer and friend of China, it's very important to see the course that is set and followed. Furthermore, the 5-year plan will be announced during the 2 sessions, and I'm very pleased. In my view, it's a central instrument of Chinese democracy. Specifically, we have the CPPCC, the Chinese Party Political Consultative Conference, which is central to both sessions and is the fundamental mechanism that runs throughout China, gathering opinions and assessments, central to Chinese democracy. The plan is of great interest, and I will gladly look forward to attending and reading it as carefully as possible.
Now for some analysis, we're joined by Wang Yaojing, Assistant Professor of Economics at Peking University. Professor Wang, it's good to see you. So 2026, this year, it kicks off the 5 next year plan. So what do you expect from this year's 2 sessions reflecting this?
Well, thank you for having me. Yes, 2026 is the opening year of the 15th five-year plan, meaning this is a crucial window for laying the foundation toward the 2035 goal of reaching the per capita income level of the moderately developed countries. So I will highlight 3 key areas. First is more proactive and effective macro policies. So we might expect fiscal policies to remain supportive with coordinated tools such as targeted lending and fiscal interest subsidies to lower financing costs and stimulate private investment. The monetary policy will likely stay moderately accommodative, with structural tools channeling funds towards consumption, technology, green transition, and social benefits. Boosting domestic demand, especially service consumption, could become a policy priority. And second, I will expect more emphasis on investing in people. This term was first brought up in last year's 2 sessions, and we're witnessing more resources flow to healthcare, education expansion, fertility support, and social safety, both human capital and consumption confidence. And finally, the intelligent economy will be front and center. The deep integration of AI with manufacturing, services, and governance will likely accelerate. And this means artificial intelligence might be the engine of new quality productive forces. So overall, this year's 2 sessions will likely signal a shift towards innovation-led, people-centered, and also stability-centered development.
What topics do you think will attract the most global attention?
That's a great question. And China remains one of the largest contributors to global growth in absolute terms. And even marginal adjustment in its growth target, say a 0.5 percentage point shift, would translate into significant changes in global demand for commodities, capital goods, and energy. China's macroeconomic stance and growth target will naturally attract the most attention from the world. And China's fiscal deficit ratio, credit expansion pace, and monetary stance influence global liquidity conditions and the exchange rate. Second, as geopolitical competition intensifies, China's industrial industrial around AI, semiconductors, advanced manufacturing, and supply chain resilience are signals on how quickly China might close the gaps in computer chips, operating system, or high-end equipment. And these developments would potentially alter competitive dynamics in global supply chain fragmentation. China's opening up policies are read as indicators of strategic intent. Stability in trade policy lowers transaction cost and reduces precautionary inventory and also relocation expenses for firms. And more broadly speaking, in global goods trade, China's stance towards multilateralism and regional trade agreements influences the global rule-based order in general and serves as the confidence anchors for global investors.
Well, thank you so much for putting things in context for us. Appreciate it. Professor of Economics at Peking University. China's birth rate reached a record low last year, and the issue will again be addressed at this year's annual political season. In CGTN's special series, Mission for Millions, our reporter Huang Yichang followed Xie Wenmin, a member of the CPPCC, in the days leading up to her proposal on optimizing policies to create a more birth-friendly environment.
"你要是结婚了，你愿意生几个小孩？"不太愿意。为什么？没有孩子可能也是一个很好的选项。
Some young Chinese are weighing their choices. Meanwhile, the country's birth rate has been falling for years.
Over the past decades, China's rolled out various incentives, such as child care support, as well as extended maternity leave. These supportive policies continue to be refined and expanded.
Amid the efforts, lawyer Xie Wenmin is preparing to present a proposal to the upcoming annual political gatherings.
我作为全国政协的妇联界的委员呢，就是始终是我关注的问题。生育友好型社会，国家呢一直在积极的推动，向前迈了一大步，但是还需要进一步优化生育政策。我们基层政府有什么困难，还有没有优化的地方
The critical first step is listening to various concerns.
我认为教育上的压力是很大的，所以我后面对工作是有慢慢放一点的。
不是有个托儿机构嘛，我们是免费的提供场地，但它也面临到经营成本的。
Xie learned that communities face the dilemma of sustaining affordable childcare services. Private enterprises are weighing responsibility. Two-child mothers struggle to balance career and family. Some observations resonate deeply with Xie.
很多就是应该归老师来管的一些那种义务，就转嫁给家长。那么也就是认为我们教育必须要改革。
没有生育意愿呢，就是大城市的高知希望有更多的一些支持。
Yet alongside the concerns come suggestions from various directions.
买房子给你能够打个5折。
比如生儿比较多的这种情况下，你可以在个税上面可以稍微略减一点。
产假这一块是创假，那爸爸也可以参与到育儿的过程中来。
管理层的职位考虑上，给予一定的制度的保障。我今年一定把它写上去。
调研的过程当中，我们就说是认为存在了一个居多的问题和挑战，生育养育过重。
After weeks of research, consultation, and professional evaluation, her proposal takes shape.
在今年的提案当中，我着重强调了教育、养育在全生命周期当中的支持政策，把住房也作为一个重要的元素。
Xie says he hopes that bit by bit, these small measures will live up to the expectations she has gathered across the society.
慢慢来，这些后顾之忧打消了，愿意生的孩子，人才是带来最大的财富，共同打造更艺术的人才。
黄云畅 CGTN 武汉湖北 Province.
Do stay with us on China 24, still to come. The Foreign Ministry reports over 3,000 Chinese nationals And across the country, celebrations for the Lantern Festival with lots of colourful folk traditions.
Its 15th five-year plan affect the lives of 1.4 billion people. And what does China's policy making mean for the world? People's democracy in action. This March, China's most important annual political event, the Two Sessions. With comprehensive coverage of crucial decisions on high-standard opening up, new quality productive forces, China's green transition and enhancing people's well-being, and its impacts in a time of global turmoil and uncertainty. A special coverage of the Two Sessions, only on CGTN.
Welcome back. Beijing says there have been no new reports amid the current security tensions in Iran. At a regular press briefing, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson addressed the situation following strikes by the US and Israel on Iran. Spokesperson Mao Ning said as of yesterday, more than 3,000 Chinese citizens had been safely evacuated from Iran. She also said consulates in neighboring countries have dispatched working teams to border crossings to receive evacuees and will continue providing necessary assistance to those leaving the country. Our reporter Chen Lanyu spoke with Pan Kai, the chairman of the Iran Federation of the Overseas Chinese who helped the Chinese embassy coordinate the evacuations. And he explained the situation with Chinese nationals who have not yet been evacuated.
For the Chinese nationals who are remaining in Iran, how are they coping with the situation? Are they still able to access basic necessities?
Chinese nationals who have not yet been evacuated tend to fall into two distinct categories. One group consists of those with Chinese Iranian families. They may choose to move to more remote or rural areas to get away from conflict zones. Of people working for enterprises located very far from urban centres. These companies assess the situation themselves and may decide whether evacuation is necessary. In terms of accessing supplies, there are currently no issues in Iran. The Chinese embassy has maintained continuous contact with evacuation before after the conflict broke out. Communication has been very close. The embassy has taken a number of measures in response. For example, to address safety concerns when it comes to local enterprises that are unwilling to evacuate. The embassy communicates directly with the relevant Iranian authorities, requiring strengthen security around those enterprises to ensure the safety of Chinese citizens.
China has released the 2026 version of its humanoid robot and this is the country's first top-level standards framework covering the entire industrial chain and life cycle of humanoid robots, signaling a new stage of regulated and standardized development. The system spans 6 key areas, such as foundational standards, brain-inspired intelligence and computing components, complete systems, applications, and safety and ethics. From a robot's brain to its body, the framework sets clear technical guidelines aiming to support large-scale production of core components and deeper integration of hardware and software. Officials say unified standards will reduce inequality and accelerate commercialization. Well, in the skies above Chongqing, thousands of drones light up the night in dazzling displays. And behind this is a new generation of artists and engineers who are redefining entertainment and showcasing China's growing technology.
China is home to some of the world's best commercial drones, and cities across the country are experimenting with them in creative ways. Take Chongqing, a metropolis with a futuristic skyline, perfect for high-tech showcases like this.
If you're in Chongqing,
drone show.
The city's drone shows have become increasingly ambitious. Last year, Chongqing even set a Guinness World Record, flying some 12,000 drones in perfect unison. In this story, we talked to one of the creators to see how these technological and artistic spectacles.
My name is Li Junlin. I work as a director of drone light shows.
In 2025, China's Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security introduced a list of new occupations, including drone show flight planner. Li joined the industry last year, but what does it take to qualify for this entirely new role?
I used to be a reporter and producer for a TV program in Chongqing.
Her experience with visual storytelling on TV came in handy. Imagine every drone in the sky as a pixel on a screen.
When we filmed programs, we used wide, medium, and close-up shots. Those techniques can also be applied to drone storytelling. For example, in a sequence of 10 visuals, each can build on the emotion of the previous one. So, in many ways, the thinking applies.
Her next show celebrates the Chinese New Year.
Today's script runs about 20 minutes. We have a tradition of welcoming the god of wealth. He first strokes his beard, then opens his palm. If you look, and sleeves ripple in the wind, and his sunglasses keep glowing. We have to clearly describe all of this in the script so the team understands the character's movement and presence.
And the person responsible for turning Li's ideas into reality is the detective.
We call it AP or autopilot. The program collects data from each drone and sends the information to the computer. The computer determines whether the drone is ready for takeoff. We then upload the program from the computer to the drones. Once they reach their designated point, they'll go and at what altitude.
These drones are designed for high-precision maneuvers, and they've gone through several upgrades.
I entered the industry around July or August last year, and the upgrades have been happening fast. Each battery and charge them one by one. Now it's like a hive system. One power unit can charge 6 drones at the same time.
While Li's team is proud of its work, the show is constantly being refined.
If we upgrade it later, maybe we can remove the person during the molten iron fireworks scene and focus purely on the sparks themselves.
Not bad. Your artistic touch?
Li is satisfied with her God of Wealth display, which is followed by a red envelope, symbolizing a monetary gift.
This part is actually an ad, product placement for a securities company.
Like other media, drone shows used ads as a business model. This helps the emerging industry grow and supports new professionals like Li.
Never expected a career like this would even exist.
From the streets of Chongqing to cities across the country, technology is not just reshaping the skyline. They reflect a growing economy driven by innovation, creativity, and skilled professionals. In China.
China is embarking on a new era of development with groundwork underway for the next 5-year plan starting this year. And from cutting-edge science to rural revitalization, the country's long-term strategies are transforming people's daily lives. In this episode of our Chart series, province, which is a manufacturing powerhouse in southern China, and that's now dominating the drone industry. Xu Hua reports.
As the hum of drones fills the sky, there's a sense this technology has reached the new heights. And in China, the low-altitude industry is pushing the limits Every day from 10:30 a.m. in Shenzhen, drones take to the skies from Qianhai to deliver parcels to neighboring cities Zhongshan and Zhuhai.
飞去珠海大概需要多久？
我们这边的话，这个飞机去珠海的话，大概是30分钟左右就到珠海了。
What used to be an hour flight overhead.
With hundreds of drones crisscrossing the skies, one question stands out: how is all of this managed?
The answer lies in this nerve center, where a real-time control screen tracks every drone's flight path and cargo.
We have 8 drones actively operating in Shenzhen alone, managing 383 established routes, with daily flight sorties surpassing 1,000.
In other cities across the country like Beijing, Shanghai, and northwest China's Urumqi, companies are using drones to deliver fresh food, medicine, and packages, or in minutes. And flying taxis are being developed to create a new layer of urban transport.
Behind me in this factory, drones are being built not for delivery, but for firefighting, maritime rescue, and reaching places humans can't. This is the other crucial side of the low-altitude economy.
This particular production line is dedicated to drones for agriculture and plant protection. As General Manager Li Xiaoliang explains, a drone like this is 40 to 50 times more efficient than manual labor. But what makes it so?
3 key elements: a reliable flight controller for steady operation in all conditions, a precise positioning system, like China's Beidou system, and artificial intelligence-enabled obstacle avoidance and path planning. Together, these ensure safety.
This reliability is what's attracting customers worldwide to this technology.
Our main markets are Southeast Asia and the Middle East. Last year, we exported over 1,000 agricultural drones.
This is not just one company's story. East province, built on a cluster of 15,000 specialized firms, driving Chinese drones to take over 70% of the global market.
大湾区吧，应该是全球低空基地的一个重镇，对吧？
The Greater Bay Area is a global hub for the low-altitude economy. It's not just a factory, it's a living lab for innovation, transforming how we handle logistics, delivery and connectivity from cities to across borders. This model is now a template for the world.
Data from China's Civil Aviation Administration project economy will reach a market size of 3.5 trillion yuan, or over $500 billion by 2035. It's one of the strategic emerging industries outlined for growth in China's upcoming 15th five-year plan. And with drones increasingly becoming part of the future is no longer a distant vision. It's already here. Xu Hua, CGTN, Shenzhen.
Now, today marks Lantern Festival, which is celebrated on the 15th day of the first lunar month, and it marks the grand finale of the Chinese celebration. Communities are celebrating with very colourful folk traditions. Let's take a look at some of them. In central China's Hubei province, a lively temple fair features handmade crafts, local delicacies, and lantern riddle games for families and children. In the country's northern Shanxi province, on the streets, and at night a spectacular molten iron fireworks show sends showers of sparks into the sky. In Guizhou province in southwest China, more than 30 parade teams in traditional ethnic dress sing and dance through the streets, whilst in northwestern Qinghai province they stage festive performances called Shihuo, with stilt walkers, drummers and dragon dancers braving the winter chill. Well, as families come together across China to mark the Lantern Festival, the celebrations are also lighting up screens nationwide. China Media Group's Gala is currently airing, bringing this year's Spring Festival celebrations to a festive close. The show centers on themes of joy, harmony and reunion under the full moon. 4 sub-venues in Harbin in the northeast, Yiwu and Hefei in the east, and Yibin in the south West, like local culture, cuisine, and folk traditions. With performances ranging from song and dance to opera, comedy, crosstalk, and magic, the program delivers a lively celebration for audiences in China and around the world. In eastern China's Lishui city, a parade of dragons celebrate the Lantern Festival. Our reporter Bin takes us there.
Well, happy Lantern Festival. I'm now in Lishui City in East China's Zhejiang province, and you probably heard the thunderous drums around me. This is a huge parade of dragon dances that is going on in the city and will last to celebrate the Lantern Festival, the 15th day of the Chinese New Year, and often recognized as the last day of the Chinese New Year celebrations. And tonight, over 10 dragons will be performed, each with unique features, like this one that is performing right now. It's a wooden plank dragons that is going on this year, and this dragon has 450 meters long, 178 joints, and to make this huge dragon move, it takes about 350 people to perform at the same time. So you can imagine all the hard spectacular scene, and a total of 2,000 performers, they are here for the night, and the oldest one is about 77 years old and the youngest one is just about 5 years old. So I think tonight is not just about celebration but also passing down an inheritance of this ancient cultural. CGTN, Lishui, Zhejiang province.
Now we're bringing you some breaking news. According to a social media account that's affiliated with Iran's Tasnim news agency, Iran's newly appointed defense minister, Brigadier General Saeed Majid ibn Reza, has been assassinated. Now this has not been officially confirmed yet, and we have yet to verify this information. We will make sure to keep you updated on any information that we receive. In the meantime, continuing with our coverage, now China is marking the world for recoveries in endangered species populations. And China's national park system has become a pillar of its ecological strategy. Our reporter Tao Yuan heads to Hainan to explore.
"42. That number may not sound particularly disturbing unless we're talking about an entire species. And that's how many animals on this planet. All of them live here in a small patch of forest called Ba Wangling in China's Hainan Tropical Rainforest National Park. Huang Lubiao and Liu Huiqin are among the forest rangers who monitor these primates. With powerful swings, a gibbon can travel nearly a kilometer through the treetops in just a minute. So rangers rely almost entirely on their sound. Their calls echo to run. 42 individuals may not sound like a lot for an entire species, but the story of the Hainan gibbon is actually a constant recovery of a population that once fell to single digits. They once populated much of Hainan Island, but decades of logging and hunting nearly wiped them out. By the late 1970s, only an estimated 7 to 9 individuals remained. As the scale of the loss became clear, China began to change course. National policies now put ecological protection ahead of short-term economic gain. In 2021, the country is of national parks, including Hainan Tropical Rainforest National Park. The goal is to create large, connected conservation zones, not the small, fragmented ones of the past.
我们就种树就恢复起来，就把那个林子连成片，它那个长辫
Conservation today extends beyond boots on the ground. At Sun Yat-sen University in southern China, scientists are using gibbon sound as a powerful monitoring tool. Each gibbon has essentially a vocal fingerprint. By analyzing more than 1,800 hours of recordings, researchers developed the world's first full acoustic AI monitoring system to identify individual gibbons and track their movements over the long term.
来判断这里是不是形成新的家庭群了，然后是不是这个雄的换了，然后帮助更好的监测这个物种。
The recovery of the Hainan gibbon is not guaranteed, but this forest and the people protecting it are giving a chance.
能看到长背羊种群越来越大，这就是意义嘛。
China's national park law went into effect at the start of this year, marking a shift to a unified law-based management system. And the measures of the policies are here, in protecting real families trying to survive. And against all odds, they do. Taoyuan, CGTN, Hainan.
And with that, we come to the end of this edition of China 24. As always, reach us at china24@cgtn.com. Well, we leave you now with the majestic natural beauty of northwestern China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. I'm Jia Yang in Beijing from the team. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the view and stay tuned for Global Business with Michael Wan.
Hello and welcome to China's weather. A round of light snow is expected in parts of North China over the next 2 days due to an east-moving low trough. Meanwhile, light rains were likely in places like southern Jiangsu, Shanghai, down to Zhejiang. Moving to southwestern China, rainfall may first develop in eastern Sichuan on Wednesday. In places like Sichuan, Chongqing, and Guizhou in the foreseeable future. Please keep the umbrella handy. Temperature-wise, the datum highs will drop by 4 to 8 degrees from northeast China all the way to North China on Wednesday. As we start Thursday, the maximum temperatures in and in northern Hebei will see a decline of 4 to 8 degrees. Also, the temperatures will slide down in parts of southwestern China due to the persistent rainfall. That is to say, the maximum temperatures will be just around 5 across North China over the next couple of days, well below the average level. The moderate feelings will be mostly confined to places like southern portions of Fujian, Jiangxi, and Hunan, majority of Guangdong, Guangxi, Hainan, all the way to Yunnan. Speaking of city forecast, the light snow is very likely in Tianjin and Beijing on Thursday, with datum highs of 3 degrees.
Coming up here on Global Business, political season. Chinese national political advisor lawmakers as they put forth proposals on a wide range of issues. Escalating tensions, China calls on all parties to ensure the safety of the Strait of Hormuz amid rising regional tensions. And global choke point Strait of Hormuz amid this Middle East conflict is sending global energy prices higher. And welcome everyone to Global Business here on CGTN. I'm Michael Wong here in Beijing. Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference National Committee, that's China's top political advisory body, has held a press conference ahead of its annual session. Liu Jieyi, the spokesperson for the fourth session of the 14th CPPCC National Committee, briefed domestic and foreign media and answered questions. Our Zheng Yibing.
Here at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, we're about to see the very first press conference of this year's two sessions political gatherings. It is the first window for the world to hear China's policy tone for 2026, the starting year of China's 15th five-year plan, both domestic and international journalists alike. Liu Jieyi, spokesperson for the session, outlined how CPPCC members carried out their duties over the past year in support of the country's central task of economic development and broader national key items on the agenda for the annual session.
2026 is the launch year of the 15th five-year plan with a sharp focus on the party's and country's central tasks. The National Committee will engage in in-depth consultation and for a strong start of the plan, rally extensive public support, consensus wisdom, and strengthen to advance Chinese modernization.
When asked about the Chinese economy, Liu said it demonstrated strong resilience and vitality, with total output less than 140 trillion yuan, more than 20 trillion US dollars. He also highlighted progress in rural revitalization and business innovation. The press conference drew many international journalists keen to learn what lessons China can share with other countries, including its population.
It was important for me to ask him about poverty, so that I wanted to know how your country, how China made this miracle.
Trending information on business opportunities with China, like in the Hainan Free Trade Port, was
exactly Hainan ports could help us to improve our relationship and could help the foreigner investment into China.
Liu's remarks underscored China's commitment to high standard opening up and to supporting an open world. Session of the 14th CPPCC National Committee is set to open Wednesday in Beijing. Around 2,100 members will convene to advise on major national policies and key issues shaping the country's socio-economic development. Zheng Yibing, CGTN.
And diplomats from Kuwait, Egypt, and Russia are closely watching the national strategies and accomplishments emerging from China's two sessions. This is also a focus shared by business leaders and researchers from Germany and Malaysia.
Kuwait plays strategic signals released during this key event shape China's policy direction in areas like economic development, structural reform, opening up, and the modernisation of its economic governance system. We are particularly focused on policies related to high-quality development, enhancing innovation and advanced technology, and the transition to clean energy. We're also closely watching policy guidance on improving the investment climate, protecting investors' rights, and expanding openness to global markets. These measures, which facilitate trade and capital flows, help boost international confidence in the Chinese economy. Against this backdrop, we believe these policies on the economic partnership between China and Kuwait, as well as on China-Arab cooperation as a whole.
We continue to follow closely the progress, development and modernisation achievements China has made across various fields. China's five-year plan opening up and international cooperation have enabled us to benefit and have also helped to further strengthen cooperation among Global South countries. We look forward to drawing on China's experience to build a future of shared prosperity for Egypt, China, and the Global South as a whole.
Китайские экономисты
no longer just chasing numeric growth, but is now pursuing high-quality development driven by innovation. China is taking the lead in a range of cutting-edge technological fields. The blueprint laid out by China will surely be realized. I am deeply convinced of that.
We see China in a globally leading intelligence and humanoid robotics. Every time I travel to China on business, I can see how remarkable the outcomes of China's development are. The solutions have become so much smarter, and the momentum behind China's high-quality development is incredibly strong.
Given China rose as a key player in global governance, the decision and policy signals coming out of the two sections have implications not only for China, 1.4 billion people, but also for global market, supply chain, and international cooperation.
And China's demographic challenges will take as well, with the birth rate high on the agenda. In CGTN's special series Mission for Millions, our reporter Huang Yichang followed Xie Wenmin, a member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, in the days leading up to her proposal submission. Her focus is on optimizing a friendly environment.
Some young Chinese are weighing their choices. Meanwhile, the country's birth rate has been falling for years.
Over the past decades, China's rolled out various incentives such as cash rewards, stronger childcare support, as well as extended maternity leave. These supportive policies continue to be refined and expanded.
Amid the efforts, lawyer Xie Wenmin is preparing to present a proposal to the upcoming annual political gatherings.
我作为全国政协的妇联界的委员，这个问题呢，就是始终是我关注的问题。生育友好型社会，国家呢一直在进一大步，但是还需要进一步优化生育政策。我们基层政府有什么困难，还有没有优化的地方
？The critical first step is listening to various concerns.
也有很多新生向组织反映。
我认为教育上的压力是很大的，所以我后面对工作是有慢慢放一点。
退休机构嘛，我们是免费的提供场地，但它也面临到经营成本的。
Xie learned that communities face the dilemma of sustaining affordable childcare services. Private enterprises are weighing responsibility against financial pressure. Two-child mothers struggle to balance career and family. Some obstacles.
很多就是应该归老师来管的一些那种义务，就转嫁给家长。那么也就是认为我们教育必须要改革。没有生育意愿的，就是大城市的高知，但是有的生了二宝，是希望有更多的一些支持。
Concerns come suggestions from various directions.
买房子给你能够打个5折。
比如生儿比较多的这种情况下，你可以在个税上面可以稍微略减一点。
产假这一块就是男女可以平等，大家休一样的假，那爸爸也可以参与到育儿的过程中来。
管理层的工作的保障，我今年一定把它写上去。调研的过程当中，我们就说是认为存在了一个居多的问题和挑战：生育养育成本负担过重。
After weeks of research, consultation, and professional evaluation,
在今年的提案当中，我着重强调了教育、养育在全生命周期当中的支持政策，把住房也作为一个重要的元素要考虑进去。
Xie says he hopes that bit by bit, these small measures will be gathered across the society.
慢慢来，这些后顾之忧打消了，愿意生的孩子，人才是带来最大的财富，共同打造。
艺术的人才一定是优秀的、高质量的。
黄云畅 CGTN 武汉湖北 Province。
First-tier cities, the 15-minute community life circle now features in many cities proposals for the next national plan, aiming to improve daily life for the elderly and young people. Our reporter He Jingyi takes you on a 15-minute walk over in Shanghai to see what life is like inside a circle.
Late February in Shanghai, winter still lingered on the branches. The canal under the bridge hadn't frozen, and the water flowed slowly. It was here that I met Mr. Guan, the 76-year-old Shanghai worker novelist. He shared stories from his book about Shanghai's workers' new villages. In 1951, the city built Zhaoyang New Village. It's China's first workers' village, created to provide homes for modern everyone.
I was 5 in 1954 when my dad spent the whole day pulling a labour cart. My grandma and mom were on it, and my little brother was in mom's arms. We were moving into the new workers' village. Back then, the slogan went, "If one person, the whole factory is honoured."
70 years later, Mr. Guan says his happiness here now lies within a 15-minute community life circle. Across its 2.14 square kilometers, Zhaoyang New Village has over 50 service points, parks for after-dinner walks, affordable community for medical care, and more. Any of these can be reached within a 15-minute walk.
Just open the Chaoyang New Village app and you'll see where all the service centres are and what's going on. Let's go check it out together.
After a 5-minute walk from the bridge, we went to a handy neighborhood spot for small repairs and everyday fixes.
My husband and I have been running this watch shop here for 27 years. The market keeps these small repair services with low rents, so residents can take care of all their little needs.
With 40% of residents over 60, Chaoyang New Village prioritizes elderly-friendly services. The community canteen is a particular favorite among seniors. Thanks to government subsidies, seniors get 2 meals for just $2. Mr. Guan says this isn't just a dining spot for seniors, it's their social living room. As they eat, he invites everyone to join his afternoon talk.
The talk is on the past and future of the workers' new village. Over here, a 5-minute walk.
Everyone arrived as promised to discuss the community's future development.
I hope the renovation of the entire street will bring it to life and boost the commercial atmosphere of Chaoyang New Village.
Some of the residents' suggestions even come from the kids. Take a little girl, and she says she hopes to have more fun and exciting activities. Everyone takes part, learning about its past while shaping its future.
I think kids can have a really good time here.
When you get older, it's about convenience. Easy groceries, easy healthcare. Nothing more.
But in a densely built urban area, where do you find space for both young and old? The answer lies in the city's golden corners and silver edges, those overlooked, underused spaces.
The site was originally a railway line. After it was abandoned. During the urban planning process, we decided to transform it into a park. Given that the space is 800 meters long and no more than 20 meters wide, we designed it as a 3-level vertical park to maximize space and encourage interaction.
With the joint efforts, Chaoyang is out of every square meter. Since this morning, I followed Mr. Guan to 5 different places, and the longest walk took less than 10 minutes. Even with limited mobility, Mr. Guan can reach whatever he wants within 15 minutes. In Shanghai, this city is known for its speed, but in this small circle of life. He Jingyi, CGTN, Shanghai.
And still to come here on Global Business. Global choke point, maritime traffic crawls through the Strait of Hormuz amid Middle East conflict, sending global energy prices higher.
how will China's 15th five-year plan affect the lives of 1.4 billion people? And what does China's policy making mean for the world? People's democracy, China's most important annual political event, the Two Sessions. We'll bring you comprehensive coverage of crucial decisions on high-standard opening up, new quality productive forces, China's green transition and enhancing and its impacts in a time of global turmoil and uncertainty. Join us for our special coverage of the Two Sessions, only on CGTN.
Well, China has called on all parties to ensure the safety of the Strait of Hormuz amid escalating regional tensions. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning stated on Tuesday that energy security is crucial to the global economy. She urged all sides to immediately cease military actions, avoid further escalation, and prevent greater disruption to the world economy. Now, Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is closed while the U.S. Central Command says it remains open. Now, tracking data shows the strategic waterway has slowed dramatically since the U.S.-Israel attack on Iran over the weekend. The strait is a narrow but, of course, vital choke point through which about 20% of the world's oil passes, including shipments from major producers like Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, and the United Arab Emirates. Iran officials said the strait was closed and threatened to set fire to any ship trying to pass through. However, Fox News reports that the U.S. Central Command says the strait is still open. Well, oil markets are indeed bracing for a shock as joint U.S.-Israeli strikes against Iran. My colleague Lincoln Humphreys speaks with experts to analyze the conflict's impact on oil supplies, the potential fallout from a Strait of Hormuz closure, and the broader implications for energy prices, global supply chains, and the world economy.
Which sectors do you think will be the most vulnerable to a sustained rise?
So that's airlines, of course, tourism, transportation, consumer goods. But if you look at the broader economy, then there are some other ones as well. So the auto market, auto shares, because of the higher price of oil, that translates into higher costs of running. I'd also say shipping-related logistics like construction. So if shipping becomes more expensive, then shipping construction materials, that starts to have a feed-through effect onto construction. And then, of course, general logistics, as you somewhat alluded to. And there could be some impact for finance. So while an oil trader might do quite well, higher oil prices are certainly more taxing on the global economy, and that could weigh on financial markets and then the financial industry as well. So, we still haven't progressed to a world in which we're very low dependent on energy. We still remain incredibly, and a lot of the other markets are very correlated to oil prices. And because of that, that means that no sector escapes.
But on the oil market specifically, if I can bring in Mr. Liu Xu to this one, how will the situation currently in Iran and broadly across the Middle East affect the global oil market?
Well, I think that there's a really a great impact on the global energy prices. Well, first of all, I think it's on the oil prices. And although, a lot of people in the market already presume that in the future, and because of the oil price will go up. And in fact, we'll already find these tendencies. And I think if the attack and also this kind of military operations continue for several weeks, there will be catastrophic for the oil price market. And beyond that, there may be also those influence will be transferred for different kind of other commodities, including LNGs, including some very important precious metals, and also agricultural goods.
The significance of the Strait of Hormuz as a choke point there in shipping for oil to many parts of the globe. What are the global consequences of its closure?
Or I think all of the above-mentioned industries, many others are being affected and will be affected because oil is still the main source of petrochemical industries in modern time, and that's why the consequences are far and large, and that can hardly be quantified in the short term. Many international airports in the region have been shut down due to safety reasons. Traveling. I was actually traveling back from London to Shanghai 2 days ago, and we have to take a different route, actually. So the consequences are, felt seriously for on uninterrupted supply of oil. The panic and fear is real. So the price of many consumer goods might go up as well as a result of fear, out of uncertainty.
Well, global financial markets are reacting in the Middle East, with disruption in the Strait of Hormuz fueling volatility across asset classes. Major U.S. stocks futures plunged on Tuesday following a mixed close on Wall Street in the previous session. European stocks are also seeing losses, with major indices trading in the red across the board. Early as well, Japan's Nikkei and the Republic of Korea's Kospi both posted sharp losses. Gold briefly dropped to $5,109 per ounce. That would mark its lowest level in more than a month. Meanwhile, oil prices continue to surge as of 12 GMT. Brent crude a barrel, with WTI climbing past $77. Tensions in the Middle East are sparking energy security fears here in Asia. Major oil importers such as the Republic of Korea and Japan are heavily reliant on the Strait of Hormuz. Officials in both supply risks and preparing contingency plans. Our Shane Hum has more from Seoul.
Officials in the Republic of Korea are watching the crisis in the Middle East unfold very closely because the country's energy lifeline essentially runs through the Strait of Hormuz. More than 70% of oil imports come from the Middle East, and nearly all pass through this narrow waterway. That makes the country especially vulnerable to any prolonged disruption. Industries like petrochemicals, aviation, and shipping could feel the impact first because rising oil prices and transport costs quickly translate into higher Officials say there is no immediate supply risk because current reserve levels can cover demand for several months, providing a buffer against short-term shocks. However, analysts say any prolonged instability and higher costs could add inflationary pressure at a time when the economy is already facing. It also affect shipping schedules and supply chains for key industries like semiconductors and manufacturing, which rely heavily on stable energy supplies. Meanwhile, in Japan, the impact is already being felt. Major shipping companies have suspended operations in the region, citing security risks. Japan does 90% of its crude oil imports. Authorities there say they're working to secure alternative shipping routes and to diversify supply sources. But some experts say options are limited in the short term. For both the ROK and Japan, strategic reserves and emergency measures provide a cushion for disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Analysts say an energy crisis could quickly develop in this part of the world. Shane Hom, CGTN, Seoul.
And like we were mentioning, global air travel is being severely impacted by the conflict in the Middle East. Thousands of flights have now been passengers stranded. The UAE is now launching special flights to help repatriate those affected, while major European airports face mass cancellations. A small number of airlines, though, are beginning to slowly restore limited routes. Our Ray Addison has more from London.
We know that 4,000 cancelled flights since the conflict began. We are starting to see some good news. The UAE Civil Aviation Authority say that special flights to begin operating across the UAE airports to allow departure of stranded passengers. So Emirates, Etihad and Fly Dubai, they'll be operating a small number of flight, operating 4 flights to Russian destinations, and also services from 3 airports in Pakistan and 1 from Somaliland will be returning to Dubai. Now, of course, here at London Heathrow, we know that there's been at least 28 cancelled flights today alone, but of course it's not just Heathrow, it's Stansted, it's smaller airports here in the UK like Birmingham as well. They've all been impacted too. If we look a little bit wider across Europe, we've heard a little bit of good news, rather bad news from the German Airport Association. They've said that their 8 largest airports in Germany have cancelled more than 450 March the 5th. So that is certainly not good news there across Europe. We've also seen cancellations from Aegean in Greece, Air France, KLM. I could go on. And as we look at the rest of the world as well, we're seeing that airlines such as Virgin Australia, Air India, Cathay Pacific, Japan impacted, although we have heard from Air India Express they plan to resume operations to and from Muscat in Oman. The beginnings of some airlines starting to schedule the flights, mainly focused on getting stranded passengers back home, and hopefully that would be good news for travellers.
Well, today marks the Lantern Festival, celebrated on the 15th day of the first lunar month, marking the grand finale of the Chinese New Year. In East China, dragon dances was held to celebrate the festival. Our reporter Wu Bin was on site.
Well, happy Lantern Festival. I'm now in Lishui City in East China's Zhejiang province, and you probably heard the thunderous drums around me. This is a huge parade of dragon dances that is going on in 4 hours tonight. They are here to celebrate the Lantern Festival, the 15th day of the Chinese New Year, and often recognized as the last day of the Chinese New Year celebrations. And tonight, over 10 dragons will be performed, each with unique features, like this one, the largest and the longest wooden plank dragons that is going on this year. And this dragon has 450 meters long, 178 joints. And to make this huge dragon move, it takes about 350 people to perform at the same time. So behind this spectacular scene. And a total of 2,000 performers, they are here for the night. And the oldest one is about 77 years old, and the youngest one is just about 5 years old. So I think tonight is not just about celebration, but also passing down an inheritance of traditions. We'll be CGTN, Lishui, Zhejiang province.
And on that festive note, we're going to wrap up this edition of Global Business here on CGTN. You can always follow us on social media platforms, including on Facebook, X, and YouTube. The show is also available on major podcast platforms. Simply search for Global Business Podcast app. I'm Michael Wong here in Beijing. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again next time.
From CGTN headquarters in Beijing, this is The Hub with Wang Guan.
Welcome to the Hub on CGTN. I'm Wang Guan in Beijing. Tensions between the United States, Israel, and Iran and others are sharply escalating on day 4 of the conflict. On March the 3rd, the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia has reportedly been hit by 2 suspected Iranian drones. Before that, President Donald Trump said U.S. military operations are ahead of schedule and could last a month or longer. He told the New York Post that he's not ruling out deploying ground troops if necessary. Meanwhile, Iran has launched retaliatory strikes across the region, while warnings about disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz has raised security. With the United States and Israel actions triggering strong Iranian responses and Tehran rejecting negotiations with Washington, where is this conflict headed? Could the balance of power in the Middle East be reshaped? To explore these questions more, we're joined in Beijing by Israel Studies at Northwest University, in Chiang Mai, Thailand, by James Dorsey, Adjunct Senior Fellow at Singapore's Rajaratnam School of International Studies, in Oklahoma City, USA, by Joshua Landis, Director of the Center for Middle East Studies at the University of Oklahoma. In our Beijing studio, we have John Gong, Professor of Economics at the University of International Business and Economics in Beijing. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us at this hour. So, James, we've seen the number of casualties and both lost and injured rising to about 6 U.S. facilities attacked by Iran, including the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia. U.S. and its GCC allies been retaliated at this point. Where do you see the conflict heading?
This is going to continue. Essentially, for the Iranian leadership, victory in this war is survival. With other words, if the regime survives, irrespective of who the supreme military commanders are, if the regime survives, that is a victory. I think you need to keep in mind that Iran has been here before. If you go back to 1979, in the first year of the revolution, you had, whether it was 2 ministers or 3 prime ministers and 2 presidents who were assassinated, you had a bomb blast that took out 72 members of parliament, including some of Iran's foremost clergy at the time, including, for example, Ayatollah Beheshti. With 47, the republic is still there. If you go back to last June, the Israelis took out the senior military and Islamic Guard leadership. They were replaced. The Israelis took out the replacement. That did not fundamentally stymie the military.
I mean, apparently, Washington, to be specific, Donald Trump, are seriously underestimating the resilience of Iran's institutions, which have been deeply entrenched, surviving its supreme leader, apparently, up to this point. Director, how is Iran's military and political institutions, and what is the likely trajectory of Iran's retaliatory attacks?
Wang Guan, I think you are right, because as you mentioned, Iran's government is very resilient, although the supreme leader by Israel and United States combined attacks. But we could witness very clearly, on the one hand, that Iran's government continues with a very solid and very, very important transitional committee was organized. Because according to the constitution of Islamic Iran, according to this constitution, that once the supreme leader cannot work or cannot was absent or be assassinated, then the kind of the transformation committee will be organized, and the transformation committee will include 3 members. And a very high level of the Islamic scholar from the Constitution Governance Committee, and also the leader of the Justice Department. So that's why the 3 members will organize this kind of transitional committee and work the of the supreme leader that is ongoing. And also, on the other hand, according to Iranians' own reports, that they are on the process of convening the so-called expert meeting, because according to the constitution, then the expert meeting will be convened, and more than 80 or maybe more experts, Islamic experts, will still on the process. So that's why I think actually what we are witnessing is very fluent and very successful power transition, although that the supreme leader Khamenei was absent. And also on the other hand, we cannot forget that people inside Iran, majority of them still support. The government are strongly opposing the attack, the unilateral attack on so-called undeclared war from the United States and Israel against Iran. So that's why I think, as you mentioned, you are right, the Iranian government is very resilient, and as just James mentioned, that the war will continue.
I mean, apparently Iran is not capitulating to Donald Trump despite Washington's decapitation operations 4 days ago. Now, Joshua, what is the U.S. objectives, in your opinion, at this point? If decapitation was the objective 4 days ago, the past 4 days, isn't it? This is the partial blockade of Strait of Hormuz, the skyrocketing of energy prices, so on and so forth. I mean, what could be the ultimate objectives from the U.S. side at this point?
There's confusion in Washington over this. The President Trump, has said that he wants regime change. Hegseth, the Secretary of War, has said that we don't want regime change, but that our objectives are to degrade Iran's missile capabilities as well as its nuclear enrichment capabilities. But then Rubio, Secretary of State, today also said that the reason we went to war was because Israel was going to go to war, and the Defense Department said that Iran was going to attack American bases if Israel bombed it, and that would have killed more Americans than if America jumped in and preempted by surprise attack, which is what it's done. So we have three different versions of what America is doing. One version suggests that Israel is really leading the way and is directing this fight. Another says that we want regime change, and that could take a long time because, as your other commentators have said, the Iranian regime seems to be much more resilient than those of the Arab regimes. Gaddafi, Assad, or Saddam Hussein, all of whom's regimes fell apart very quickly once they left the country or were killed.
Yeah, I mean, Professor Zhang Gang, let's talk about this. Obviously, Donald Trump and Secretary of War has said they don't want a regime change, although they did kill the supreme leader of Iran along with the senior military and Revolutionary Guard officials. So what do you think is the objective of the U.S. at this point?
Well, I don't see a conflict of statement. He's been some made different times. I think initially President Trump does have this in mind for regime change, although the idea of a regime change just by bombing people, bombing the government, and somehow the people on the streets going to rise up and topple the government. It's an extremely far-fetched idea. I've never seen this. Now, given the events in the last 3 days, they're seeing that this is not happening, so they're backpedaling. And yesterday, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said that, well, it's not about regime change. It's about degrading and rolling back its capabilities. Right? In a series of events, they're not in conflict. And what Marco Rubio said yesterday, this idea about, it's a preemptive thing that they're going to attack us anyway if we don't participate. It's a clever invention, but it doesn't hold water at all. I mean, it's not like the conflicts between Israel happened before. It happened numerous times in the past. But, what time when that happened, actually Iran came back and hit the United States, right? I mean, in a serious way. It doesn't happen before. So I think this theory that somehow, we have to participate because they're going to attack us anyway. I just don't buy into this theory at all. I also want to add a point about the previous issue you just raised, about the resilience of the Iranian government and political institutions. I think it's actually more than that. I think this resilience also manifests its society in its history. This is a civilizational state.
Persian Empire.
But exactly, it has a history of thousands of years. And look at the history. This country has always been sort of under oppression. And, I mean, look at the religious teachings in that country. It's always been preaching about this, what they describe as the resistance culture. So it's new to them. They're used to that. So I think the idea of dropping some bombs and somehow this civilization state of 4,000, 5,000 year history can somehow just succumb to the external pressure. It's just it's the fair. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. James, let's go back to the situation of the war, the conflict itself. Marco Rubio, Hegseth, and Trump didn't give a time frame for the U.S. to end the war. They wouldn't. Do you think, as time goes on, as it escalates, would it be better off for the United States or for Iran, considering its retaliatory capabilities?
Well, I think first of all we're going to have to see indeed how long Iran can military capabilities. Word is that it has thousands of ballistic missiles, and so that's going to remain a major target on the part of the U.S. and the Israelis. I think part of the problem here is that Trump has painted himself into a corner in the sense that he should come out with something that is clearly a victory and that justifies this military engagement. All the more so if the administration is arguing that this was because Israel was planning to do so anyways, and it therefore was preemptive. For victory, they need regime change. The concept of regime change that Trump is putting forward is misleading and deceptive. If you go back for the last 45 years of popular revolt, in 1979, through Philippines in the 1980s, in 1986, Indonesia in 1998, popular Arab revolts in 2011. What you see is that popular revolts basically succeed if they are capable of either within the political elite or within the military and security forces. I remember very well, I was in the street where that actually happened in 1979 in Tehran with a revolt by the Air Force technicians and segments of the Navy. We've seen up until now, despite differences within the political elite, despite differences within the Islamic Revolutionary Guards, we've seen a degree of cohesiveness that they've so far been able to maintain.
Wow, it's amazing to learn that you were when 1979 happened. And so what do you think is the likely or the more likely trajectory of the war, given your understanding of the Iranian institutions and also the mentality of Trump?
Essentially, I think it's a conflict that we're already seeing to widen out in the Gulf, and potentially could expand into the Caucasus with Azerbaijan and Turkey. I think you have to keep in mind that if you look at Iran's borders, all of them are populated by ethnic minorities, whether that's the Azeris in the north, whether that's the Kurds in the west, whether that's the Arabs in the southwest, the Baloch in the southeast, the Lors, the Turkmens, and ethnic minorities are very restive. You're seeing the Kurds preparing for attempts at having self-rule in Kurdistan. You're seeing increased expressions of national aspirations and cultural aspirations in Azerbaijan, which in Iranian Azeri provinces, which puts Azerbaijan on the spot. It puts Turkey on the spot, given that the Azeris are a Turkic people. So this could go in very many different ways.
Thanks for all these great insights. Now, Director Wang Jin, do you also see a protracted war?
Well, I think the war will, to some extent, reach its peak maybe within the days, but then the intensity will gradually decrease, because when we are talking about how long the war will last and how much, we have to consider the very realistic point, that is how many missiles and how many weapons in their magazines, I mean, both inside Iran as well as for the United States and Israel. So if we're looking at the styles of the attacks and the counterattacks, the way Israel, they launched attacks against Iran through their military, for example, the military jets, and also with the missiles and by the aircraft carrier groups, as well as their military bases in the Middle East. But then, so it means that they launched the attacks through the long-range way rather than. But then from the perspective of Iran, they also counterattack to the bases of the United States in the Middle East, to the territories, targets inside Israel, and also to the United States aircraft carriers. They use their missiles, particularly the mid-range and the long-range missiles, very advanced missiles, to counterattack. So we consider how many weapons they still left, and how much of the volume of their magazines at hand. So that's why I think that according to the date of the United States, they started to send out their Lincoln aircraft carrier to the Iran, and also we have to also consider how many days of the Fort aircraft carrier that has already been on the ocean. We could to some extent estimate that the United States cannot maintain a very long-term attacks against Iran, and also that a very realistic problem, particularly economic and social pressure, political, maybe possible uncertainties inside Iran. I don't think they could also maintain a very long term of attacks. And also, meanwhile, we cannot, last but not least, we cannot forget that the intention for the regional countries, particularly for the regional Arab states, neighboring Arab states, the Saudi, the Bahrain, and the Kuwait, they are also suffering wars. Although they didn't choose any side, they didn't check tensions, but they are also suffering the wars. So that's why they also want to end the war. And Hormuz Strait is also under closure, and the international community will hope to do something more to facilitate. The intensity will grow up in the next days, but I don't think that the war will last long.
Well, great. Thanks for this multi-layered analysis. Professor Zhang Gong, what do you think is a realistic off-ramp for Iran, if any, in the horizon? And what would be an exit strategy for Washington?
Yeah, well, I have a theory that the United States is going to exit first. I think, as Professor Wang Jin mentioned, that there was those political pressures, domestic political pressure in the United States. President Trump doesn't want to see a prolonged war, that's for sure. And I'm very skeptical that he's going to send boots on the ground into Iran. As he reasons and just loudly declare victory somehow and withdraw from all these actions, and then the Iranian government cannot do a thing about it. I mean, they can't hit back; it's too far away, right? But that doesn't mean the war between Israel and Iran is. The Iranians, based on my observation, Iranians are in store for a long, protracted conflict with the state of Israel. They are now firing all their missiles. They are firing missiles in a paced approach, and clearly they're, going for the long haul. And then the United States can come around and be a mediator between Israel and Iran. It's not something unfathomable. I mean, look at what happened in Ukraine. The United States used to be on the Ukrainian side. Now it's mediating peace. I think President Trump can do something similar as well. It's a possibility. You never know. And he still like to stick to the theme that he's a president of peace. Quote, peace.
Yeah, I mean, for a while he was bidding for a Nobel Peace Prize, although the opposition leader of Venezuela handed her own Nobel Peace Prize to him.
Now we understand why he's so eager to get the Peace Prize. You want to start all these wars. I think that's the reason.
Yeah, at some point when it seemed that the hope was all lost, the war against Iran was launched. But jokes aside, James, how do you see this all going? Would there be for Trump?
First of all, I think it's noteworthy that Trump had an opportunity to exit this war on day one.
Yeah.
After the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he could have declared victory and said to the Iranian people, this is your opportunity, grab it.
Good point.
It's historic. It's not going to come back anytime soon. He didn't do so. I think the problem with the exit strategies is that Trump has redefined U.S. foreign policy. It's based on might is right, on intimidation, on coercion, on bullying, displays of military might. And what you're seeing here, whether you like Iran or not, is that after Venezuela, after Panama, after Greenland, this is the first time that a country is standing up and saying, I'm not going to buckle. And if that means a war, that's what it means. So in terms of the negotiations or looking for exit strategy, Trump's definition of a diplomatic engagement is that you capitulate. Stephen Witkoff, his special envoy, said as much last week in an interview. Whereas the Iranian concept of negotiations is it's a concept where you come out with mutually agreeable terms, mutually beneficial terms, and allows all parties to save face. That, to a degree, is what was happening, and statement that the president was curious because the Iranians had not yet capitulated sort of emphasizes what the problem is with exit strategies.
Joshua, do you agree with our previous speakers? I mean, at this point, it would be more difficult for Trump to trump up any excuse to exit this war.
Well, I think the pressure is going to mount on him fairly quickly because he did not go to the American people. He did not make an argument for why we needed to go to war. In fact, 6 months, summer after the 12-day war, he said we had obliterated their nuclear capacity. Also, it should be noted that gas prices in the United States have gone up 30 cents a gallon. That means that to fill up your car, it costs $3 more now. If those pressures and oil prices stay there, it's going to cause inflation. It's going to hurt the midterm elections, which are coming up. Also, this is a very expensive war. So Americans are beginning to criticize on many different angles, saying this should not be an American war. Iran did not. It's illegal. The Democrats are attacking him. So I think the pressure is going to mount quickly. And as we know, President Trump has before declared victory and swerved away to something else. So there are many ways for him to get out of this if he needs to. Of course, he did talk about regime change, but others in the administration are already explaining, giving other ways for him to get out of this situation. And I think the pressure will also come hard and fast from all of our Arab allies and our regional allies who do not want to see civil war. They do not want to see Iran, and they do not want to see the collapse of the country. It's very possible that Iranian leaders could reach out to Washington and to find a way out of this. We just don't know yet what's going to happen. But he believes that the political tables are turning on him. He will pivot and find a way out.
I want to talk about the energy prices. Professor Zhang Gang, how do you see the trend of energy prices being affected by the partial blockade of the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's already been expected $80 per barrel, and the supply is being curtailed. I think this is a phenomenon that is totally unacceptable to countries like China, Japan, South Korea, that are industrialized nations, that are heavily in manufacturing, that are relying on a supply, steady and reliable supply of oil from their region. Step up and come out and do some advocacy. I have these 3 no theories about this, right?
Which are?
Yeah, no hitting tankers, no hitting oil-related facilities, and absolutely no closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
Talking about which, Qatar's one of the state-owned LNP refinery facilities was attacked some 12 hours ago.
Yeah, well, that's very regrettable. I think both sides should have some consensus in mind that this should not happen. It's just not a matter to them. It's a matter of significance to the global economy. I mean, even during the early stages of the war in Ukraine, both sides have agreement that you're not going to hit my energy facilities. We're not going to hit your oil refinery facilities, right? So this is something that should be openly discussed, in my view, and as a policy objective of the international community, right? So I'm pretty sure. I think it's my guess that. Our foreign minister Wang Yi, during his phone conversation with his counterpart from Iran, this issue must have been raised. We cannot see the strait to be closed and oil supply being stopped. This is not in our national interest. It's a problem for China's economy.
Is there anything the U.S. military can do to, for example, unblock the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I don't think so. It's such a narrow strait. You can see the ships coming through your eyes, and it's not enough time for reaction. I mean, they launched the missile, they launched the drone, and tankers a very large target, and it can be easily hit. So I think there got to be a mechanism to make sure that these kind of things will not happen.
Yeah. James, you have the final word. You were on the Strait of Tehran in 40 years. Later, things are happening all over again. What are the things you keep an eye on in the next couple of days?
I think I'm keeping my eye on essentially, first of all, the military developments. What I think will reach out and have reached out for a negotiated solution. Fact of the matter is that what we are seeing is, and I think that's an important difference, in the Iranian attacks on Israel in 2025, in the Iranian response to the 2020 killing of Qasem, of the commander of the Al-Quds force in Iran.
Soleimani.
Iran's response was calibrated. Iran made very clear that its response calibrated. I think the Gulf states are in a bind. They have not wanted this war. They don't want this war. They campaigned or lobbied heavily not to have this war. The Iranian attacks on the Gulf states, one message is to the Gulf states: your U.S. bases on your soil are a liability. They are not a deterrence.
Yeah.
And the second message that it sends is...
All right, James, sorry to disrupt you, but it's all the time we have back. And thank you for watching. I'll see you again next time.
From London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Jamie Owen. Welcome to the programme. Our top stories: the conflict between Israel escalates. The Israeli Defense Force launches a ground operation in Lebanon. Strikes continue on Iran as Israel targets a senior commander. Nearly 800 people are now reported to have died since Saturday. Mixed messages from the White House on the objective of this war from his Secretary of State. And the biggest political gathering on earth, China's Two Sessions begins, plotting the course for the world's second largest economy. Four days of conflict between Iran and chaos to the Middle East, to global travel, the oil and money markets. Israel has launched a ground operation in Lebanon, saying it wants to create a buffer zone with Hezbollah. More than 50 people are now reported to have been killed by Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. The United Nations saying displaced. Well, Israel has continued to launch attacks on Iran. Nearly 800 people have been killed since Saturday, according to the Red Crescent. The United Nations has called for an investigation into a strike on a school in Minab that is said to have killed scores of children. Towards Israel, triggering air raid sirens in Tel Aviv and across the country. The Israeli military says missiles have struck the Tel Aviv area and that emergency services, along with search and rescue teams, are at the locations of the targeted sites. And the conflict is continuing to affect the wider region. A fire has broken out at an oil terminal in the United Arab Emirates, caused by debris from a drone that was shot down. China says the continuing spread of this conflict is deeply concerning.
The United States and Israel's military strikes against the UN Security Council violate international law. China is deeply concerned about the spread of war into neighboring countries. China believes that the sovereignty, security and territorial integrity of the countries in the Gulf region should also be fully respected.
Let's speak to Negev in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, Israeli Defense Force troops now in southern Lebanon. What is the plan there?
The plan is to create a buffer zone, Jamie, between the Israeli border and Lebanese territory. Let's remember there were 5 Israeli outposts inside Lebanese territory, and what Israel is doing now is expanding that bridgehead that it has inside the territory of Lebanon, creating more outposts. This is not, at least for the moment, this is not a very heavy incursion. It's not as if are rushing tens of miles inside Lebanon, but creating a major buffer inside Lebanon, so that if anyone in Hezbollah is planning any kind of ground incursion, an attempted ground incursion into Israel, October 7th style, which we saw from Hamas, the presence of and another issue is that the Israeli forces operating on the ground close to the Israeli border want to make sure that they dismantle every possible Hezbollah infrastructure in the area. It is true that the government of Lebanon and the army of Lebanon have said that they have dismantled all. Israel claims that there are still rockets, launchers, ammunition for Hezbollah inside, and therefore Israel is planning to destroy that. And of course, once you have forces at a large amount inside Lebanon, there is always a possibility that the ground into Israel's northern border. This may be just the beginning of a much wider ground campaign.
Okay, well, that's the military update. Let's talk about civilians. United States citizens have now been advised to leave Israel.
Yes, it actually began on Friday, even before the war actually began. But when senior officials probably knew that it's about to start, when non-essential staff from the embassy were given the okay, the green light to leave Israel, and other American were also advised to leave the country, and now the U.S. is calling on its citizens here to leave. It's quite a challenge to leave Israel because the airspace is closed. It involves a crossing into neighboring countries such as Jordan, such as Egypt, and leave from not be very safe, as even the Jordanian airspace is sometimes bothered by the missiles coming in from Iran. So most people, and I would assume most American citizens, would opt to cross into Egypt. The airport of Taba is not very far from the southern Israeli city of American advisory, understanding that there's still many more days to come, and as sophisticated as the Israeli missile defense may be, we have seen Iranian missiles landing, making landfall, causing victims, casualties, damage, and more of those prolongs.
Jonathan, thank you for that. Our correspondent Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv, and my apologies for the breakup on the sound there. The White House insists it has clear objectives in its military operation, but while President Trump says the aim is to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons, Rubio says the goal is to eliminate the threat of ballistic missiles. Donald Trump has also suggested this conflict could run for much longer than the initial 4 to 5 weeks. Let's take you to the United States and talk to our correspondent Kate Fisher in Washington. Kate, some of the messaging the White House appears somewhat unclear. What do you think is the plan?
I wish I could tell you a succinct answer to that, but as you say, depending on which administration official you listen to on which day, it all seems to keep shifting. We've heard it's about regime change over the weekend, to preemptive strikes on Iran, to eliminating its nuclear program, its ballistic missiles, and still the endgame plan is very unclear. What Donald Trump had outlined over the weekend as bringing down the regime so that the Iranian people could take over was, by yesterday, not a so-called regime change war. Those were the words of his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Instead, he was emphasizing that Iran would soon have missiles that could hit targets inside the US, and that's why this had to happen. Even as US officials who've seen intelligence reports said there's no sign to pose that kind of a threat to the US at the moment. Then you had Secretary of State Marco Rubio offering another line of reasoning yesterday. He said that the US knew Israel was going to strike Iran, which would lead to counterattacks against the US and potential casualties. So the US decided to strike. So these shifting goals for the war, questions about the intelligence behind them, they've all contributed to this lack of clarity about when Donald Trump could bring an end to this military operation. Here's what he had to say on that yesterday.
We continue this mission with precious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have from 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Well, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was also asked yesterday about the attack that the Iranian state media says happened at a girls' school in Iran over the weekend. This is as the death toll is rising on all sides. The Iranian state media is saying 160 were killed in that strike, but Marco Rubio said that the US would not deliberately target a school. Deliberately targeting an educational institution isn't international humanitarian law. Marco Rubio said that the Department of War would be investigating that if it was a US strike, and he referred reporters to speak to them. So certainly denying that the US would have done that.
There's some domestic pressure, isn't there? Conflict being seen by Mr. Trump's supporters.
Yeah, there's a huge kind of rift emerging amongst the Republican Party. Some of those traditionally incredibly staunch allies of Donald Trump on kind of conservative media figures like Megyn Kelly, former Fox News star, and Tucker Carlson, both condemning the US action in Iran. Megyn Kelly saying she had serious doubts about it, and Tucker Carlson essentially saying it's absolutely disgusting and evil. There are members of the of Donald Trump's voting base, his hardline supporters, who really disagree with what is happening here. They're those Republicans who believe in his America First agenda, which is what he campaigned on, of course, coming to the US, which was essentially to put domestic issues and not interfere internationally, and certainly not to start new wars on fresh fronts. So some big criticism there. Donald Trump has brushed it off in characteristic style, saying that MAGA, Make America Great Again, that is, MAGA loves what I do. He's suggesting that it doesn't bother him, but of course this is an election year in the United States. It's midterm elections. Many Republican lawmakers are up for election in November, and if their voting base, if some of the Republican voting base is not happy with what, some problems when they head to the polls in November.
Kate, thank you for that. Our correspondent Kate Fisher in Washington. Well, the United Arab Emirates called for de-escalation, but has stressed its right to self-defense after an attack on the Fujairah oil facility. It says it has air attacks for a long time. Meanwhile, Qatar says it has no communication with Tehran and is searching for the crews of 2 fighter jets downed on Monday.
There was no prior notification. On the contrary, the state of Qatar was surprised by these unjustified. There are no ongoing communications with Iran. As I said, we are focused on protecting our sovereignty.
Well, let's bring all of this together. Our correspondent Ray Addison is watching the story. Iran seems to be increasing pressure on energy sources in the Middle East.
Yeah. What we're seeing at the moment is an escalation of attacks by Iran on energy sites across the Gulf region. And the first attacks began on Sunday with Iran launching multiple drones targeting a mix of oil refineries, terminals and tankers across Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the Strait of Hormuz, and there have also been incidents in Oman, although Iran has denied any involvement. Now, the attacks widened significantly on Monday, with at least 4 vessels damaged in the Strait of Hormuz. One of the most significant attacks was on the Ras Tanura refinery in Saudi's largest oil refineries, processing hundreds of thousands of barrels per day, and a fire began at that facility due to drone intercept debris. And although there was no confirmed structural damage, any disruption affects output and crude export flows, as you would expect. Another attack, largest LNG exporter. Now, much of that flows through the Strait of Hormuz, and officials were forced to halt production at the Ras Laffan LNG complex. Now, the attacks continued on Tuesday. Already we've seen the targeting of a fuel tank at Oman's commercial. Again, Iran has denied being involved, and one crucial facility in the UAE was also attacked, specifically Fujairah's oil industry zone. And what's particularly interesting about this target is that exports can leave that location without transiting the Strait of Hormuz.
Is this enough? The Strait of Hormuz, an absolutely essential shipping lane for oil and gas used all over the world.
Absolutely, and the situation there is confusing, I think, to say the least. We've heard from an IRG spokesperson on Monday saying that the strait, if many vessels pass through it, Iran would respond. However, we've also heard recently from US Central Command, they've responded by saying that the strait is still open. So based on that, and of course the attacks that we've just mentioned, some of which we've seen in the strait, many shipping want to risk traversing through that strait, and hundreds of tankers have decided not to take that risk. They've dropped anchor in the Gulf, and of course that puts many Asian importers of oil and gas most at risk, particularly China, Japan and South Korea, because they are transiting through that strait into their domestic market, and at the moment there's not a lot going through.
Ray, thank you for that. Our correspondent Ray Addison. You're watching CGTN. Still ahead, more on the conflict in the Middle East, what it means for global alliances and institutions.
Ever wondered what's the difference between a bear and a bull market? Where are the cash cows? And who are the lame ducks? And what exactly are grey rhinos and unicorn companies? Make sense of it all with Global Business, only on CGTN.
I think it should be more global cooperation.
Hear more the voice of the developing countries.
Globalization has lifted more than 1 billion people out of poverty.
The green transition has to happen. It's a necessity.
For China and the United States are powers in the world.
What unites us is much more than what divides us.
And I believe China is committed to this agenda.
Join me, Juliet Mann, to set the agenda at these times every weekend on CGTN.
Hello, welcome back. A reminder of our top stories. The conflict between Iran, the United States and Israel escalates. The Israeli Defense Force launches a ground operation in Lebanon. Our other headlines, the strike targets a senior commander. Nearly 800 people are now reported to have died since Saturday. And mixed messages from the White House on the objective of this war, with President Trump on a different track from his Secretary of State. It's one of the biggest political gatherings on earth. Thousands of political advisers from across China will begin their annual meeting in Beijing on Wednesday, followed a day later by the National People's Congress. Known as this year's gathering has added significance as lawmakers will review China's new 5-year plan that will shape the country's future. Let's talk to our correspondent Jen Copestake, watching events for us in Beijing. Jen, what are the key things that we should be looking out for?
We already heard today about the priorities for China in the year ahead from spokesperson Liu Jieyi, who is the spokesperson for the Chinese People's Consultative Conference. Now, that's the country's top political advisory body. And the CPPCC is going to run. They're opening tomorrow and will run for 7 days. And after that, of course, it's the National People's Congress that will open the following day. That's China's top legislative body. Now, Liu said that this year, political advisors are going to put forward 480 proposals to support the implementation of China's highlighted the country's economic performance during the country's Spring Festival holiday. He underscored China's economic potential and its resilience, as well as continued efforts to improve livelihoods, particularly in rural areas.
2026 is the launch year of the 15th five-year plan with a sharp focus on the party's and country's central tasks. The National Committee will engage in in-depth consultation and democratic oversight and key issues for a strong start of the plan. Rally extensive public support consistent to advance Chinese modernization.
Now, in recent years, China's economy has, of course, demonstrated a degree of resilience, particularly in exports and in manufacturing investment. But the recovery in household consumption has fallen short of what people would expect. Now, a February report in People's Daily, citing a dispatch from Xinhua news agency, quoted Xi Jinping from his remarks at the Central Economic Work Conference. According to the economic policy for 2026 will adhere to a domestic, demand-driven approach. Domestic market in China. Now, that also outlined plans for a special campaign to boost consumption alongside initiatives to increase urban and rural residents' incomes and efforts to remove unreasonable restrictions in the consumer sector. We heard a lot today also about to the world, you emphasize that China will continue to expand its high-quality opening up, promoting free trade. We're hearing the people's expectations as well, the public expectation of what's going to happen in the week ahead coming into focus. According to a survey that was conducted by the 3 issues that Chinese citizens are looking to for the 2 sessions are prioritizing the safeguarding livelihoods, strengthening social governance, and also reinforcing party discipline. This year, as we know, marks the first year of the 15th five-year plan. So, of course, the economy is at people's minds here. More than 80% of respondents to that survey said that they hope to see stronger policies to expand domestic demand, but also to ease employment pressures and to increase incomes. And artificial intelligence was high on the agenda at the press conference and in the minds of people in that survey. We'd like to see artificial intelligence integrated into elderly care, into social care programs, and also into education. So we'll be looking very closely at what China has to say in its AI developments in the week ahead. Jamie.
Jen Copestake in Beijing. So what is the significance of the meeting and China's 5-year plan? Our correspondent Li Jianhua explains.
The 2 sessions, China's annual political meetings, offer a key window into how Beijing sets its priorities, from economic management to social development and foreign policy. At the center of the delivered by China's premier, it reviews the government work over the past year and lays out policy priorities and key targets for the year ahead. The most closely watched figure is usually China's economic growth target, followed by the policy directions Beijing plans to take to meetings. Analysts this year are watching for signals on whether Beijing will move to boost domestic spending, support businesses, stabilize the property market, develop the so-called new quality productive forces, strengthen environmental protection, address demographic pressures, further open up its economy. This year marks the start of China's 15th five-year plan covering 2026 to 2030, a period widely seen as pivotal for the country's long-term development. The plan is expected to be formally endorsed by the National People's Congress and more detailed targets released later. For now, attention is expected to be focused on emerging themes, including new quality productive forces, economic security amid global uncertainty, the green transition, and demographic change.
Well, let's return to our topic. Samuel Romani is an associate fellow at RUSI think tank and CEO of Pangea Geopolitical Risk. Samuel, welcome back. So strikes on Iran quickly followed by a range of attacks across the region. What's your assessment of the latest information we're getting? I mean, just how it's over?
Well, the spillover has been multiple layered, right? There was initially ballistic missile strikes against Israel, and that was swiftly followed by attacks on the major military bases of the United States in the Gulf. And now it seems to be something that's much broader than that. We started with tourism, Crown Plaza in Manama, and now it's energy facilities, like we saw disrupting Qatar's LNG, and also blockading the Strait of Hormuz. And we're now probably seeing the expansion of that to other areas like Aramco and Iran. And we've seen the engagement of the Iraqi and Lebanese popular mobilization forces against the Arab countries. So this is now a far-reaching attack on energy markets, Arab countries, and Israel, as well as U.S. military installations, in tandem with the U.S. and Israeli barraging all across Iran.
We were reporting earlier on in the program on images from the White House. What do you see as the United States and Israel's objective in attacking Iran?
Well, the U.S. objective has actually been quite ambiguous to some extent. On the one hand, they do talk about regime change quite a bit, and they talk about this is a unique and historical opportunity for the Iranian people to rise up against their government. This seems to be a belated response to the protests that were very intense in late December and early January. But on the other hand, there isn't much appetite for a ground invasion from the U.S., even though Trump won't close the door on it, and only about 25% America are doing. Even Republicans are pretty divided on the issue. And so I think that in general, the Americans will probably settle for the destruction of the Iranian Navy, the destruction of Iranian nuclear facilities and ballistic missile facilities, and whether the Islamic Republic falls with it will be dependent on how hard they push. But I think that the from Iran will be the key priority in terms of their actions.
Is there any sense that the United States might have underestimated Iran?
Yes, I think that there's a tendency to kind of equate the Islamic Republic with the Ayatollah Khamenei and kind of assume that decapitating Khamenei and decapitating the leadership will lead to a collapse of the broader regime structure. So they were kind of comparing it, obviously, like to the overthrowing Assad and the Ba'athist institutions in Syria collapsed, toppling Saddam Hussein and the Ba'athist institutions in Iraq collapsed. Obviously, both those countries had very much personal loyalty from their militaries, hollowed out institutions. The government is many layered. I mean, you've got the Ayatollah and the clerical establishment on the top, you've got the RGC as an alternative power vertical, and you have a nationalist base which may have swung against the government because of socioeconomic conditions, but could swing back either into apathy or in its favor in the event of an attack, like we saw in June. So they underestimate the extent to which the Islamic Republic runs much deeper than just Ayatollah Khamenei and his inner circle.
Samuel, good to see you. Thanks so much for your time. Samuel Romani, the Associate Fellow at RUSI, the think tank, and CEO of Pangaea Geopolitical Risk. The headlines again. The conflict between Iran, the United States and Israel escalates. The Israeli Defense Force launches a ground operation in Lebanon. Our other headlines, strikes continue on Iran and as Israel targets. The 800 people are now reported to have died since Saturday. And in other news, it's the biggest political gathering on earth. China's Two Sessions begins, plotting the course for the world's second. And that is the world today. Thank you for watching. There's more news on CGTN Europe's channel on the Telegram app, or scan the QR code on your screen to get stories and updates sent direct to your phone. I'll be back. Coming up next, it's Razor. For now, from all of the news team in London, it's goodbye.
Oh, slightly scared. Nice to meet you, unitary robot. You've got to be polite to them, because when they take over, they'll remember who was nice to them.
around humanoid robots has never been greater.
This is a secret space where we train and incubate our intelligent robots.
But behind the spectacle, a fundamental question remains. Learn to navigate a world designed for humans as well, if not better, than we do.
Here in China, the future's being built in real time, and nowhere is that clearer to see than the race to build robots that can walk, talk just like us. I'm here to explore how far that tech has come and meet the next generation of humanoid robots.
China aims to be a global leader in it isn't leaving this to chance. The government has a national plan to build a world-class industry by 2027. To track this roadmap, my journey starts in Shenzhen, China's answer to Silicon Valley. It's where ideas move from blueprint to production at lightning speed. Few people understand the ecosystem better than Dr. Liu Shoshan, a robotics expert who's showing us where innovation meets the high street. Where are we headed?
To the 6S shop. It's a full-blown robotic shop here in China.
And when you say robotic shop, we're talking about a place where you can go in and see robots and
you can buy, you can try, you can rent. You can just have the robot dance for you for 10 RMB.
and this is the world's first ever?
First ever.
Wow. With a robot coming out to greet us.
With our kids. Oh, fun. Oh.
Hello, robot. Nice to meet you. Can I shake your hand? Hello.
Yep.
And already drawing a huge crowd. We've come to
They're going to play soccer.
Let's see if they've got any skills.
Yep. And see, these are the robots.
Yeah. Although they still seem very excited by seeing them.
Yep.
That was really cool.
The 6S store is like a car showroom for robots, where customers can experience cutting-edge technology and can tailor humanoids for their own needs.
We have products here, from toys to piano-playing robots. I think here's the only robotic 6S shop in China right now. But as people see its success, I think they're going to replicate this kind of shop around the country. I don't think the shop's main purpose is to make money. Kids come in and see the robot dance, the robot play piano. They get used to it. So in the future, the real product come in, they don't fear those products.
Okay, so actually you think the real point of this is to demonstrate what they can do?
Yes.
What else do they have in this 6S humanoid store? Robot coffee machine.
Robot coffee machine. You cannot tell whether it's made by human or a machine.
That's an impressive thing to say. Oh, it's froth the milk. I mean, that looks like fairly impressive froth.
Yep.
You've not seen this happen before either?
Yep. There you go.
No way. Look at that.
Oh, that's you and me, huh?
That's the two of us.
Oh, wow.
A robot cup of coffee with our picture printed on it.
Wow.
Oh, it's a good cup of coffee.
Yep.
This really is the future. Absolutely, I want to try this.
It makes mountain climbing effortless. Let's start walking and see if you feel anything.
I can feel it, almost kind of Terminator style, actually moving my legs for me. Does it go faster?
Yep.
Might speed through a wall.
Wow.
Yeah, it does.
You're a superhuman.
I feel like a superhuman in this, yeah.
The 6S store is a fun introduction to robots as consumer-ready products. But to better understand the technology driving them and why China is moving so far, to his research centre.
The lab is called AI and Robotics for Society. In China, the vision is in future cities that will be filled with robots to complete different tasks.
What do we have here?
So we have some real-life humanoid robots.
Can I take a closer look?
Yeah.
Sci-fi. What is this robot able to do?
Well, for example, electricity. If you send a person to operate the electricity box of high voltage electricity, it's quite dangerous. But if it were a robot to operate in those environments, and you don't worry about human lives.
It just sounds like a fairly simple thing to do, but in order to operate anything to do with electricity, you need to have the dexterity of your hands, to use tools, you need to be able to think through, problem solve. How are you able to train a robot to do all of that?
You raise a very, very good point. It's a full-blown innovation in both software and hardware. The reason that China is innovating that fast is that these big companies, electricity companies and so on and so forth, they are willing to try. Even when the technology was not mature yet, it will give you a lot of chances to try and see how far you can get.
This might seem like a silly question, but why do you need it to be a humanoid robot to do this work?
Our world is designed so I think a humanoid form factor is the most generic form of form factor. Every business in the world, if they can grow, it's because they can achieve economies of scale. For small form factor robots, for special purpose, you cannot achieve economy scale. That means the cost will remain very high for a long period. These form factors, say if we sell 1 million of them, then the price will drop immediately. That's why I think a humanoid robot, in a way, it's the right way to go.
And scale is exactly what China is aiming for.
We're speaking here in Shenzhen.
Right.
What makes robotics and for innovation in the robotics sector? Why here?
If you know the history of Shenzhen, a lot of great companies actually from Shenzhen, whether it's internet, whether it's mobile phone, whether it's cars. Shenzhen has always been the most innovative city in China, like the Silicon Valley of China.
This environment primed for robotic innovation.
Because of the intelligent electric vehicle revolution in China that's happening in the past, say, a decade or so, we can pretty much recycle a lot of components that are used in cars. BYD has the battery technology, and Huawei has the hardware sensing technology. The hardware is here. And Tencent definitely has the software advantage. If you combine them, it's enough to make a very good robot ecosystem.
What are some of the key challenges the robotic industry is facing when it comes to what's available in every home and every workplace?
What's missing currently is the mystery in the system, the large language model, the computing chips. Once the midstream is completed, then we see the whole loop is complete. We have the component, we have the system, then we have the customers.
China's push into humanoid robots is no longer theoretical. It's already being played out on the world stage. In the summer of 2025, Beijing hosted a spectacle, the world's first humanoid games. Amongst the robotics company Unitree. And I've been invited to the firm's Hangzhou base to meet their world-famous robots.
Just check the motion as they walk across the room. Anne stands by itself and is able to balance. It's actually very difficult to do, and yet, it's walking across the room. Oh, wow.
This one is called G1.
I can see that there is another, far bigger one here.
Yeah.
Tell me about this model.
This one is called H1, and it's tall 1.8 meter and weight about 50 kilograms, so it's really heavy.
Can I see it move?
Yeah.
Okay, it's moving. This one walks. It's not quite so human-like. Why is that?
Because this one is the first generation, but we keep updating, keep improving. So that one is our second generation, and the tall is about 1.3 meters.
Right, okay, so this is an example of how you develop these humanoids over time. Why smaller and lighter? Why does that matter?
Oh, like H1 and G1 have a different purpose. Like the H1 is more applied in the factory, such as the car factory, and this one is more applied in the robotic research.
Why do they need them to be smaller in order to do that?
It's more to handle to do the development because they can, based on this, the platform and to explore the different scenario. Okay. And also the price for the G1 is more accessible for the researcher.
Right, okay. So how much would one of these cost for somebody to buy?
And now it's starting at $16,000.
While seeing these humanoids has long been on my wish list, I wasn't prepared for just how close we'd get.
Slightly scared. Make sure that I'm out of the way. Wow. And already drawing a real crowd of people wanting to see it too. Oh. As much as this is really fun to watch happen, is there more to this than just a bit of a gimmick? What are they learning from
extreme environments such as the punching, kicking, the robot should still maintain his balance.
Mm-hmm. Why is mobility such an important factor with robots?
Because we want the robot to get into the factory or enter up the family in the future. So the movement is the foundation.
How are they doing this? Is this programmed or is this acting almost autonomously?
Like the punch and kick have the algorithm inside the robot, but finding the balance is controlled by itself.
So it's teaching itself how to find balance.
So you want to try the box with the robot?
Definitely want to try and box with the robot.
Okay.
Is there anything I need to be careful about when I'm boxing a humanoid robot?
Be careful.
Just be careful it doesn't get me. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. I think I'm going to need it. Round one of me getting beaten up. Okay, you ready? Ooh, please don't hurt me. Oh, okay. Oh, I need to give it a harder punch because it's actually quite sturdy when you punch it. And correct itself. Wow, okay. Oh, it's too fast for me.
My terrible technique aside, this might look like a bit of fun, but it's actually training. Stress testing, balance, control. The basics a humanoid needs to work safely around people.
Oh, it's solid. It really hurts your hand. Yeah, let's try head. Oh, I think I've broken it. Sorry, robot. Please don't come back and get me. Oh, wow. Well, I think we can say it's a draw. Well done, robot.
Fresh from my first and hopefully last bout with a humanoid, I'm stepping out of the ring to find out how much I can be human-like. And that brings me to Shanghai, home to a company that's just made humanoid robot history. In late 2025, Agibot entered the Guinness World Records, completing the longest autonomous walk ever achieved by a robot. 1 kilometres over 3 days. But Agibot isn't just building headline-grabbing humanoids. It's also training them in real-world environments using large-scale data and learning systems to help them adapt to complex, everyday tasks. And that's exactly what we did.
How about that? You arrive at the Agibot showroom and you're met by none other than a humanoid robot. Hello, ni hao.
Hi, 很开心见到你.
Do you speak English?
My name is Luca, a robot from Agibot. How are you doing today?
All right, well, nice to meet you. A traditional welcome of sorts. That is incredible. So many toys to play with here. Robot hands. This really is the future. Well done, guys.
Beyond the polished showroom, we've been given rare access to a special training facility where the real work is happening. Embodied Intelligence Unit.
This is a secret space where we train and incubate our intelligent robots.
Can I take a look around? Can you show me around?
Yeah, sure. Here we have robots folding t-shirts. So t-shirts from different start points.
Wow.
Nowadays, the robots can learn to do things humans can do, but the learning process requires tons of data. The data includes all the sensor inputs, for example, the cameras, force sensors, as well as all the actuator controls.
Being, by the looks of it, controlling what it's learning to do here.
Okay, yes. These guys are, we call teleoperators. So they use VR headsets and joysticks to kind of remotely control a robot and help them to complete a certain task. Once we have huge data uploaded to a data center where they can consume the data and train some embodied intelligence, foundation models and robots can use those models to do all kinds of these works autonomously.
So this is like a robot school. You're giving them the training that they can then go on to use themselves. Embodied AI. What does that mean, embodied intelligence?
Yeah, so for the past maybe 10 years, we see huge progress in artificial intelligence. But this all happens in the digital space, right? Now, those intelligence capabilities in the digital space into our physical world and enable and empower those robots to do things we humans used to do.
Embodied intelligence means giving AI a body and forcing it to learn through trial, error and experience, just like we do.
So here we have some housekeeping. If you have a messy desktop, the robots need to understand the environments. For example, put the snacks into a plate and put trash into the trash bin. We see two people, right? Instead of one, as we saw before, disturbance during the process. And the purpose is to make it even more difficult for the robots to complete. So here, what they are doing is called data annotation and data qualification.
What does that mean?
What does it mean? Let's take a look at here. So the teleoperators collect the data. The data will be uploaded to the cloud. And those annotators will check if everything's okay. That means all the sensor data are complete. You are not dropping frames. The camera's field of view are okay. The control signals are recorded correctly.
So this is essentially, in the school analogy, the teachers checking the robot's homework. In future, will you need the number of human beings currently in here to train the robots, or will it be robots training robots?
I think as we have more and more data and the amount of data needed to train robots to do a very specific task will be less and less. Because foundation model has something called a few shot capability. That means if you have a very strong foundation, it only requires very limited amount of new data to seeing new tasks.
Wow,
yeah.
And then they'll really take over. Can we take a look in some of the other spaces
here?
Sure. There's so much going on in this facility.
So this is a mock-up of the home environment. So this is where people are most interested. People want robots to enter and how it works for them. Yes.
How far away are we from this actually being a reality? How quickly can I get one of these in my home is what I'm really asking.
Yeah. So I think maybe 3 to 5 years to let the robot be well trained to complete all these tasks and at the same time being safe enough for all the consumers to buy it. Yeah.
And I'm noticing there's a real theme here with the types of tasks your robots are doing, from commercial to domestic. It's a lot of tasks that most of us don't really want to do. Is that the current usage model you see for the robots you're creating here?
Yes. We want robots to boost the productivity of our society. First, we will try to deploy the robots in factories. Those are more controlled environments and the tasks are usually well specified. Secondly, I think they will start entering some semi-controlled environments right? And sometimes there will be customers in the store. And then I think eventually they can be a good worker in the home, so they can help you to do tedious daily work.
Oh, that makes me very sad that the home is coming last on this list.
Next, let's take a look at.
You have a supermarket and a robot training facility.
Yes, we are trying to train them to do a restocking.
Ah, which is what we can see here.
Yeah, it's very challenging work because there are many kinds of different drinks. The robots need to be able to identify, to understand, and also locations, right?
So training the robot not just to pick up different sized objects, but know where to place them.
Where to place it.
Okay, one thing I've noticed with a lot of these robots is, although they do look kind of human-like, they don't have the dexterity of human hands, but I have spotted something that has got hands. Can we go and take a look?
Oh yeah, let's go.
What's happening here?
Yeah, so for previous ones, we saw robots with 2 finger grippers. This robot is equipped with 5 fingers, just like us.
And I can see your colleague here training.
A special glove to control the hand movement.
So this robot has human-like hands, and the training here is about being far more precise in terms of what it can do with those human hands. But I can't help but wonder, human hands, ours, are capable of lots of things. Replicate that in humanoids.
Yeah, human hands probably have more than maybe 20 degrees of freedoms. We can make all kinds of patterns and manipulations, right? But in order to do so many degrees of freedoms, you have to install a lot of motors inside it. So that makes the weight of the hand and also the price of the hand very challenging.
Right, and it's not just the movement that's quite complicated with human hands. We're also able to sense, to touch, to know how much we can hold something in a really delicate way versus hold on to it tightly. How tricky is it to replicate that?
We have a new generation of hand we call the OmniHand Pro. So we have tactile sensors on the fingertips and on the palms, and also some force sensors inside each of the joints, so that the robot hands can sense very delicate any contact with the objects.
Is this the holy grail of robotics, building hands on robots that are just like ours?
Yeah, this is the holy grail.
Okay, well, I have to ask, can I have a chance to try and help train this robot to use its hands?
Yes, yes. Have a seat.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just putting on the glove. There, okay. It's not every day you get to wear robotic gloves and train a robot to use its hands like we do. Okay, hands up.
Yeah, keep like that.
Okay.
Now you can start move slowly.
Okay.
You can pick up a straw. Oh, great job.
Training a robot to pick up a straw.
You are talented.
What is this actually teaching the robot beyond it being very cool? Not that talented. Fun thing to do.
Yeah.
What is this teaching the robot? Why is it important that the robot has this level of dexterity?
Yeah, because for many of the tasks we are facing in the daily life, they require multi-finger cooperation to handle very small objects. So we must do a so-called closed-loop control to see the environments and to plan the movement of each fingers, and then most importantly, the fingers need to cooperate with each other to finish the task.
This is much trickier than it looks.
It's very tricky. Yeah.
That's really cool. When we're talking about the next generation of robots entering the workforce, the real world, how challenging is it to teach a humanoid robot to learn about the world they're in?
So the most challenging part for robots learning is the lack of data. Robots need perception data and motion control data. Those we cannot acquire from the internet. We have to deploy robots into the real world and use all kinds of techniques to collect the data from their scenarios.
What does the next decade look like for humanoid robot embodied?
The next decade, I think they will be more naturally and smoothly integrated into our daily life. We can communicate, interact with those robots in just natural language as we talk to human beings, right? So they can understand our open questions, understand our intent, our instructions, and finish what we ask them to do.
Does that mean that we're going to have robots sometime in the near future who are actually more intelligent than human beings?
Yeah, I think that's highly likely.
Does that make you fearful or excited for the future?
I think I'm more excited about that because I think it's very useful and controllable products for us. Yeah.
Is there really more to this technology than just being a bit gimmicky? Because it certainly looks and sounds really cool. Is this going to be transformative? Yeah,
robots can work 24 days a week, right? And also, they always have a very good mood.
They're compliant,
yeah. So it's very consistent, right? Consistency is actually very important for manufacturing. You don't want this batch of products and that batch of products have different level of quality, right? So robots are important.
Should I be worried for my job? Will a robot be standing here in 10 years' time interviewing you, or in fact a robot who's running this company?
This is very likely to happen in the next decade, but I would be very, very happy if robots can do a task in the future. Yeah.
In China, the rise of this technology is no longer a distant dream. The question is no longer if humanoids will enter our world, but when.
We've seen humanoids capable of doing more and more in recent years. What's the development?
As a human society for the past, tens of thousands of years, the very basic fabric is the connection between people. Now you insert something in between. My kid growing up may be talking to a robot more compared to talking to a human. For a society, do we integrate robot as part of the society, or is it an invader? That actually keeps me up at night.
How about what excites you most about the future with humanoid robots?
Well, I don't need no one to take care of me when I get old. The robot, I don't have to worry at all.
And do you see that realistically happening in your lifetime, that having a humanoid robot in your home will become as commonplace as owning a smartphone?
If you think of the first generation of iPhone, suddenly you hit some point, it's into another era. Robotics like that. Now it needs better hardware, better wiring, better software, but one day when all these components come together, then suddenly you will see a robot, a breakthrough robot, that can accomplish a lot more tasks. My personal projection with the current innovation pace in China, I think 5 to 10 years.
As humanoid robotics moves from the lab to the real world, perhaps the question we should be asking is if humankind is ready to make room for something entirely new.
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Jamie Owen. Welcome to the programme. Our top stories: strikes continue. That the building where officials were due to gather to choose a new supreme leader has been destroyed. Our other headlines: dozen killed in Lebanon. Israeli troops launch a ground operation aiming to create a buffer zone with Hezbollah. Mixed messages from the White House on the objective from his Secretary of State. And the biggest political gathering on earth, China's Two Sessions begins, plotting the course for the world's second largest economy. Israel is continuing to strike targets across Iran. Alleged that a building where senior officials were due to meet to select a new supreme leader has been destroyed. These reports have come from Iranian media, and the exact details still remain rather unclear. The United Nations has called for an investigation into a strike on a school because of children.
The people of America should ask their statesmen, were our school children a threat to America's national security? What threat did the athletes in Fars province pose to America's national security? Let us move beyond that. What threat did Iran's nuclear program, the nuclear program that in June you said with certainty was obliterated and gone? If it was gone, then what is this renewed war about? What does Iran's missile program have to do with you?
In other developments, Israel has launched a ground operation in Lebanon, saying it wants to create a buffer zone with Hezbollah. More than 50 have been killed by Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. The United Nations saying 30,000 people are displaced. Iran has fired more missiles towards Israel, triggering air raid sirens in Tel Aviv and across the country. The Israeli military says missiles have struck the Tel Aviv area, and search and rescue teams are at the locations of the targeted sites. And this conflict is continuing to affect the wider region. A fire has broken out at an oil terminal in the United Arab Emirates, caused by debris from a drone that was shot down. China says the conflict is deeply concerning. Well, let's talk to our correspondent in Israel, Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, Israeli Defense Force troops are in southern Lebanon. What's the plan there? And let me also ask you briefly, any word there on this report on the building housing senior Iranian advisors?
So we'll begin with this news coming out of Iran. This is where the committee of 88 spiritual leaders in Iran was meeting to meet the supreme leader. The sources in Iran confirm that the place was struck, that it was hit, but Iranian sources are saying that the building was evacuated ahead of that strike. Therefore, no one was hit, no people were hit. Whether or not this is the case, it's is not commenting on that. All of the reports are coming out of Iranian media. We do know that the place was hit. Whether the people were inside or not during the election process, that we don't know yet. We may know that in the coming hour. Regarding Lebanon, Israel wants to distance the border, let's call it this way, add more Israeli forces into the area in southern Lebanon close to the Israeli border, so as to distance any Hezbollah infrastructure from the Israeli border. Israel simply, the state and the Lebanese army have dismantled all of Hezbollah's infrastructures close to the border, and therefore Israel believes it has to do it itself. And Israel is hoping to crush any attempt by Hezbollah to perhaps infiltrate into Israel in the same way that Hamas did back in October years ago. Therefore, this is what Israel is planning. Now, this may be the first front position of the Israeli army within Lebanon. Once you send many forces into that area, of course, it can be used as a base for further infiltrations into Lebanon. May be the next stage to come.
Jonathan, thank you for that. Our correspondent Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Well, the White House insists that it has clear objectives in its military operation, but while President Trump says the aim is to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons, his Secretary of State is to eliminate the threat of ballistic missiles. Donald Trump has also suggested that the conflict could run for much longer than the initial 4 to 5 weeks. Our correspondent Kate Fisher reports now from Washington.
Depending on which administration official you listen to,
to keep shifting. We've heard it's about regime change over the weekend, to preemptive strikes on Iran, to eliminating its nuclear program, its ballistic missiles, and still the endgame plan is very unclear. What Donald Trump had outlined over the weekend as bringing down the takeover was, by yesterday, not a so-called regime change war. Those were the words of his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Instead, he was emphasizing that Iran would soon have missiles that could hit targets inside the US, and that's why this had to happen. Even as US officials, there's no sign that Iran posed that kind of a threat to the US at the moment. Then you had Secretary of State Marco Rubio offering another line of reasoning yesterday. He said that the US knew Israel was going to strike Iran, which would lead to counterattacks against the US, and decided to strike first to minimise that risk. So these shifting goals for the war, questions about the intelligence behind them, they've all contributed to this lack of clarity about when Donald Trump could bring an end to this military operation. Here's what he had to say on that yesterday.
We continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always. From the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Well, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was also asked yesterday about the attack that the Iranian state school in Iran over the weekend. This is as the death toll is rising on all sides. The Iranian state media are saying 160 were killed in that strike, but Marco Rubio said that the US would not deliberately target a school. Deliberately targeting an educational is considered a war crime under the international humanitarian law. Marco Rubio said that the Department of War would be investigating that if it was a US strike, and he referred reporters to speak to them. So certainly denying that the US would have done that.
The United Arab Emirates but has stressed its right to self-defense after an attack on the Fujairah oil facility. It says it has artillery capable of fending off air attacks for a long time. Meanwhile, Qatar says it has no communication with Tehran and is searching for the crews of 2 fighter jets. Monday. Well, our correspondent Yasser Hakim is in Cairo. Yasser, tensions obviously continuing to rise right across this region.
Yes, and obviously the Gulf countries have been caught in the middle of the crossfire and still by Iran on several Gulf states. The United Arab Emirates maybe with the most amount of targets there as the latest. Obviously, the developments are by the minute. So the latest was that by the UAE is that around 700 were hit by the Iranians on United Arab Emirates. Most of them have been brought down, and around 100 ballistic missiles, which were all brought down or intercepted, except one inside UAE territory, but without any injuries at this point. But so far, 3 have been killed by the Iranian missiles, and since the attack started a couple of days ago. That's in the United Arab Emirates. In Saudi Arabia, obviously, earlier in the morning, on the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia, and again on a military, in a petroleum and oil installation that's related to Aramco, the major state-owned oil company. And Saudi Arabia is bracing for more attacks and is trying to be on high alert, as it said, for any future attacks by the Iranian side. Bahrain as well, dozens of drones and ballistic missiles have also been targeting Bahrain, which said that most of them have been intercepted. As for Egypt, Egypt is not directly related to the attack. affected economically so far with the Suez Canal. The shipping has stopped. The oil, Egypt is a net importer of oil, and it's also being now trying to scramble for other sources of oil away from the Gulf states. So at the moment, the GCC, or the Gulf Cooperation Council Secretary General, has just made an announcement strongly condemning the Iranian attacks on the Gulf region, saying it breaches international law and sovereignty, and is calling on the Iranian leadership and also calling on both sides to reach some kind of a ceasefire solution as soon as possible. Back to you.
Yes, thank you for that. Our correspondent Yasser Hakim in Cairo. Political advisers from across China will begin their annual meeting in Beijing on Wednesday, followed a day later by the National People's Congress. Known as the Two Sessions, this year's gathering has added significance as lawmakers will review China's new 5-year plan that will shape the country's future.
2026 is the launch year of the 15th five-year plan, with a sharp focus on the party's and country's central tasks. The National Committee will engage in democratic oversight and key issues for a strong start of the plan, rally extensive public support, consensus wisdom, and strengthen to advance Chinese modernization.
And we'll have much more on that during the course of our output tomorrow on television and online. And that is the world today. Thank you for watching. There's much more news on CGTN Europe's channel on the Telegram app, or scan the QR code on your screen to get stories, updates and analysis sent direct to your phone. I'll be back. Coming up next, it's China's Good Life Project. For now, from all of the news team in London, it's goodbye.
身体好，
有经济收入，像普通人一样生活，
有安全感，
有自己的家庭。
辛辛苦苦1年之后，觉得哎呀，值得。
给全世界带去快乐。
世界上本身没有的东西，
有效市场相结合的一个结果，
是不让任何一个人掉队的底线保障。能对这老百姓有幸福感、获得感。
Beijing, a massive city. Extending across over 16,000 square kilometers, it's 10 times the size of London and home to over 21 million people. Here, ancient heritage meets the pulse of tomorrow, capturing the essence of a country in profound transition.
The speed of change is absolutely extraordinary. I don't know what it can be like, really, to be an inhabitant of Beijing, to see your city going kind of rushing past you at 100 miles an hour.
Even as rapid modernization foments a constant surge of change and challenges, an ancient principle remains the people are the foundation.
这时候妈他们在哪儿呢？
不是下棋就是看电视呗。
在这儿吧。
People aged 60 or above now account for over 1 in 5 of China's population.
我给您拿了电话吗？
Ma Shujie is a retired teacher. She's one of Beijing's 5 million elderly residents.
辛苦了，辛苦啊，辛苦。
这个是我女儿，你瞅瞅一家3代。我2年轻的时候，就这样弹指一挥间，几十年就过来了，我们都成老太婆了，哎，多可怕呀！
After retiring, Ma Shujie faced a new challenge. She had to care for her mother-in-law battling Alzheimer's.
必定你这个岁数到这儿了，各种的精力、体力上都达不到了。一个小老人照顾老人，就是特别难。我们很想做好，我们也很想让老人满意我们，但是就是好像做不到。
咱们下去吃饭啊！我说我不吃饭了，我家刚上睡觉了，睡着我
那个时候，我每天24小时贴身的这样子照顾他。
我是个大老粗老婆太太，没啥。
晚上不让你睡觉，就有点叫天天
干就干点，别的我都饶了。
我们小心翼翼的，唯恐哪件事情做的让他不开心了，他可能就立马就翻了。
走吧，走吧。
有一次是晚上做饭，我叫嘛，我说妈吃饭了，这什么破饭呐？怎么吃啊？ 病人他就是病人，这是咱们真的没有办法。那时候是最难熬的时候了。之前我们已经是请了3个阿姨了，都是让我们家老太太给轰走的。
Ma eventually.
我觉得现在想来想去的，怎么着现在也是养老院比在家好。哎呀，就每天心这边来这边操，哎呀。 真是。
So they started looking for a nursing home.
实话实说，其实我们也不是很有钱，但是我们就是想让老人他能够有质量。
For the old. This is reflected in reports to Beijing's 12345 citizen service hotline. This is the hotline's call center.
你好，请问需要什么帮助？需要什么帮助？哎，你好，经贸国际城。
On average, it receives 60,000 calls a day.
啊，您是说您在这儿？是，我这边会来。
的先生，这个是可以帮您举报的。
Everyone is logged according to the time. Calls transferred to the appropriate organization within 1 minute. Since its inauguration in 2019, the Beijing hotline has built up a huge database comprising over 150 million items of information with 2 million. Analyzing this vast trove of data reveals the small things with the biggest impact on residents' lives.
它能够通过对大量的市民诉求数据的分析和挖掘，形成大量的决策辅助的报告， 预测，去做精准的、科学的这种决策。
In 2021, Beijing launched the One Topic Per Month initiative. The most pressing concerns revealed by the data are translated into real-world changes. One of the outcomes is that 1,000 community centers have been established. One of them is located near Ms. Ma's home.
八路军好，八路军强，八路军打仗为大壮，八路军，八路军打仗为大壮。
婆婆去了以后，跟人家妇联说：“你长得真好，这样什么呀？”他说明他有安全感，他才能说出这样的话来。
穿的真好。
我就跟我老伴儿说：“我说妈一定喜欢，不信一会儿你问他。”儿子问他：“妈，你觉得这儿好吗？”“好呀，我不走了。你还缺什么东西吗？想吃什么呀？”
想吃了就给端来了。
所以我们就定在了那儿。
刚才我说了一次，我说再给要一个。
Her mother-in-law clearly loves the centre, and Ma Shujie feels a huge sense of relief. The community head who recommended the nursing home.
书记你好，
马老师，马老师，
你好，你好，你好，你好。
怎么那个时间？
就是感谢你，我见着你我想哭。
别，咋了又？
要是没有你的话，我觉得。
别激动，别激动，来，坐下，赶快坐。怎么了又？
哎，就是老人上了养老院之后，我觉得能够到今天，真的很不容易。
别激动。
因为您知道我那时候来的时候是什么样子的。不敢说是抑郁了吧，就觉得好像已经没有出路了，不知道自己应该怎么办。
别激动。
他的那种就是医学院和市家很近，我们谁看着都要很方便。所以我就跟老张一直真的说，我说我们好像书记就是我们的救命恩人。
别，您太客气了，好吧？
谢谢，
好，谢谢。好，别这样了。
我觉得对我来讲啊，这也是一个挺高兴的事情。现在最起码呢，你可以有规律的去生活了。只有我们身体好了，你才能够去再照顾他，让他有质量的去生活。其实我觉得这就是一个循环吧。明天该过中秋节了，您看看这是什么？
看不出来，我没吃过。
没吃过吗？
我吃不起。
咱这藏着了，别让他们看见是吧？
体现中国制度优势的那个首善之区，找出这个实现的路径。
In 2023, the Beijing Municipal Committee of the CPPCC formed a committee of experts to research and discuss policy initiatives for improving elderly. In January 2026, the Beijing People's Congress passed China's first elderly care regulations, establishing a legal foundation for providing a tailored service to meet the needs of the city's aging population.
民主不是摆样子的，它是要解决人民普遍关心的，这是中国式的民主妙处所在。
The system, ultimately, is about delivering a better life for everyone in China, regardless of where they are living or what unique challenges they might be facing. Nagchu, China's here, at 4,500 meters above sea level in Xizang Autonomous Region, the incidence of childhood disabilities is significantly above the national average. Purbu Drolma has been a special education teacher for more than 7 years at home.
你好，你好，来过给老姐吧。
他现在是一位极重度的一个脑瘫学生，所以他现在只能躺着，来不到学校。但是教育 到他们的家里面，适当的减轻一下家长的心理负担。
你同学给了这样的给告诉，做了吗？我是想改进些。
再来啊！我呀，拼做真棒！我要数1，我要放松2。你妈拿钱你给他压心的心的，你妈拿不的苦给我给吧，我妈的。
Some 2,600 children, a third of Xizang's disabled student population, are now receiving special in their own homes.
哎呀，嘴巴在哪里？嘴巴在这里，卡起起的，你给那卡起起的。学生也可以通过我们这些送教老师了解到外面的世界。
In 2022, a new school was built with vision and hearing impairments. This made it the first city in Xizang to have 2 special education schools. One of the tailored parts of the curriculum is Ms. Kizom's dance class.
摇头。通过一些律动教育的话，我能深刻地感受到他们慢慢地走出自己，愿意跟其他的同学伙伴交流自己。跳的时候动作要大一点，马上打开，集中，你要自信一点，自信一点，往前冲，对吧？你动作做得那么好，是吧？
The past 5 years have seen a shift in the focus of special education in China from full coverage access to better. On the far side of the city, the Nagchu Special Education School has been operating for 12 years. This is a space to exercise, to stay, and to discover.
需要帮助的话，跟老师说啊。
是我本来想做起落架的，可是这样了。
好，我们把书打开，好，一起来看一下啊。第一个是什么？1·8得8，2·8多少？6·8的时候。
从7岁到18岁的学生都有一个招生。目前根据国家的政策的话，我们是围绕着学生的整体的个性发展的模式，逐步的去打造培智类小孩生存技能的发展。
然后打3个鸡蛋。
我们抓文化教育大的学生，以职业教育发展为契机，抓好学生一技之长。
2,500 kilometers to the northeast in Beijing, a young man is proving that essential life skill. Student Wang Jinwei is looking for an internship to set him on the path to becoming a full-time lawyer.
我从小就是有视力障碍，眼睛就看不见。其实学的是中医学，针灸推拿，是大多数的视障人都在去从事的一个行业。但是我不觉得我非得去做推拿按摩，我可能是不是能做点别的，我试试呗。
付征税，母国到东道国去进行投资，你的管辖权是不是？我们在南非卖的手机，所以
我报名的时候，我打过一个电话，我说我是一个盲人考生，我能不能考咱们学校的法律专业研究生呢？他当时跟我说可以，就没问题。不是特别了解我们的相关政策和法律法规的普法或者是宣传，我是挺想去做的，我是挺想把这些事情告诉大家的。大部分的情况下，我是被帮助的一方，但是我特别喜欢帮助别人。
China has over 85 million people with disabilities. This is 1 in every 16 of the population. Many of them, like Jinwei, have high aspirations.
那我们可以更好，自己可以变得更好，这个社会也可以变得更好。
Their voices are being heard. In 2021, improving employment options for people with a disability was written into China's 14th five-year national policy. At the Beijing Disabled Persons Federation, Fu Xiaoxiu is the go-to person for disabled students looking for help in building a career. And she has found Jinwei an internship placement.
我们呢是中心有这个为残疾人朋友服务的这种法律的窗口，金伟他专业上是契合的。金伟，
哎 ，Hello，
我带你进去吧。
行，
我在这儿。
好，
咱往这边走。我一方面呢是为更多的残疾人朋友去做一个服务，另外一方面呢，让大家看到他的时候觉得，哦，他可以，那我一定也可以。
我开到这个检查站上，这边来一个警察，要检查证件可以。
对，这都能理解。
对，我说这个规定的，给他。
是。
检查完以后不能过。我感觉到这不公平了。那你们为什么轿车可以过，自行车可以过？为什么我们残疾人的残疾车检查完了不让过？这不叫骑车呢，是什么？问题就是这样啊，那咱们
放不一样的体验。书本上的知识非常的理论化的，但是如果你到第一线去体验，去真正面对残疾人朋友，真正工作一天，你才能感受到每一个词句底下都是一种活生生的一个一个的人，一个一个的例子。没到那个程度，
那是因为你没经历过这东西。
我能理解，大爷，我能理解，因为我也是残疾人，我是视力不好，
是吧
？Driven by the simple idea that everyone deserves an equal start in life, China has integrated healthcare, education, and financial aid to create a powerful those with special needs. As a result, every year for the past 5 years, 400,000 people with disabilities have been empowered to find new jobs. The promise of a better life has become a lived reality.
做残疾人工作，所谓的工作能力也好，都是其次。但是我觉得有一个宗旨，对于这个群体来说，他们最需要的是平等。
今天上午，我试图引导，但是
他确实也已经来过好几次了。他自己有自己的执念，你能让他去改变对这个，
可能对自己的身份上面也有一种的不认同吧？我觉得
对，不认同。
普通人他没办法去感同身受，但是我就可以。这些问题，我觉得仿佛我也经历过，可能我更能知道他到底需要什么。理想中的生活就是说，我身边每一个人看到我之后不会觉得奇怪，拿着盲杖在路上走，大家可能觉得习以为常。其实残障人也想去恋爱呀，想去有自己的家庭啊，或者有自己的孩子呀。我们像普通人一样生活。
好球！
让支持，感受到制度的优势，我想这也是不让任何一个人掉队的底线保障。
Across China, high in the sky, dreams are taking has also become a canvas depicting progress and shared success. This is Qin Haichun, show engineers, she was still a graduate student.
谢谢。第一次在这儿飞啊，其实我觉得最重要的还是信号的问题。咱们是拿了2个基站嘛，我看那不是有吗
Damolda Tech has broken one Guinness World Record after another with their ever-expanding drone formations, becoming one of the brightest lights in China's low-altitude economy.
之前可能大家了解的无人机就用来拍照的，后来发现大模大空中一次可以飞几百架、几千架，甚至上万架的无人机。哎，他会发现无人机这个领域其实有很多的展现方式。
Drone in China, especially during holidays and festivals.
没有问题啊。没问题，没问题，没问题。
A 10-minute spectacle in the sky requires 10 years of continuous refinement on the ground.
倒计时10分钟。无人机编队表演秀最早被国内是因为准备备用机了吗？
备了50架。
可以。虽然说表演形式不是我们首创，但是我们把这个行业提升到了另外一个高度。我觉得现场这个3000架完全是小 case。2016年我们做了第一场。是架的，我你都不知道我们刚开始多难。第一代飞机我不知道您见过没有，是那种5角星的那个飞机是怎么样做出来的呢？纯手搓，我们需要一个个去绑那个星星，飞一次之后，它那个星星可能就脱开了。但是图案会不成形是吧？
对。
我当时觉得哇，这个行业还能做下去吗？现在是谁把这个电机的问题怎么解决呢？
飞控程序还有结构方面都要进行重新的设计。
我觉得中国人，特别是深圳人，有一股拼劲，他就是要把这个东西做得更好。每一次这样的困难，都会对我们有激励。起飞！助力我们创造一个世界上本身没有的东西。
Shenzhen is home to over 70% of China's drone manufacturing. From a single screw, to a microchip, to flight control systems, to full drone assembly, the most complete drone supply chain in China is quietly taking shape here.
我们计算过，我们的一台飞机，它80%的部件都在深圳能够找到供应链。政府也看到了这个行业。2024年出台了《无人驾驶航空器暂行管理条例》。是非常重要的好消息，所以我们把2024年叫低空经济元年，明显的感觉到整个市场更加活跃了。
10、9、
8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1，起飞！其实我们每一次飞，边上的观众都说哇哇，欢呼声一浪接一浪的。这种尖叫声是因为我们的技术、我们的产 产品的聚焦去做集群表演。最早的定位精度可能 GPS 定位2米，然后到现在毫米级别的定位，80台到3000台，3000台到1万台的时候，我的心态发生了非常大的变化，完全不是一个量级了。无人机集是的点了。
In 2024, the low-altitude economy was mentioned for the first time in the government work report. The sector's now being tipped to become China's next trillion-dollar industry.
科技跟市场，那完全是一个我觉得相辅相成的飞机出来，是因为我们把飞机卖给了国外的客户，然后我们客户就说，你要一个个去摆飞机，我的人力成本比你的飞机成本还要高。产品跟我们的客户其实形成了一个闭环，
在政策引导的同时，或者不同的这种市场主体排山倒海式的创新探索迭代，我们可以乐见后面的走向一定是我们的有为政府和有效市场相结合的一个结果。
Even as squadrons of drones mark a new era in sky-based spectacles, middle of nighttime celebrations across the globe. 60% of the world's fireworks originate here in Liuyang. This county town in Hunan province in central China was in 1978 under the reform and opening up. Over the decades, Liuyang fireworks have transformed from a traditional handicraft into a 50 billion yuan global industry.
我们的这个生意在2000几年的时候，这个烟花产品卖的时候开始出口，我们整个行业，我们整个企业也做得越来越现代化，规模也越来越大了。
Hu Yichuang joined the family business 5 years ago and now leads innovative product development for the global market.
我们自己的业务员做网络、社交媒体跟客户进行沟通。每个国家对于这个产品的需求、产品的标准都会有一些差异，尤其客户对于这个燃放的效果啊。燃放产品的这个艺术的编排啊，我们会需要反复的去核对，控制好每一个标准。
With global demand surging, the local government introduced tax incentives and land use support, empowering companies not only to modernize and innovate, but also to uphold the most stringent safety standards. Though the essence of fireworks remains grounded in centuries-old traditions maintained by local farmers turned artisans, whose families have lived in Liuyang for generations.
3代人，奶奶、妈妈还有弟弟都是从事这个法工行业，很开心的。
Here, fireworks are part of everyday life.
我们的工人都是在我们工厂甚至工作了20年以上，或者甚至30年以上。因为有他们，所以我们能够保证生产顺利的进行。
浏阳烟花是我们浏阳民间经济的晴雨表，它解决了30多万浏阳人的这个就业。每场周末烟花生意的火爆程度啊，至少给他们的营业额要提升40%以上。
准备，第一组点火，3、2、1。
Driven by proposals submitted at the 2 sessions in recent years, China is exploring a balanced approach that creates a safe environment for preserving thousands of years-old traditions that draw people together.
的时候，我其实也有看到过我们的烟花，在海外绽放。它就意味着说，我们浏阳的烟花已经走到了全世界，它给全世界带去了烟花，带去了快乐。
我们浏阳的老百姓非常的幸福， 这个产业。
From future tech to traditional handicrafts, the aim is never a temporary boost. China's core governing philosophy is the long game, a commitment to the future. From the world's most extensive high-speed rail network, which has shrunk vast distances to redefine regional mobility, to the vegetable basket project, which has evolved from a 1980s campaign to ensure winter supplies into a super supply chain, the concept of in-season produce, and to the 3 North Shelter Belt Forest Program, a 50-year mission to build a Great Green Wall. Focusing on the long game requires more than just vision. It demands effort.
来给你们普及一下塔克拉玛干沙漠阻击战。你看，从12年以后，我们向沙漠进军。塔克拉玛干沙漠边缘总长度3046公里，我们和田地区就占了200公里。全疆的北幅在26.7。
Jia Tsunpeng was born in 1980. He has been working in Yutian for over 2 decades. He's one of the project's frontline commanders.
这是空中山，那是天山，天山形成的河流沿沙漠北中的玉清河和利安河的立柱，它这2个中间是断开的，我们把它连住，使沙漠侵蚀不到绿洲上，形成绿洲连片，阻止沙漠扩张。
As a flagship undertaking, the Taklamakan Desert Control Project represents the toughest and most decisive front in China's Great Green Wall initiative.
我们今天动员全县的所有干部群众都参与我们防沙治沙。大家今天过来，我们很多干部大家一看
40多年来，一直在推进塔克拉玛干沙漠边缘阻击战，一代代治沙人的把这片沙漠给圈起来。
To combat desert expansion is a grand project.
For millennia, the relentless march of
沙尘暴雷根本看不到路，只有就地趴下，衣服一裹。 否则它会成为干尸。
必须把所有的窗户都要关掉，不然的话，我们浇水都是浇不了，啥也种不出来。
But in November 2024, for the first time in history, the March of the Sand was halted. After almost 50 years of work, originally enclosed by a green belt.
左边任务的最后合拢点就在这里，和田的于田县。
Roses fill the final kilometer of the gap. The 3,000 the longest of its kind in the world, defines the edge of the drifting sand.
防沙治沙不仅改变了我们生态环境，做成老百姓致富的产业。所以这特别是干部，大家。
Planting Day in 2025, 60,000 people in Yutian planted more than 1,286,000 saplings.
我们于田也真正实现了人民战争。我的天，这你们扔的这事。
This massive effort has created something of a headache for Jia Tsunpeng.
来，把这不要扔，细细的不良科技行了。老百姓要在防沙治沙的过程中有经济收入，没有经济收入啊，要么成为国家的负担。我们24、25年2年完成21.5万亩的造林任务，什么跟你相当于以往10年完成的任务。我要让防沙治沙可持续，我光闷着头造林不把我造死，把老百姓造死。
Jia Tsunpeng decided to create a new role for himself as the desert's sales manager.
这要赶紧挖了，这一露头就麻烦了，看见没有？这一露头就麻烦了。
Sistanch root was once in the desert, but now it's out of favor on the market.
去年秋季价格太低了，去年7块，前年12块。啊，这是一级货呀，这一级货没问题吧？
那我拍个照
啊。
Relying on government subsidies to support Sistanch sales is no longer a sustainable option.
这边规划的什么
Jia Tsunpeng has a plan.
靠山吃山，靠沙漠吃沙漠，沙漠也能变成金山银山。一棵呀沙枣树。现在我们这是桥要结合，这中间我们种的是航距是6米，在这个6米的空当中，我们种的是20几种中药材来替代种草房。来看一下我们这个技术，我们这个细米好，利用本地的植物，嫁接经济价值高的植物，体现经济嫁接的是西梅，主要这长出来了啊！这个多少钱？这10块钱啊？1块，1块。好，可以。脑子好，聪明。谢。哪个价格高，老百姓种哪个，最大的利润好，这个土地效应。热爱它，爱才能出金子。
While Jia Tsunpeng searched for answers to the desert's future, one solution had been quietly blooming there all along. Toughened by the desert heat, the damask rose.
我们这个玫瑰花呢，今年栽，它明年才开花，1年只开1次，花期只有5月份1个月。
In Yutian, the rose is more than just a flower. It's the final kilometer in their celebrated wall against the sand. And for the villagers, it represents a bright future.
我们是玫瑰花合作社，有自己的3000亩地。玫瑰花每年产量500吨左右。参加展销会啊，不到1天就卖完所有的产品。今年签的500吨玫瑰花酱，200吨的鲜花，今年的任务挺大的。
But cultivating roses doesn't mean they're completely safe from the sand.
我们这边的天天沙尘暴，特别的公布。但是我们农民他们就习惯了，在地里面继续干活。
They're turning their ancient enemy into a partner in a new life.
自己的家乡呢，自己盖山，把它放下就走嘛，不行的。
In May, as predicted, the roses bloom.
我们的花终于都开了，所以我们5月份特别的忙，采花。农民辛辛苦苦1年开花之后，就是觉得哎呀值得。玫瑰花就是我们的幸福花。
能对着老百姓做得很知足。要不这样，咱俩都叫什么冥想一下。看看那个变绿症。
We came here after never stopping, always with that in the blue out of this place.
Tiananmen Street is a striking reminder of Beijing's prosperity. It emerged as a thriving trade and financial hub in the Ming Dynasty 6 centuries ago. Today, the hutongs behind this vibrant commercial area. Here, a laid-back lifestyle meets the pressures of modern life. Li Zheng was born and raised in these hutongs. As the director of the local residents committee, he works to address the needs and concerns of residents. Last winter, he received complaints about electric bikes being parked carelessly. He decided that a small space should be set aside for an electric bike charging shed. But he needed to convince all the residents.
您家有电动车吗？
啊，搁得下吗？用还搁起来。
其实啊，这边啊，居民最缺的，不是车棚，第一个是锻炼设施。这个我建议这地方咱们啊，应该搭一个健身活动比较好。
我们再问问别人。
哎，问
得了，打扰您了。哎，好，这边先多保重啊。
他要没有培训声音是不对的。
对，是。
总书记谈到了说，中国这么大，每个人都会有不同的诉求，甚至对于同一件事儿也会有不同的看法。
大家有发言的机会，有被听取意见的机会。
前期如果这项工作没做实的话，后期都会引起居民的一些不满和投诉。
Li Zheng organized a courtyard meeting for the residents to decide on the electric bike shed.
你看我们这儿有一个人就骑共享单车，
为什么我们要积极的搭建这个平台？通过沟通协商来不断的来凝聚共识。
咱自己再来一轮。
A new set of regulations has been posted for using the shed. They incorporate the residents for orderly parking and not using the bike shed for storage. Shared bikes are banned. They give priority to owners who need to charge their electric bikes.
终归是给我们的居民办事儿，他的一种满足感，最大的成就感。
民主不是摆样子的，它是要解决人民普遍关心的实际问题的。所以这就是中国式的民主妙处所在。
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Jamie Owen. Welcome to the programme. Our top stories. Strikes continue on Iran. Officials were due to gather to choose a new supreme leader has been destroyed. Our other headlines, dozens killed in Lebanon. Israeli troops launch a ground operation aiming to create a buffer zone with Hezbollah. Mixed messages from the White House on the objective of from his Secretary of State. And the biggest political gathering on earth, China's Two Sessions begins, plotting the course for the world's second largest economy. Israel is continuing to strike targets across the building where senior officials were due to meet to select a new supreme leader has been destroyed. These reports have come in from Iranian media, and some have stated that the building was empty at the time. In other developments, Israel has launched a ground operation in Lebanon. More than 50 people are reported to have been killed by Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon, the United Nations saying 30,000 people are now displaced. Iran has fired more missiles towards Israel, triggering air raid sirens in Tel Aviv and across the country. It struck the Tel Aviv area, and that emergency services, along with search and rescue teams, are at the locations of the targeted sites. Our correspondent Jonathan Regev is in Israel, in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, Israeli Defense Force troops in southern Lebanon. What's the plan on this report of a strike on the building housing those senior Iranian advisors?
So let's begin with this Iran story. So far, no comment, no official comment from Israel regarding this gathering. The reports are coming out of Iran, but those Iranian sources are saying that the building was empty, that it is true that this is the place where the committee to choose the next supreme leader was convening, but that the building was evacuated way in time. All of the delegates electing the next supreme leader were not hit. This according to the reports coming out of Iran. At the moment, no comment from Israel regarding these reports. Turning our attention into Lebanon, what Israel is hoping is to achieve distancing any Hezbollah militant, any Hezbollah infrastructure away from the Israeli border. Why so? If the war is on, then the Israeli concern is that Hezbollah will try to infiltrate into Israeli territory and carry out attacks. Hamas did back in October 7th, nearly 2.5 years ago. That is the first aim, making sure that no Hezbollah infrastructure whatsoever gets close to the Israeli border. Second aim is basically to create a front command already within Lebanese territory. We're speaking of maybe a few kilometers inside Lebanon, but if and when Israel decides to widen this campaign and go deeper into Lebanon, then the infrastructure is already there. There are Israeli outposts already inside Lebanese territory, and then to basically push forward deeper into Lebanon, north of the Litani River, and perhaps north into Lebanon. At the moment, most of the Israeli effort is done from the air and with artillery. We know that there are many evacuation orders given to Lebanon. Evacuation order for the city of Sidon in southern Lebanon, and if and when Israel decides to widen the campaign, then the ground forces are already there in Lebanese territory, ready to push forward.
Jonathan, thank you for that. Our correspondent Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. The funerals of children killed in an Israeli strike on their school. The United Nations has called for an investigation into the attack in the Iranian city of Minab. Our correspondent Seper Sarimi reports.
In Minab, families are mourning children killed in the strike. Heard as neighbors gather to offer condolences. Atena, a 7-year-old first-grade student at Shajarat Tayyib Girls Elementary School, was among those killed. I spoke with her grandmother.
I'm 7 years old and a first grader. I am proud to be her grandmother, and I thank you for your condolences.
Her aunt also shared her grief, as well as memories she has of Atena.
I am Atena's aunt. I have been to Karbala more than 10 times. To kill these children should know we have other children who can hold the Iranian flag, just like Atena.
I also spoke with the head of the Iranian Red Crescent Society, who confirmed the scale of the tragedy and described the immediate rescue efforts.
The first attack targeted a girls' primary school in the city of Minab. It was a brutal and sad incident, unprecedented in the history of humanity. More than 168 children aged 7, 8, and at most 9 years old were martyred. The school was attacked in 2 phases used in this assault.
Images of children's backpacks and shoes left scattered in the aftermath have circulated widely, intensifying public grief and anger. It constitutes a violation of international law.
Targeting the school constitutes a clear violation of additional protocols to the Geneva Conventions, particularly the Fourth Convention, as well as Article 38 of the Convention. Countries who respect human rights and are concerned about it should condemn this action.
So many children have lost their lives. In Minab, families have been forced to bury their little ones, and the depth of their grief. For many here, the hope is simple. Never again must tiny graves be dug. Seper Saremi, CGTN, Tehran.
Well, the White House insists it has clear objectives in its military operations to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. His Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says the goal is to eliminate the threat of ballistic missiles. Donald Trump has also suggested that the conflict could run for much longer than the initial 4 to 5 weeks. Let's talk to our correspondent. Kate, some of the messaging coming out of the White House appears somewhat unclear. And what do you think the plan is?
Well, it's very hard to know because, as you say, it depends which member of the administration you listen to on which day. The rationale shifted from regime change to preemptive strikes on Iran because they were going to hit US targets, to eliminating its nuclear program, to destroying its ballistic missiles. And as for the end game, that also remains utterly unclear. The plan was to bring down the Iranian regime so that the Iranian people could take over. But by Monday, yesterday, Pete Hegseth, his defense secretary, was saying this is not a so-called regime change war. Instead, he emphasized that Iran would soon have missiles that could. That's why this action had to happen, even as US officials who've had access to intelligence reports have said there is no sign that the country posed an imminent threat. That's according to reporting here in the US. Secretary of State Marco Rubio offered another line of reasoning yesterday, saying he knew that Israel was going to strike Iran, which would lead to counterattacks against US forces, and so the US decided to strike first to minimize that risk. So these shifting goals, the questions about the intelligence behind them, they've all contributed to this lack of clarity, and especially ends to this, which is the largest military operation since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. Here's what he had to say about that.
We continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people. We're substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go along.
Now, as the death toll rises on all sides of this conflict, Secretary of State Marco Rubio also speaking about that school bombing that we just heard about from the report from Iran earlier. The Iranian people were killed in that. Marco Rubio, asked by reporters about why they had targeted a school, said that the US would not deliberately target a school. He said the Department of War would be investigating that if it was a US strike. To the Department of War. It is against, it's a war crime under international humanitarian law to target an educational establishment. Marco Rubio certainly saying that the US would never do that intentionally.
Kate, thank you for that. Our correspondent Kate Fisher in Washington. The United States and Israeli attacks could backfire. Sergei Lavrov says the conflict could prompt Iran and its Arab neighbors to seek nuclear weapons. Our correspondent Dasha Chernyshova is in the Russian city of Sochi. Dasha, what else did the foreign minister I have to say.
Well, indeed, the Russian foreign minister has been speaking about this whole situation with Iran, suggesting that the experience that the Arab countries now have with the United States is prompting them to acquire nuclear weapons as the ultimate deterrent, suggesting that they voluntarily rejected the idea of developing and pursuing a nuclear program. And given what has happened to him, many countries of the region are actually going to look in the area of acquiring such weapons. So he's saying that while the goal of the United States declared by the U.S. administration is to prevent Iran from acquiring these type of weapons, Moscow believes that, on the contrary, those countries will be willing to have these sort of deterrents. And Russia, he says, has always been standing against the actions that are provoking a nuclear arms race. Now is this whole situation should be turned to the political path, and that's the paradox here. And also Moscow believes that the risk of nuclear non-proliferation is starting to grow very fast. He has also been speaking to his Omani counterpart, suggesting that both sides are used to return to diplomacy, and thanking his Omani counterpart for the efforts that have been put forward by the Omani side to help evacuate Russians from the territories in the Middle East. And the Russian president has also been having numerous phone conversations throughout these past days with the leaders, ensuring that Moscow will be conveying to Tehran the concerns of those countries, that their territories are also being hit by the Iranian side. So at this stage, we understand Moscow is saying that it is ready to provide the mediation efforts, and it is also ready to speak both to the United States and countries of the region to make sure that there is the de-escalation. But at this stage, obviously, we're not seeing much result of that.
Russia's state nuclear company says it stopped operations in Iran.
Company has been speaking, and he was saying that at the new unit there has been a halt with the operations. He has also said that the authorities of the company have no contact with the nuclear authorities of the region, and he was also saying that the targeted attacks against the infrastructure of Iran are raising many concerns, and they have to return to the international law and the arrangements that have been made before, once again stressing that what Moscow is believing the Iranian side was doing was not pursuing nuclear weapons, but instead developing its Moscow is closely monitoring this situation because there are still more than 600 personnel of Rosatom working at those plants in Iran.
Dasha, thank you for that. Our correspondent Dasha Chernyshova in Sochi. You're watching CGTN. Still ahead, more on the conflict in the Middle East and gas supplies.
Welcome to This Way Forward.
Talk about the difference.
Brazen axe.
The difference is in the detail. The background.
Defense ministers from
the wider angle and perspective of every story. Maybe. CGTN. See the difference.
We are all connected. Across borders, across continents. Connected by shared humanity. Stay connected.
Hello, welcome back. A reminder of our top that the building where officials were due to gather to choose a new supreme leader has been destroyed. Our other headlines: the conflict between Iran, the United States and Israel escalates. The Israeli Defense Force launches a ground operation in Lebanon. And mixed messages from the White House on Trump on a different track from his Secretary of State. It's one of the biggest political gatherings on earth. Thousands of political advisors from across China, followed a day later by the National People's Congress. Known as the Two Sessions, this year's gathering has added significance as lawmakers will review China's new 5-year plan that will shape the country's future. Well, Canada's former ambassador to China, Dominic, why this year's meetings are so significant.
I think these two sessions are important every year, but in particular this year because they're going to be talking about and are talking about the 15th 5-year plan, which is extremely important as to what's happening in China. So I think this will be a particularly important two sessions, or Lianghui. And there's a lot we could talk about in that. So thinking about what's going to be happening over the next 5 years, the priorities, not just the growth rate, but there will be investment, the themes is very important for everyone, business leaders, government leaders, societies to just understand. And, you know, looking and seeing what will be happening, particularly over the next 5 years in roadmap. I know of CEOs in Canada that have kept in their suit pocket a summary of the 5-year plan. I remember one friend of mine, Don Lindsay, who used to run tech. You could literally go into his suit pocket and he'd have at the time and metrics. So it's just good to know where that is. And it's very unusual, right, to have a country that's laying out plans like that in quite some specific detail.
And you can watch the full interview on a special show, China Agenda, this Saturday here on CGTN. Let's turn to our top story now, the crisis in the Middle East. The United Arab Emirates has called for de-escalation but stressed its right to self-defense after an attack on the Fujairah oil facility. It says it has artillery capable of fending off air attacks for a long time with Tehran, and is searching for the pilots of 2 fighter jets downed on Monday. Well, let's talk to our correspondent Ray Addison, who's watching the story. Iran seems to be increasing pressure on energy sources in the Middle East.
Yeah, what we're currently seeing is an escalation of energy sites across the Gulf region. Now, the first attacks began on Sunday with Iran launching drones targeting oil refineries, oil terminals and tankers across Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the UAE, the Strait of Hormuz, and there's also been incidents in Oman, although Iran has made attacks widened significantly on Monday, with at least 4 ships damaged in the Strait of Hormuz. One of the most significant attacks was on the Ras Tanura refinery in Saudi Arabia. Now, it's one of the world's largest oil refineries, processing hundreds of thousands of barrels per day. And a drone intercept debris, and although there was no confirmed structural damage, any disruption would obviously affect output and crude oil exports. Another attack targeted Qatar. That's the world's largest liquefied natural gas exporter. Much of that flows through the Strait of production at the Ras Laffan LNG complex. And the attacks continued on Tuesday too. Already we've seen the targeting of a fuel tank at Oman's commercial port, Duqm, although again Iran has denied being involved, and one crucial facility in the UAE zone. And what's particularly interesting about that target is that exports can leave that location without sailing through the Strait of Hormuz.
And we can't emphasize this enough. The Strait of Hormuz remains a vital shipping channel for so much of the world's oil and gas.
Quite confusing. We've heard from a spokesperson for the IRGC on Monday saying that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and threatening that if any vessels were to attempt to pass through it, they would take action. However, we've also heard contradictory opinion from the US Central Command. They is open. However, based on that confusion and, of course, the attacks that we're seeing on tankers in the Strait, many shipping companies have really chosen not to risk it. So hundreds of tankers we've seen dropping anchor on either side of that strait. And, of course, what's really the impact is most at risk, particularly China, Japan, South Korea, because they rely on that oil and gas that travels through the strait.
Ray, thank you for that. Our correspondent, Ray Addison. Well, let's drill down into this a little further and explore the implications for the international oil and gas sector and talk to the director for EMBA. Kingsmill, what's your intelligence? What are you hearing specifically on supplies in the region?
Well, I mean, you just have to look at the prices. European prices have doubled, and the right around us.
Tanker traffic nearly halted through the Strait of Hormuz, through which, and we'll say it again, roughly 20% of global oil and gas flows. You're saying this is a full-blown energy crisis?
And it is once more reinforcing the point that dependency upon fossil fuel imports and at a time when the world is becoming more fragile is a category error. And the point is that for Europe, last time round, it pivoted to America and Qatar. America then blackmailed Europe, and now Qatar's cut off. So the answer is to deploy renewables and to electrify. And this is the key message that we're seeking to get out there. No more thinking you could diversify. You've got to get it yourself.
Time is everything, presumably. If this goes on for a matter of days or perhaps a few weeks, is the crisis so pronounced?
So, of course, if it were to be over in a matter of days, it would be less problematic. But it's unlikely to roll over in a very short period. So I think we need to dig in and assume this is going to last. And strategic decisions are now being made both in Europe and in Asia, these major importing nations of fossil fuels. And they need energy. I mean, the big fight, incidentally, we've been talking about for a long time is between LNG and solar in Asia. And, America's trying to put, and Qatar trying to push LNG, China's been trying to push solar. And this just massively increases the strength of those who want to resources. So it's a big setback for the LNG industry from which it may never recover in Asia.
I guess this is going to reshape the arguments around renewables, isn't it?
Yeah, so because renewables are the instrument of these legitimate concerns that you might be setting up dependency upon China if you're importing renewables. But as we and many other people have been saying for a long time, there's a massive difference between importing a solar panel that lasts for 30 years and importing a barrel of oil that goes through the Hormuz Strait. So once more, it is going to redirect people to a renewable electrification future. And to be clear, the last oil, the famous Middle East oil crisis in 1973 led to peaking of the share of oil demand in the global system, and it's been on since then as a share of the global energy system. This type of crisis creates very material consequences. The longer it lasts, the more likely that it's going to have significant implications for those who want energy.
Kingsmill, good to see you. Thanks for your time, Kingsmill. Jeff, next with Global Business Europe. What have you got?
Hello, Jamie. Well, like a line of dominoes, the markets are falling. We'll be looking at how bad things are right now and, more importantly, how bad things could get in just a couple of minutes. Plus, are you, Jamie, in the market for a new mobile phone. Well, we've got plenty of options and suggestions coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Mine's on loan from the Victoria and Albert Museum. Jeff, we'll see you in 1 minute. Thank you very much for that. That is The World Today. Thank you for watching. Coming up next, it's Jeff with Global Business Europe. For now, from all of the news team in London, it's goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Europe's weather forecast. Well, high pressure ridge is moving to Central Europe, while we're expecting a low trough up into the conditions for much of Western and Central Europe will be clear and dry over the next 2 days. On the contrary, moderate to heavy snowfall, even blizzard conditions are possible in parts of Northern Europe on Wednesday. While it's expected to diminish by Thursday, please take some at the time, a wide range of rainfall could be seen across Iberian Peninsula, parts of Italian Peninsula to Western Balkans on Thursday. Eventually, for Western Russia, please brace for a wide range of rain, sleet, and snowfall. Talking about the temperatures, while Western Russia will feel around a freezing point. For Central Europe, highs be around 10 degrees Celsius. A bit moderate conditions for Western Europe, upper teens. Talking about a city forecast like London, you could expect a clear sky on Thursday, 17 to 7. For Paris, very similar feelings outside. And in Lisbon, light rain is expected on Thursday with datum highs around 17 degrees Celsius. Well, that's it for now. Stay tuned for more city forecast.
Hello, I'm Jeff Moody. Welcome to Global Business. From Seoul to Frankfurt, then on to Wall Street. A wave of red crashes through the stock market, global stock markets, as the conflict in the Middle East intensifies. Supply chains stretched after Iran shuts the Strait of Hormuz. How long before we all feel a course for the world's second largest economy? Delegates converge in Beijing for the 2 sessions, the biggest political gathering on earth. And
this is the first time we're seeing Huawei's AI supercomputers outside of China.
Into the future at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. Investors across the globe are seeing red. Stock markets have plunged in the US, in Europe, and in Asia as the conflict in the Middle East intensifies. Missiles striking cargo ships, creating a spike in energy prices as traffic through the Strait of Hormuz grinds to a halt. Well, Mitch McCann is in New York with the latest from Wall Street. Hello to you, Mitch. So a big sell-off on Wall Street then?
A big sell-off this morning. Interestingly, I think we didn't see this yesterday as was anticipated. In fact, at the close yesterday, the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq finished in the green. But that doesn't matter a whole lot this morning, does it? Because the situation has changed significantly. Right now, if I look up at the board, the Dow Jones is down 80 points, 1.8%. The S&P 500 is down 1.72%. And the Nasdaq, full of tech companies, is down 1.8% as well. It was also down much lower before, but has made a slight recovery. And I think that's also important to point out. The Dow Jones was down 12, but it's down around 900 now. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. What we're also keeping a close eye on today is the price of oil. Now, Brent crude, a short time ago before I came on here, I checked the price. It was around $80.34 a barrel, up 6% today after a 6% spike on Monday. West Texas Intermediate is up around $76.91 a barrel, up 7% today after jumping 6% yesterday. Now, the reason this is up is because Iran says, as you mentioned at the top there, that it's closed the Strait of Hormuz, which usually sees around a fifth of the world's oil. Now, oil prices directly affect the markets because oil relates to much more than just gas in the car, of course. Airlines face higher fuel costs, shipping costs rise, and it costs manufacturers more to make their products as well. So the high price of oil is really filtering through the economy. It's getting...
Now, Mitch, until recently, we were talking about the hopes of a rate cut, weren't we? Is that still on the table, do you think?
Well, look, I think it's less likely, keeping in mind here that the Fed is going to meet in about 2.5 weeks to make its latest prices rise, which they are at the moment. It affects costs throughout the economy, as I mentioned, potentially leading to rising inflation. Now, one of the Fed's jobs is to limit inflation, of course. Cutting rates could make that worse. And the reason it would is it makes it cheaper to borrow money. People spend that money, and they want to take that risk. But of course, things can change very quickly. There are some members of the Federal Reserve in recent months that have been relatively hawkish around a rate cut, really advocating for a significant rate cut. I think that's unlikely at this stage. But as I mentioned, things can change very fast in Washington.
Thank you for that. Well, the trading day has just ended in much of Europe, where markets fell sharply. The FTSE closed nearly 3% down as surging energy prices sparked renewed fears over inflation. The Paris CAC ended the day over. The DAX fell just over 3.5%, its lowest level in almost 2 months. Well, over in Asia, South Korean markets bore the brunt of the falls, with the Kospi index down more than 7%. That's its worst day in 19 months. Japan's Nikkei. In China, the Shanghai Composite slid nearly 1.5%. All three countries rely heavily on the Strait of Hormuz as a corridor for energy supplies. So, how big a problem would a prolonged shutdown of the strait create? Our correspondent Karina Mitchell explains on oil and gas prices.
It's important to point out, before this conflict, oil prices hovered in the $60 range, exacerbating a spike in oil shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, which is one of the world's most vital shipping routes, is shut down. Iran warning vessels not to companies heeding that warning. Danish giant Maersk suspending all operations through the waterway, instead rerouting ships around the southern tip of Africa. MSC, the world's largest container shipping company, ordered vessels to head to safe shelter areas. More than 14 million barrels last year, about 1/3 of the world's seaborne crude exports, per maritime data provider Kepler. About 3/4 of those exports go to China, India, Japan, and South Korea, also per Kepler. Iran itself is the 4th largest producer of oil in OPEC at just over 3 million. Worrying oil watchers concerns that the Middle East oil giant Saudi Aramco just said its biggest domestic refinery was hit by a drone. Qatar also halting its liquefied natural gas production, declaring force majeure. I spoke with one analyst about what effect a prolonged shutdown down could the US. He said Brent could easily hit $100 per barrel if the crisis continues and there's a supply disruption. Still, back in 2022, almost to the day, in fact, Brent hit its highest level of $139 per barrel during the Russia-Ukraine conflict, particularly as now U.S. President Donald Trump has said these strikes could go on for 4 to 5 weeks. Karina Mitchell, CGTN, New York.
Well, the price of gas has soared since the start of the conflict on Saturday, with prices in Europe more than 100% higher. Shipping, with tankers stranded and production cuts spreading. Qatar, the world's largest producer, has halted output at its biggest plant. Normally, 20% of the world's gas supply passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, earlier I spoke to Zenita's chief.
Well, the global maritime supply chains are basically under a lot of pressure with the ongoing war in the Middle East. So the de facto closure of Hormuz and certainly also the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the southern end of Red Sea is really causing so a lot of uncertainty right now and more disruptions to come around the next corner.
How long do you think it'll be before this trickles down to consumers worldwide? How soon before we feel it in our pocket?
I think businesses will feel some working on just-in-time supply chains will perhaps miss cargoes coming their way very shortly. So us as consumers will probably get hit a little bit further down the line, either because some manufacturing conveyor belts are coming to a standstill, with cargoes not moving. But global maritime supply chains are accustomed to drama, also like what we see here. They are used to work under much changed conditions from time to time, and they have proven there. But obviously, everyone should expect delays. Everyone should expect lower reliability on when goods will arrive, maybe also goods moving into the Arabian Gulf where they will actually be in the need of pickup if they can't make it all the way in that disruption on the short-term horizon and potentially also with something triggering into to the global networks of container shipping the longer this situation lasts.
How difficult would it be for vessels to reroute, do you think? Where would they reroute to and how would that work?
On the water already heading for ports and destinations inside the Arabian Gulf. And obviously, that's a no-go. They cannot go there. On a monthly average, we see 800,000 containers heading into the Middle East. So scrambling to find alternatives to where that cargo will be discharged, preferably, of course, at the least troublesome point close to where it was originally intended. That could be Port of Salalah in Oman. It could be on Sri Lanka or in the southernmost part of India. On top of that, many carriers and freight forwarders have also stopped accepting bookings for containers moving into the Arabian Gulf, of course, because they have nowhere to put it in the end. So they would rather keep the parameters in order not to clog up the ports.
Well, let's take a look at some of the other business stories making headlines today. And Eurozone inflation rose unexpectedly in February. Consumer prices were up 1.9%. From its growth forecast for this year has been lowered to 1.1%. That's down from 1.4% predicted 3 months ago. OpenAI is amending its deal to supply AI to the US Department of War after the CEO admitted it looked opportunistic. And Apple unveiled its latest product launch, a new lower-cost iPhone and an updated iPad Air. Now, Chinese firms are showing off their latest gadgets at a major tech gathering in Barcelona. Huawei is looking with its new AI chips, while Xiaomi has been getting mobile with video games. Well, our correspondent Ken Brown is at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. Hello to you, Ken. What digital mischief have you been getting up to then?
Yes. Hi Jeff, we're at the Mobile World Congress. As you can see, I'm surrounded by robots here. I've been trying to communicate to them that I come in peace, you know, just in case that bot apocalypse is around the corner. There are robots all over the show, really. Some of them are answering questions. This guy looks like he's out for a fight, actually. This is Unitree's boxing bot. They've been entertaining everybody here at the Mobile World Congress, and in every corner really there are just mind-blowing things to find. We've put together the past 2 days here.
New year, new car. Xiaomi have stolen the show again with their latest global launch. This is the Vision GT, a concept electric hypercar developed for the Gran Turismo video game. Over 14 million copies. So if you want to test drive, just power up your PlayStation. Oh, and Xiaomi still makes phones too.
So here we have the new Xiaomi 17 Pro Max phone, only available in China right now, right?
Yeah, of course. It's only available in China. It has been
know about it.
The small screen behind. So you can personalize your display with moving wallpapers and use the palm shutter to trigger the camera. You keep the best quality you can have for your selfies.
When are we going to be able to use it in Europe?
It's planned for a future launch. Yeah,
soon.
Yeah, I hope so. On the other side of the Fira de Barcelona, Huawei has the biggest pavilion at the Mobile World Congress once more. Always a statement in itself. And it's brought some groundbreaking new tech that could shake up the AI.
This is the first time we're seeing Huawei's AI supercomputers outside of China. These are made with advanced Chinese-made AI chips, and they can form clusters. This one here behind me, the Atlas 950 SuperPod, can scale up to over 8,000 chips in the AI world and empowering this new age of artificial intelligence.
Practical applications range from energy grids to airports, getting from 5G to 6G, and in new retail concepts.
Welcome to the supermarket of the future. Pick whatever you want. Feel like a bit of dragon fruit today, maybe a bit of coffee. Let's have an orange too to be healthy. And you walk out.
Fully automated, the products are scanned and calculated by gravity shelves. The receipt simply arrives on your phone. The step is faster.
And faster, those shops are really getting everywhere. We've seen 8 of them already here in Barcelona, and we still have these robots moving here around me, showing what they can do. And to that Huawei pavilion is absolutely enormous. They always have a huge presence here, that really stating, you know, just how far they've come despite the sanctions.
Ken, I hope you realise nobody's looking at you at all. We're all watching the robot. But Huawei, isn't it, rather than just a one-off product?
Absolutely. I'm just trying not to get knocked out of here, Jeff. But yes, Huawei is in this for the long run, and that's very clear from what we've seen today. That SuperPod that we saw, these fastest in the world, and they've already set out a plan to make generations of these chips, clearly setting themselves up as a competitor to the US-dominated market. And NVIDIA, one of them is just falling here. Yes, so to make these chips, they're in it for the long run, as I mentioned. Now, one of these robots has actually challenged me to a fight tomorrow, so I think I might have the fate of humanity in my hands. He's on the ground now. He's not looking all that good. Is he getting up again? tomorrow. In my hands, Jeff, the robot wars have begun.
You're having far too much fun there in Barcelona. Ken Brown for now. Thank you very much indeed. Well, this is Global Business Europe. Still ahead, how close are we to humanoid robots leaving sci-fi world? Welcome back to Global Business Europe with me, Jeff Moody. The headlines this hour. A wave of red crashes through global stock markets as the conflict in the and supply chains are stretched after Iran shuts the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it's one of the biggest political gatherings. Advisors from across China will begin their annual meeting in Beijing on Wednesday, followed a day later by the National People's Congress. Known as the Two Sessions, this year's gathering has added significance as lawmakers will review Beijing's new 5-year plan that will shape happens ahead of the meetings. China says it will remain a stable, reliable and positive force amid ongoing global turbulence. So what's the significance of the meetings in Beijing, the government work report and China's 5-year plan? Well, our correspondent Li Jianhua.
China's annual political meetings offer a key window into how Beijing sets its priorities, from economic management to social development and foreign policy. At the center of attention is the government work report delivered by China's premier. It reviews lays out policy priorities and key targets for the year ahead. The most closely watched figure is usually China's economic growth target, followed by the policy directions Beijing plans to take to reach that goal. Ahead of the meetings, analysts this year are watching move to boost domestic spending, support businesses, stabilize the property market, develop the so-called new quality productive forces, strengthen environmental protection, address demographic pressures, stabilize employment, and further open up its economy. It's the 15th 5-year plan covering 2026 to 2030, a period wisely seen as pivotal for the country's long-term development. The plan is expected to be formally endorsed by the National People's Congress during the two sessions, with more detailed targets released later. On emerging themes, including new quality productive forces, economic security amid global uncertainty, the green transition and demographic change.
Well, Patricia Yates is the chief executive of Visit Britain. She spoke about the importance of China's visa.
Well, I think the relaxing of the visas is a very good step to take. And then it's telling the story of where people should go and what is the real driver for travel. So we're doing a lot of what visitors look for and where they will find that in Britain. And I'm very open to talking to Chinese authorities about how they can do similar research and really look at what British travellers are interested in and
And what potential cooperation do you want to strike with them?
Well, we used to have a people-to-people dialogue and go and work, take small delegations from Britain to work with delegations in China and talk about common problems.
I think we're all looking to get people outside our capital cities and to spread the economic benefits of tourism more broadly across the country, and also develop that pride in place that people get by hosting international visitors. It's really helpful to have between both countries. And for us, we know that tourism numbers to Britain we're predicting will be quite strong this year. So China back in our top 10 markets, worth about 1.2. Really the start of a period of growth working through to 2030 with £2.2 billion, 1 million Chinese visitors coming to Britain. So I think to see that growth coming back from China is really important and realise that Britain welcomes them.
Now, humanoid robots are stepping out of science fiction and into the real world. And the race to build embodied AI is speeding up. But as machines grow more capable, how close are they to everyday life? In this episode of Future Mode, CGTN reporters Wong Tian-yu and Michael Marilia travel across China and the UK to find out.
I'm Tian-yu in Shanghai.
This is Future Mode. This is a gala where the performers and the audience are all robots. They have one thing in common. They're humanoid.
I might be the only biological entity in the audience group.
The Robot Gala was organized by major Chinese robot maker Agibot. It's a showcase of these human-like machines' motion control, computer vision, and
Usually robots are just there to support the show. This time we want them to be the stars.
Behind the laughter and the LEDs is China's dominance in the race for embodied AI. In 2020, sold were from Chinese vendors. Over 140 robot makers in the country competed to create the best products. Okay, Tian-yu, the numbers sound great, but can robots move from the dance floor to the factory floor? I've come to extend robotics. Chinese engineer Chang Lu is building software that allows users to train robots. They learn from every interaction, and with enough practice, they could eventually join the production line, helping companies work faster and smarter.
Robotics is the opportunity that would ultimately produce enough productivities that would serve the need for future societies.
Humanoid robots look set to perform more and more tasks once reserved for us. Making food, delivering parcels. In fact, analysts say the numbers could climb from 3,000 in 2024 to nearly 2.6 million in 2035. Well, Michael, here in China, speaking of practicality, they can already work for us, partially. In this video, a robot is welcoming guests.
It answers customers' questions, interacts in the store, and it helps create a lively atmosphere.
I'm sure it has helped attract a lot of customers because
this is Miniso's mascot gift. It's getting a bit of cold shoulder.
handling things independently is still a big hurdle for humanoid robots. The ChatGPT moment for humanoids is yet to arrive. But at the meantime, they keep on learning. But I'm curious, could we learn from them? This is one of the biggest tech shows in the UK. Chinese firm Agibot is showing off some of its products. It says it's already exploring how robots can help in the classroom.
In China,
we build up some courses and lessons for the robots to work with the students.
Training robots takes time and money, but pretty soon things could be different. Elliot Wu is an assistant professor working on software that could allow robots to learn simply by uploading a video.
Potentially that's gonna be 100 or even 1,000 times faster in terms of the scale of the data that we can collect in a certain period of time.
Never mind hard work, party. Robots may not be part of everyday life just yet.
Hi CGTN. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am so excited to be on TV.
But they're learning all the time. And as Tianyu discovered, one day
of China's robotics industry is only going to get bigger. For now, I'm gonna leave these guys to their after party. They burn a recharge.
Oh, it's scary, isn't it? Well, that's it for Global Business Europe. Thank you for watching. Up next, again tomorrow, same time, same place. For all the team here in London, bye-bye. Thank you for watching.
China's top political advisory body briefs the media on the key agenda of its annual session, set to begin on Wednesday. Israel continues strikes on Tehran and Beirut, displacing tens of thousands in Lebanon. And 6.5 million people in Somalia hit by acute food insecurity of failed rains. Hello and welcome to Africa Live, only on CGTN with me, Mahia Mutua in Nairobi. Joining me now with your business headlines is Ramanyam.
Thank you very much, Mahia. Here's what's coming up in the next half hour. LNG tankers in the Atlantic Basin have doubled prices and the United States unprovoked attacks on Iran. And Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserves jumped by over 700 times in 2 years, backed by stronger external fundamentals and policy reforms. We'll have the details and the data on those stories and lots more in the course of the hour. For now, though, let's start with the latest income.
Thank you. Now, the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference National Committee, China's top political advisory body, has held a press conference ahead of its annual session. Liu Jieyi, the spokesperson for the fourth session of this 14th CPPCC National media and answered questions. Zheng Yibing reports from the Chinese capital.
Here at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, we're about to see the very first press conference of this year's two sessions political gatherings. It is the first window for the world to hear the starting year of China's 15th five-year plan. So that's a draw for both domestic and international journalists alike. Liu Jieyi, spokesperson for the session, outlined how CPPCC members carried out their duties over the past year in economic development and broader national priorities. He also highlighted key items on the agenda for the annual session.
2026 is the launch year of the 15th five-year plan with a sharp focus on the parties and countries in in-depth consultation and democratic oversight and key issues for a strong start of the plan. Rally extensive public support, consensus wisdom, and strengthen to advance Chinese modernization.
When asked about the Chinese economy, Liu said it's vitality, with total output last year reaching a new high of the 140 trillion yuan, more than $20 trillion. He also highlighted progress in rural revitalization and business innovation. The press conference drew many international journalists to share with other countries, including its experience in poverty alleviation.
It was important for me to ask him about poverty, so that I wanted to know how your country, how China made this miracle.
Trending information on business and free trade port was also the key highlight.
And what exactly Hainan ports could help us to improve our relationship and could help the foreigner investment into China.
Liu's remarks on up and to supporting an open world economy. The fourth session of the 14th CPPCC National Committee is set to open Wednesday in Beijing. Around 2,100 members will convene to advise on major national policies and key issues. Economic development. Zheng Yibing, CGTN, Beijing.
Well, now the spokesman for the fourth session of the 14th CPPCC National Committee, Liu Jieyi, says China has eradicated absolute poverty as far back as 2020 and made the great revolution. He was responding to a Guinean journalist's question on China's poverty alleviation experience.
In 5 years, in regions that has been lifted out of poverty, highways connect every county, paved roads reach every village, every corner. A tremendous transformation has turned these once impoverished areas into a whole new world. China has forestalled any large-scale backsliding into poverty and made notable progress in all-round rural revitalization. China grows, contributes to, and participates in global poverty reduction cause, and fulfills its responsibility in global poverty reduction, and provides help to fellow developing countries to the best of its capability. For example, China with more than 150 countries and dozens of international organizations. A large number of signature projects have been successfully implemented, a boost to local economy and employment. 30 Luban workshops have been set up in countries in Africa, where this journalist is from. They are 17. These workshops have trained technical talents needed in local social and economic development. Juncao technology for mushroom farming has been promoted in over 100 countries of poverty.
Now, as China heads into its two sessions, delegates attending an African Union summit say cooperation between Africa and China continues to deliver major gains in infrastructure, trade and socio-economic development. Let's listen in.
in supporting infrastructure development. I mean, I can say in Angola, if you go there, you can see for yourself many of the infrastructure which we have in the country has been through that partnership with China. China has played a pivotal role. We also discuss much about the Lobito corridor. The Lobito corridor is what it is today. It's because of also the partnership we developed with China, and China supported us. There's quite a lot of opportunities, and this policy which has been announced, of course, will create an opportunity for the deepening of the economic partnership, of facilitating investment. More companies will come to invest in Angola, and I'm quite sure that many private sector companies also will perhaps eventually be able to benefit from that policy.
Botswana and China cooperation is a cordial one. The construction companies that are coming from China that helped Botswana a lot, and they have done a quality job in all of their projects, and they are finished on time, within budget. This is something that we are happy. It's a good cooperation, really, and we are very happy that we want this cooperation to continue.
U.S. President Donald Trump says it is too late after he claimed that Iran wanted to talk over the ongoing conflict. Meanwhile, Israel continues its strikes on Tehran, with Iran's state media putting the death toll from the past 4 days of joint U.S.-Israeli attacks at 787. Thousands of Iranian for the over 165 students killed in Saturday's U.S.-Israeli strikes on a school in the city of Minab. Israel says it was not aware of the strike on the school, with Iran again condemning the attack. Iran has carried out more retaliatory strikes across the Middle East. In Saudi Arabia, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says the Strait of Hormuz is now closed and warns that any vessels attempting to pass through it will be targeted. Ehsan Kevani has more now from Tehran.
Massive explosions continue to rock. Decided by the Red Crescent Society of Iran so far, more than 780 people have been killed, as you mentioned, across the country. Most of them, as we discussed, were from Minab school attack. Others are mainly military attacks by Israel and the United States is to hit military sites, police stations, IRGC logistics centers, ammunition stockpiles, and other buildings and centers related to armed forces. Today morning in the northeast, hit by airstrikes where underground ammunition stockpiles are located. The sad point is that when such locations are targeted inside the cities, the civilian buildings and ordinary people are also affected, as we see in Tehran. And trauma for civilians, damage their properties and cars, and sometimes even kill the civilian.
Well, a reported strike attributed to Israeli or U.S. forces hit a girls' elementary school in southern Iran. The tragic loss of young in the aftermath, Iranian citizens are voicing a strong determination to defend their nation's independence and sovereignty. Our reporter Lu Sirui has the details.
On February 28th, the United States and Israel carried out. The attack was not a surprise. The target was an elementary school in southern part of Iran.
They came here to study. Now they're buried under concrete. they're covered in blood.
According to Iran's education department, around 175 people were killed at the school.
That you create a lot of suffering for ordinary citizens. This is what they did. They want to make Iran look like Gaza. They're going to fail.
Months of negotiation have not prevented American warnings from escalating into airstrikes. Washington has long defended its military actions as efforts to promote freedom and democracy. That language now faces scrutiny.
But if in Afghanistan, if what they are doing right now in Gaza, in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Cuba, in Venezuela, you name it, like how can people think that they are going to help us, that they care for Iran as human beings? They have to get out of Iran. All they want is the petrol, natural resources.
As a central opponent of American influence in West Asia. Now the confrontation has entered a more dangerous phase.
We are here to show that we will always support our government. Like anyone else, I felt nervous. But I'm here because I love my country.
We stand firm in support of our nation. We're here to show that we're ready to defend our country. I'm just an ordinary citizen.
The fight between the two powers may continue. But the lives lost are gone forever. For grieving families, peace now feels more distant than ever. Lu Sirui, CGTN, Beijing.
And staying in the Middle East, the Israeli army also intensified air attacks on Lebanon and has launched a new ground incursion into the country's south. The Lebanese Health Ministry says at least 50 people have been killed and by Israel on Lebanon in the last 2 days. Now, the attacks have caused massive displacement. Zara Al-Derzi has more.
The Israeli army has carried out dozens and dozens of the airstrikes since the early hours of Beirut and the southern Lebanon, as well as the Bekaa Valley, many causing 51 people to be killed, according to the Ministry of Social Affairs, of people from the affected or the targeted areas who are still stuck till the moment in the streets, especially in between the southern Lebanon, like Tyre City and Zahrani Highway, and they were calling the government to find a solution for this traffic. The Ministry of Social Affairs spoke about 28,000 registered displaced. The government has opened 171 temporary accommodation centers across the country. The airstrikes on the southern suburb of Beirut ago, which was clear as an attempt of an assassination, as well as the earliest ones on the southern suburb of Beirut also, but still Hezbollah has not made any commanders or personnel. Only the Palestinian group Islamic Jihad mourned its leader of Lebanon's armed wing, Akram Uthman. We saw a decision but a historic one about banning the military activities of Hezbollah, and but keeping the political activities, as the government in its all parties sees that Hezbollah violated the decision of war and peace in the country. But Hezbollah made a statement, and here we are speaking about Mohammed Rad, the head of Hezbollah's bloc and the Lebanese parliament, who was assassinated in southern Lebanon. He issued a statement blaming the government and mainly blaming the prime minister about taking such a decision, taking a decision against the people who refuse the occupation and banning the Israeli aggression on Lebanon.
Meanwhile, the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has held a phone call with Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar. Sa'ar, who requested for the meeting, gave Israel's position on the Iranian attack that it carried out alongside opposes U.S. and Israel military strikes against Iran, adding that China has always advocated resolving issues through dialogue and consultation. Now, Wang Yi emphasized that parties should abide by the UN Charter, a document that urges parties to refrain from using force in international relations. Instead, it creates new ones with serious consequences. He stated that the value of military strength lies in preventing war and not on the battlefield. The Chinese top diplomat called for an immediate halt to military actions, saying China will continue to play a role in promoting de-escalation of Chinese personnel and institutions, a demand that Sa'ar assured to safeguard. Meanwhile, Beijing says there have been no new reports of Chinese casualties amid the current security tensions in Iran. At a regular press briefing, a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson by the U.S. and Israel on Iran. Spokesperson Mao Ning said as of yesterday, more than 3,000 Chinese citizens had been safely evacuated from Iran. She also noted that Chinese embassies and consulates in neighboring countries have dispatched working teams to border and will continue providing necessary assistance to those leaving the countries. Well, the U.S.-Israel attack on Iran has led to the closure of airspace in the Middle East and the disruption of trade along the Strait of Hormuz maritime corridor. African business costs surge and traditional markets are temporarily unavailable. CGTN's Robert Nagila has more on the situation from here in Kenya.
For Jay Hirani, a sales manager at Primrose Flowers in Kenya, Saturday, February 28th began
on Saturday night for Sunday departures from JKIA.
The company exports 80% of its produce to the Middle East. But that Saturday was also the day the United States and Israel launched attacks on Iran. Almost the Middle East closed, triggering mass flight cancellations and disruptions.
Come Monday, all our customers, all the freight agents, they ask us to collect the boxes back from the airport.
Many African businesses are already feeling the impact of the U.S.-Israeli conflict is already disrupting key energy and shipping corridors and raising concerns over supply chain stability on the continent.
We are about to start bracing ourselves for either very high fuel costs and shortages of fuel.
Maritime expert Elijah Mbaru says the conflict has disrupted the narrow passage between Oman and Iran that carries a significant share of the world's shipments. The effects could ripple far beyond the Gulf.
The cost of insurances will go high. The cost of fuel will go high automatically. And this will automatically take place, and this will add a 10-day voyage.
According to the African Export-Import Bank, agricultural products, raw materials and energy resources were the main drivers of African exports to the Middle East in 2024. Kenya alone exported goods for this period, largely tea and horticultural products. But with supply chains now under strain, local exporters like Primrose Flowers are scrambling to find alternative markets.
We have to try and find a way how we can divert our produce to other countries.
And as tensions persist insist it's the front line of a conflict unfolding thousands of kilometers away. Robert Nagila, CGTN.
You're watching Africa Live here on CGTN. There's plenty more still to come on the program, including by acute food insecurity after 2 consecutive seasons of failed rains. Welcome back. Let's turn our attention to the Horn of Africa now, where Somalia is once again facing a growing humanitarian crisis, with at least 6.5 million people suffering from acute food insecurity after 2 consecutive seasons. The Red Cross says that the collapse of pastoralism, which is the livelihood of more than 60% of the population, is forcing thousands of families to leave their homes. As CGTN's Daniel Arap Moi reports, the drying up of humanitarian funding and ongoing conflicts are only compounding the problem.
For 2 consecutive years, the rain has not come and the green grass is gone, leaving only dust and stones behind. For many families here, animals are their everything. Goats and camels are their food and their only source of income. But now, pastors say they have lost close to 90% of their livestock to severe drought.
The livestock, both camels and goats, have been lost. Now we fear that people may follow. The animals are dying. They have nothing to eat. I had 500 goats and only 50 are left.
In the country's northern Nugal region, 19-year-old Maimun Ali Mohammed fled with her children to a nearby internally displaced persons camp after her animals perished. She said she had no choice.
When I saw the animals dying, I decided to move and stay with relatives. I told myself my young children must not die.
Ongoing conflict in the country has only worsened the situation. Authorities say families are trapped between a drought that kills their animals.
When you have active hostilities that are ongoing in different parts of the country, this also makes it more complicated for families to move around and actually access those services that are still there.
Humanitarian agencies like the ICRC are racing. Funding is drying up as fast as the wells. For many people here, their way of life is vanishing, and if help does not arrive soon, the silence of the desert will be all that remains. Daniel Arap Moi, CGTN.
Here in Kenya, which is Africa's 4th biggest producer after Malawi, Nigeria and Egypt. Unfortunately, in Africa and other developing regions, more than 40% of fruits and vegetables are likely to go bad before they can be consumed. These post-harvest losses greatly. Here is CGTN's Wilkista Nyabwa with more.
A vigorous shake loosens the last of this orchard's mangoes. Kenya, one of Africa's top mango-producing countries, turns out over 700,000 tons of the fruit a year, at over $77 million annually, is supported by over 200,000 smallholder farmers. But in Makueni, eastern Kenya, where the trees are heavy with fruit, the ground tells a different story.
We had a lot of mangoes, so at the time so they were just scattered down the trees around the farm.
Most mangoes produced in the country are sold to brokers, sent to export markets or processed for preservation. But this season the buyers were few.
For the market,
We always have exporters picking up mangoes. There was a challenge slightly, particularly this particular season, because some of the sizes were not very big due to the explained conditions of the drought. What was there was a very little percentage.
In a bid to salvage something from the harvest, some farmers rushed to sell their fruit for a pittance. The Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization estimates that mango farmers lose up to 45% of their harvest due to a lack of markets and poor handling. The key to value addition. Farmers who have faced post-harvest losses before are keen on putting in place measures to ensure that the sweet taste of their fruit lingers even after the last fruit has been picked. It's a challenge that even a private-owned fruit factory harvests tons of mangoes or buys them from area farmers. Workers weigh, wash, slice and then put them in dryers, turning ripe fruit into dried chips. The process extends the fruit's shelf life, opening doors to high-value markets in Europe.
We have Canada, Italy, the Czech Republic, we have the US part of it, and also we have Switzerland and England. So the market demand is yet to, I think we're doing a lot, like 5%.
It's a processing plant that produces mango puree. This is aimed at stabilizing mango prices in an area where prices can dip to as low as 3 cents per piece. But farmers say the factory doesn't have capacity to absorb all their fruit. They say further investment in agriculture would help to reduce their losses. But the ultimate solution lies in finding markets, local and international, that can absorb their fruit throughout the year.
The market is there, but from this side, the only challenge that the producers or the processors it's the license part of it. You know, it takes time and also it is expensive.
This, they say, would allow them to reap the benefits of their labor. Wilkes Anyabwa, CGTN, Makueni.
Now, today is World Wildlife Day, a day to celebrate wild animals and the roles and contributions of wildlife to people and the planet. This year focuses on medicinal and aromatic plants, and in Morocco it's the argan tree, also known as the tree of life, that's in the spotlight. CGTN's Adnan Shawashi tells us more.
The argan is particularly women working in cooperatives that produce the globally prized argan oil.
On World Wildlife Day, the argan tree stands out as a national treasure and a flagship product, serving as a powerful economic engine for the women's cooperatives.
Across rural areas, women-led cooperatives are adding value to raw argan kernels, processing, packaging and exporting oil to international cosmetic and food markets. Experts say these structures are not only preserving traditional know-how and financial independence for women.
Today, our focus is on rural cooperatives specialized in adding value to argan, a product that is 100% Moroccan. We are working to support these women, accompany them, and empower them economically and women's labor.
Within the social and solidarity economy, argan oil production has become a key driver of job creation.
Argan oil is a fully natural and highly valuable product that generates substantial and solidarity economy. It serves as a key driver in reducing unemployment, particularly among women and young girls.
After years of severe drought that weakened regeneration cycles, recent rainfall and snowfall have brought cautious environmentalists alike.
The argan forest is a vital heritage and a precious national treasure we are determined to preserve. After years of drought, it has been weakened, but recent rainfall and snowfall are set to support its recovery and renewal. We must protect it from over its regeneration and ensuring its long-term sustainability across the region.
Designated a biosphere reserve in 1998, the Arganre stretches across more than 2.5 million hectares, advancing conservation and sustainable development. For Morocco, it means protecting biodiversity while reinforcing the economic resilience of rural women. Adnan Shawishi, CGTN.
All right, let's go to Rama now for the latest in business.
Thank you very much, Mahir. Here's what's coming up in the world of money. In the Atlantic are doubling prices in 24 hours after attacks on Iran continue for the fourth day. And Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserves jumped by over 700 times in 2 years, backed by stronger external fundamentals and key policy.
Holding guns. Words protest.
Were you worried? Not at all.
Excellency, thank you very much for your time. What is your assessment of the state of the continent today?
Africa has the potential to power itself.
Excuse me.
Welcome back to the program. Let's see a detailed look into. Ship owners and brokers are demanding more than $200,000 a day for liquefied natural gas tankers operating at the moment in the Atlantic. Now that's roughly double what they were commanding just 24 hours earlier. That surge in vessel rates for discussion, which continues today, as the US-Israeli conflict with Iran now starts to spill out across the wider region in the Gulf. According to confidential sources that spoke to Bloomberg, no transactions are known to have been booked at these much higher offer rates. Those offer levels were at least 3 times higher than the last assessed price for commodities, which was around $61,500. Transacted shipping rates, those are the actual deals to lease vessels, they're unlikely to go up unless production cuts are prolonged, especially in places like Qatar, which accounts for about 20% of global LNG output, and Abu Dhabi. The extra distance required to sail ships from a roll. Still on logistics, satellite images out on Monday showed damage in the aftermath of a drone attack at Saudi Arabia's largest domestic oil refinery. The state oil giant Aramco closed the Ras Tanura refinery after it was hit. Now this, remember, is coming amid the escalation of strikes. The United States attacked Iran unprovoked on Saturday, and Iran started its retaliatory strikes. The Ras Tanura complex on the kingdom's Gulf Coast houses one of the Middle East's largest refineries, capable of producing, or rather processing, 550,000 barrels per day, and it serves as a critical export terminal. To immediately respond to an emailed request for comment. Sources have told Reuters that the Ras Tanura facility was closed as a precautionary measure, and the situation, they say, is under control. Back to the continent now. Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserves went up by 34 billion in 2025, up sharply from 3.99 billion 2 years earlier. It's quite the jump. Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso cited stronger external fundamentals and some policy reforms, key policy reforms, as the key reasons that have helped to rebuild confidence in Nigeria's currency market. Reserves of $50.45 billion as of the 16th of February. Now, the data is highlighting what the governor is describing as a fundamental strengthening of Nigeria's external buffers. Cardoso said net reserves rose to $34.8 billion at the end of last year from $23.11 billion a year earlier to 5.71 billion from 40.19 billion over the same period. At the same time, Egypt's net foreign assets position that rose by just over $4 billion in January to an all-time high of $29.5 billion. Net foreign assets essentially acting as an indicator of whether it's a net creditor or a net debtor. This comes as a combination of Gulf investments, 2024 currency devaluation, and relatively strong remittances do continue to bring in foreign currency income, especially US dollars, according to central bank data. Remittances from Egyptians abroad, that brings total remittance inflows for the year to $41.5 billion, up from $29.6 billion in 2024. January's remittance data is not out yet. Commercial banks' foreign assets, that went up by $1.7 billion. Assets at the central bank, however, were relatively both commercial banks and the central bank. Egypt's net foreign assets turned negative in February 2022 as the central bank sought to support the currency against the dollar. Let's turn to agriculture now. It remains a central pillar of many economies across the African continent. More often than not, it's the largest sector as far as employment is concerned, and it's often a key export earner. In many areas, the sector is still constrained by a reliance on manual labor, which can severely limit production in addition to reliance on rainfall. But as education and access to technology that can help local farmers improve their yields. CGTN's in Kenya has this report on a group of students in Burundi who are using AI systems to identify crop disease.
In Burundi's capital, a group of students have launched an ambitious project. The initiative is a mobile application designed to diagnose plant diseases and recommend solutions. They say the platform, Tech, aims to improve agricultural productivity in a country where farming remains the backbone of the economy.
We created this application with the aim in Burundi. It is largely designed to help agronomists and farmers diagnose diseases affecting their plants at an early stage. With this in mind, we urge farmers to use it.
By simply photographing a plant's leaves, farmers can receive an instant early detection, marking a critical advantage in a sector largely dominated by subsistence farming. But challenges persist. Farmers say plant diseases continue to threaten crops and access to treatment is limited.
Access to sow our crops, for example sweet potatoes. We buy them thinking they are in good condition, but after planting them, we realize that they have diseases, which we didn't know at the outset, and we don't even have the chemicals to spray the field.
Beyond disease detection, education, farmers have not had the opportunity to attend school, making digital adoption more complex. To combat this, Tech's team conducts field visits, guiding the farmers on how to operate the application.
Of course, there are certain challenges, such as language. But we have 4 languages, the native language Kirundi and Swahili, which many Burundians understand. So, when we visit the field, we take a mobile phone with us to show them in real time or live how the application works. First, we find out if the farmer has a mobile phone, how it works, and if they are interested, we make further visits to their field or farm to explain it in more detail until they are able to use it without our instructions.
So far, more than 500 farmers in the provinces of Ngozi and Gitanga are yields. According to national development data, agriculture generates around 84% of jobs in Burundi and contributes nearly 40% of GDP. Yet despite early success, the startup faces financial and technical obstacles.
What complaints is connectivity, which can sometimes be too slow or too fast. With these recommendations in mind, we are meeting to find solutions, but we also have the problem of not having a powerful server that can make our work easier. We invite those who can join us and find solutions to our problems.
For these young innovators, Agri-AI represents more than a mobile application. It is an attempt to modernize Burundi's agriculture from the ground up, one photograph at a time. Yankinyo, CGTN.
Lower the farm gate price for cashew nuts is hurting them. The West African country has been the biggest producer of that commodity in the world for over a decade now, and officials say the measure is in line with international market conditions. But as CGTN's Najma Abdurizak now tells us, the timing could not be worse for many Muslims.
It's harvest season in Côte d'Ivoire, but this season isn't all good for the country's many cashew farmers. A government price adjustment for the 2026 marketing season has seen farm gate price fall by as much as...
I just sold 400 kilos of cashews today for 160,000 CFA francs, whereas last year I would have got 170,000 CFA francs. So I have lost 10,000 CFA francs. The money I've just received isn't enough to cover all my expenses.
The farm gate price is the amount of money a farmer receives for their produce directly at the farm before marketing, transportation or processing costs are added. Experts say the model allows for better price controls and improvement. Ivorian officials call February's price edit a prudent move aimed at matching tough international conditions. But for farmers like Adama, every lost franc is eroding what they take home.
We are currently in the month of Ramadan. The Muslims, we have to pay for sugar, rice and other items so that we can eat well at 5 a.m. and get through this period in the best possible way.
As the world's top producer, Côte d'Ivoire harvested roughly 1.5 million tons of raw cashew nuts. Imported the bulk of it, roughly 850,000 tons, primarily to processors in Vietnam and India. Farm prices rise and fall with global demand, shipping costs, exchange rates and competition from neighbors like Burkina Faso. Feel these forces most acutely with little say in them. Until the sector switches up to more modern methods, experts say the farmers will continue to feel the pinch.
Côte d'Ivoire is an agricultural powerhouse, but not to make the transition from agricultural powerhouse to agro-industrial powerhouse. This will increase producers' incomes and value and create new opportunities.
Amid international market uncertainties and rising local stronger local processing and better harvests ahead will help restore their incomes, because for every kilogram sold, there's a household relying on it. Najma Abdurizak, CGTN.
We'll leave it there for the time being, but here's what's coming up. It's accelerating its push to become a global aerospace manufacturing hub. The details and the data on that and lots more coming your way at the top of the hour. For now, though, back to Mahia for the sport.
All right, Rama, thank you. Meanwhile, here's what's coming up in the sports section. The World Cup kickoff, but deep uncertainty continues to shroud the tournament.
How would you create your legend? On the field, on the tracks, in the arenas of Africa. Were you born to be a player? Could this moment be yours? Game.
All right, we start your sports with the FIFA World Cup, and today marks 100 days to its scheduled start. Mexico is to have a 48-team Mundial, with Mexico City set to stage the opening match on the 11th of June. Now, the football showpiece will be played in 16 cities across North America, including 11 in the United States. Now, the final will be held on the 19th of July at the MetLife Stadium in Chile. They won 4 years ago in Qatar. However, escalating tensions in the Middle East have thrust this year's tournament into uncharted territory. Iran faces the unprecedented challenge of playing matches on United States soil. That's despite coming under attack from the country's military forces. The Middle East research fellow based in Houston, Texas, now doubts whether Iran can even participate.
Well, at the moment, it's difficult to see how Iran can take part in the World Cup, just because the situation in Iran is so fluid, and the country under sporting events in Iran will have been cancelled, I think, at this point, until at least further notice. And of course, as I said, we haven't seen a situation where a host is effectively at war with a participant.
Well, 9 African nations, but could yet be 10. The Democratic Republic of Congo will face either Jamaica or New Caledonia in an intercontinental playoff later this month. Now, if the Middle East conflict is already adding uncertainty around the tournament, fans of Senegal and Cote d'Ivoire are also having to deal with it. Closer to kickoff, Ulrichsen says more countries might face similar concerns.
Well, the US already has rigorous measures in place for incoming visitors, and it's obviously we already have a situation where supporters from 4 countries qualified, Senegal and the Ivory Coast, are on a more or less complete travel ban from entering the US. Iran obviously now is a special case, even among those 4. So it could be that security measures tighten still further, and backlogs for processing visas from other countries get even worse, because there will be additional security checks, and we're now into the last 3 months.
At the AFC Women's Asian Cup, defending champions China secured a 2-0 victory over tournament debutants Bangladesh. Shuang, who netted 5 goals in the 2022 edition, broke the deadlock here in the 44th minute with a superb curling strike from outside the penalty area. Midfielder Zhang Rui then doubled the lead moments later, finding the net in first half stoppage time to give China firm control. Have never lost an opening match at the tournament, and under Australian coach Ante Milicic, they have maintained that impressive record in Parramatta. The Steel Roses joined DPRK, who earlier defeated Uzbekistan 3-0, as the unbeaten teams in Group B after the first. Liverpool head coach Arne Slot says the English Premier League isn't as easy on the eye as it once was, but conceded that it's still as competitive as ever. The Dutchman was referring to the greater emphasis on set pieces in recent years as opposed to open play creativity. Bottom side Wolves later tonight.
Thinking about football, I think about 10-15 years ago about the Barcelona team. Every Sunday evening you were hoping that they would play. And now most of the games I see in the Premier League are not, for me, a joy to watch. But it's always what makes this league great, because there's so much competitiveness. Everyone can win from everyone. But just as someone who loves to watch football without being interested in who's winning or losing it, just to be enjoyed, I think there's a big difference now between 3 or 4 years ago. And not set pieces, also because teams have become so much stronger.
Well, there's 3 other games in the Premier League tonight. Bournemouth host Brentford, with both sides in the top half and high in confidence. Everton, also in the top half, are against promoted sides Leeds and Sunderland meet at Elland Road and continue their push to stay in the league. In Spain, Barcelona have a mountain to climb in the second leg of the Copa del Rey semi-finals later tonight after suffering a 4-0 loss in the first leg with his teammates ahead of the second face-off with Atletico. The 18-year-old sensation is in superb form recently, having completed his first La Liga hat-trick against Villarreal on Saturday. With Real Madrid losing to Getafe 1-0 at home last night, Barca now have a 4-point advantage of the La Liga scoring charts with 71 goals this season. The crushing defeat at Atletico was shocking as Hansi Flick's side failed to score in a domestic match for the first time this season. For tonight's return leg, Barca will be without Robert Lewandowski after the Villarreal. Well, Barcelona's heavy defeat leaves their opponents on the verge of reaching their first Copa del Rey final since the 2012-2013 season. Atletico sit third in La Liga, 13 points behind the leaders with 12 games left. They will also face Tottenham League next week, but the Copa del Rey could be their most realistic shot at a trophy this season. Coach Diego Simeone is urging his players to go into tonight's clash with discipline and focus.
It's wonderful to play a match like this. I was expecting a match of this significance. Evidently, you need to play with quality, talent, hierarchy, personality, hope, faith, and above all, with determination.
Benfica boss Jose Mourinho says Gianluca Cristiano is guilty of racially abusing Real Madrid's Vinicius Jr. The Argentinian winger is being investigated by European governing body UEFA following allegations made by the Brazilian forward during last month's Champions League playoff in Lisbon.
If that our minds and also Benfica's, the career of that player with a coach named Jose Mourinho and at a club named Benfica is over.
Finally, exciting news for motorsport fans. The new Formula One season gets going in what is calling the biggest shakeup in the sport's history. For the first time in decades, F1 has overhauled both chassis and engine requirements at the same time. The new power units feature a nearly 50-50 electric combustion split and run on 100% sustainable fuel. While Madrid joins the 24-race calendar. McLaren's Lando Norris is, of course, the reigning champion. Ferrari are seeking their first team title since 2007, with the veteran Lewis Hamilton still hunting for a record 8th driver's crown. However, many analysts see his face as a dark horse. Four-time champion Max Verstappen will be hoping for another title. That's following a strong end to last season. Testing in Bahrain provided few clues, with teams suspected of hiding their true pace.
Probably the biggest changes since I've been in Formula One. As a team, more power and less grit. So understanding what driving styles are needed, how I need to adapt inside the car, what I need to be trying to feel for differently or exploring differently. So yeah, a big challenge, excited for it.
Monumental. I mean, it's the biggest, at least in my time. But every single time that it has been a shift into a new regulation, it's been a massive challenge. Everyone starts from scratch, so it really levels the playing field. And then it's really all about development, who can develop faster, who comes up with the best idea, and team rowing at the same pace.
Well, I suppose all will be revealed on race day on Sunday. Well, on that note, that's it for this edition of Africa Live. As always, you can send your feedback to the contacts on your screen and give us a follow on our digital media platforms. I'm Mahim.
Hello there, welcome to a truncated edition of Global Business Africa. In the next 15 minutes, we'll run through the key business and economy and beyond. First, an update from the market. So then, with the exception of the Ultra Index in Nigeria and the BRVM over in Abidjan in Cote d'Ivoire, every other index we track here fell today. South Africa's top 40, massive drop there, over 6,100 points, down 5.2%, effectively erasing most of the year's gain. Platinum down by 13% and 17%, but that's not where the carnage ended. Capitec, FirstRand, Investec, all between 2.7% and 4% in the red. The telcos, MTN and Vodacom, also not spared. The one firm which was positive over there, in fact, was a synthetic fuels firm, Sasol, up 2.5%. The S&P 500, the Nasdaq and the Dow all around 1.5% lower at 16:45 GMT, billing on declines of 3% and 3.6% on the DAX and the FTSE 100. Here's what's coming out tonight. Global energy prices soar as a Middle Eastern crisis hits oil and gas production. China's annual legislative session kicks off in Beijing on Wednesday. And we'll explore how Morocco's fast-tracking is pushed to become a global. Now then, the ongoing crisis in the Middle East has effectively halted energy exports in the area as ships and energy facilities come under fire. Traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran attacked 5 ships, choking off a key artery that accounts for roughly 20% of global oil and LNG supply. Benchmark Brent crude oil contract went up by nearly 8% on Tuesday, over $83 a barrel. It's the highest since July 2024, and that gained since Friday. Gas prices that went up by as much as 40% before trimming those gains, adding to a 40% surge that we saw earlier on Monday. Hundreds of tankers loaded with oil and liquefied natural gas are stranded near the large hubs like the United Arab Emirates port of Fujairah, and they're unable to essentially exit Europe and elsewhere in the world. Now then, the US-Israel attack on Iran has led to the closure of commercial airspace in the Middle East and the disruption of trade along the Strait of Hormuz. African businesses felt the impact pretty much immediately. Freight costs are primarily unavailable. CGTN's Robert Nagila has more details on the impact here in Kenya.
For Jay Hirani, a sales manager at Primrose Flowers in Kenya, Saturday, February 28th began like no other.
We sent our shipments on Saturday night from JKIA.
The company exports 80% of its produce to the Middle East. But that Saturday was also the day the United States and Israel launched attacks on Iran. Almost immediately, airspace across parts of the Middle East closed. Interruptions.
Come Monday, all our customers, all the freight agents, they ask us to collect the boxes back from the airport.
Many African businesses are already feeling the impact of the US-Israeli attack on Iran. The conflict is already disrupting concerns of supply chain stability on the continent.
We are about to start bracing ourselves for either very high fuel costs and shortages of fuel.
Maritime expert Elijah Mbaru says the conflict has disrupted transport through the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow a significant share of the world's shipments. The effects could ripple far beyond the Gulf.
The cost of insurances will go high. The cost of fuel will go high automatically. And the detours of ships will automatically take place.
According to the African Export-Import Bank, agricultural products, raw materials and energy resources were the main drivers of African exports to the Middle East in 2024. Kenya alone exported goods worth $1.1 billion during that period. But with supply chains now under strain, local exporters like Primrose Flowers are scrambling to find alternative markets.
We have to try and find a way how we can divert our produce to other countries.
And as tensions persist, Africa's exporters may find themselves on the front line kilometers away. Robert Nagila, CGTN.
China's annual political season kicks off on Wednesday. Ahead of that event, the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference National Committee, that's China's top political advisory body, held a press conference ahead of its annual session. The CPPCC National Committee briefed domestic and foreign media. Zheng Yibing reports from the Chinese capital.
Here at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, we're about to see the very first press conference of this year's two sessions political gatherings. It's notable to hear China's policy tone for 2026, the starting year of China's 15th five-year plan. So that's a draw for both domestic and international journalists alike.
Liu Jieyi, spokesperson for the session, outlined how CPP here in support of the country's central task of economic development and broader national priorities. He also highlighted key items on the agenda for the annual session.
2026 is the launch year of the 15th five-year country's central tasks. The National Committee will engage in in-depth consultation and democratic oversight and key issues for strong start of the plan, rally extensive public support, consensus wisdom, and strengthen to advance Chinese modernization.
Liu said it demonstrated strong resilience and vitality, with total output last year reaching a new high of the 140 trillion yuan, more than $20 trillion. He also highlighted progress in rural revitalization and business innovation. Analysts keen to learn what lessons China can share with other countries, including its experience in poverty alleviation.
It was important for me to ask him about poverty, so that I wanted to know how your country, how China,
information on business opportunities with China, like in the Hainan Free Trade Port, was also the key highlight.
And what exactly Hainan ports could help us to improve our relationship and could help the foreigner.
Remarks underscored China's commitment to high-standard opening up and to supporting an open world economy. The fourth session of the 14th CPPCC National Committee is set to open Wednesday in Beijing. Around 2,100 members will convene to issues shaping the country's socio-economic development. Zheng Yibing, CGTN, Beijing.
Time for a run through some company headlines. Starting in South Africa, the country's biggest increase in half-year profit, lifted by strong festive season demand. However, its gross margin fell by 10 basis points to 22.8% as decelerating food price inflation continued to weigh on South African grocers. For Shoprite, its lower selling prices also compressed margins at a time when its operating cost a slight improvement in its profit margin for the whole year. Africa's largest mobile service provider, MTN, says full-year earnings are expected to more than quadruple on the back of improved results at its Nigerian and Ghanaian subsidiaries. MTN's Nigeria and Ghana operational revenue. The Nigerian unit swung to a profit of $809 million in 2025 compared to a loss in 2024. MTN Ghana's net income went up by more than 50% last year. In tech, OpenAI's Chief Executive Officer Sam Altman admits that the company's rush to strike a deal was opportunistic and sloppy. Altman now says that OpenAI is working with the department to make additions to the agreement to ensure their AI tools and systems are not used for the domestic surveillance of Americans. Why is this development happening? Well, this comes after US app uninstalls of ChatGPT's mobile app this weekend, as consumers are responding to news of the deal with the rebranded, quote-unquote, Department of War. And finally, Amazon Web Services says 2 of its data centers in the United Arab Emirates and a facility in Bahrain were damaged by drone strikes, taking those facilities caused by drone strikes tied to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. It said that the strikes have caused structural damage to these facilities, disrupted power delivery, and in some cases required fire suppression activities that resulted in additional water damage. Earlier on Monday, Amazon warned customers of delivery delays. Company headlines on the 3rd of March. All right, then a quick update on oil prices as we wrap up this truncated version of global business. Brent futures 7% higher, over $83 a barrel. WTI futures had risen a barrel. Of course, certainly a data point we'll be keeping a close eye on and update you. So then, on the 4th day of the US and Israel's unprovoked attacks on Iran, that's where we leave it for this edition of Global Business Africa. As always, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the content you've seen here in the last 15 minutes. Lots of ways to send that feedback in. All of them, of course, in Kenyan capital, Nairobi. Thank you for your time in the last 15 minutes. The World Today, of course, will be up next in the top of the hour.
现在的话是走到哪里全是白云，山是楼的，所以是青的。
Indeed, in 2018, Huangshe in Hubei province was named a national forest city. Forces had become a byword for natural beauty. This remarkable achievement was the result of determined action. In 2009, this old industrial base was designated a resource-exhausted city. But it was not the end of the line for Huangshe. The city was about to be reborn, all thanks to sweeping environmental reforms. Huangshe is not alone. Some other cities, once pillars of national industry and regional economies, also paid a heavy ecological price after years of reliance on energy-intensive, highly polluting and extensive growth models. And in some places, environmental degradation became both a scar on the land and a burden on people's livelihoods, challenging the long-held notion that economic development and environmental protection were mutually exclusive. In reality, treating development is of overriding importance, as GDP growth, determining everything, was a massive oversimplification. While this narrow approach to development generated wealth, it also mortgaged the future, obscured long-term direction, ultimately constraining sustainable progress. As circumstances change, approaches must also evolve, ending the practice of exhausting resources for immediate gain, moving away from unsustainable growth, and securing a better future for generations to come, has become a strong and widely shared aspiration among the people.
大家好，我是高世吉，来自国务院发展研究中心资源与环境政策研究所。回首往昔，经济发展与环境污染曾仿佛是一对孪生兄弟。GDP 每增长1分，城市的雾霾就更浓1分。党的18大以来，在习近平生态文明思想的科学指引下，绿色发展带来的变化堪称奇迹。高速经济增长不再以牺牲环境为代价。我们的经济总量从2013年的56.9万亿元增长到2020年的134.9万亿，翻了1番多。而 PM2.5 平均浓度却下降了50%多，优良水质断面比例也大幅增加，天更蓝了，水更清了，生活也更富裕了，真正实现了既要金山银山又要绿水青山的跨越。民有所呼，我有所应，这种彻底转变发展方式的前瞻意识，源自习近平生态文明思想的科学指引。我们国家人均资源少，生态环境的约束比较紧。面对这一严峻挑战，习近平总书记提出，推动形成绿色发展方式和生活方式是发展观的一场深刻革命。这一科学论断为我们实现绿色发展提供了指南，这也是习近平生态文明思想的重要内容。习近平总书记在党的18大后首次出京考察，一番话让我印象非常深刻。习近平总书记说，我们建设现代化国家，走美欧老路是走不通的，再有几个地球也不够中国人消耗。因此，必须换一种发展方式，主动有效降低发展的资源环境代价，才是治本之策。走人与自然和谐共生的现代化道路，才是唯一出路。所以呢，绿色发展不是一个选择题，它是一道必答题。我们看看 当今的世界，绿色经济、清洁能源、低碳技术已经成为大国博弈的新赛道，成为全球产业竞争的制高点。谁能够把握住这场绿色转型的先机，谁就能够掌握未来发展的主动权。习近平总书记深刻地指出，绿色发展是生态文明建设的必然要求，代表了当今科技和产业变革方向，是最有前途的发展领域。我想这些论断不仅是对人类工业文明历史的反思，更是对未来发展方向的科学判断。既然绿色发展如此重要，那么绿色发展之路的深刻内涵究竟是什么？首先是生产方式的深刻变革，就是要多发展低排放、高附加值的产业。我们还要节约、集约地利用各种资源，循环使用废水、废气、废渣、废热等等。大家都知道，鞍钢是新中国钢铁工业的摇篮。在调研中，我们发现鞍钢能够变废为电、变废为宝，实现了经济账和环保账的双优答卷。以这个集团的鲅鱼圈钢铁基地为例，这个基地采用了贯穿整个流程的极致降碳措施。他们通过高效的回收技术，把这些原本要白白的排掉的热能和气流输入到发电机组，变成了电。每年靠这些余热余气发的电量就高达20亿度，能够满足一座100万人口城市大半年的居民生活用电需求。如果只是生产方式变绿了，消费和生活仍然是大手大脚、铺张浪费，那这样的生活也是不可持续的。生产和生活方式的绿色转型缺一不可。光排行动、垃圾分类、节水节电，这些绿色低碳行为看似是个人行为，实际关乎绿色发展全局成效。有人认为加大环境保护就会影响经济增长，习近平总书记用充满哲理的话从根本上回答了这个问题。保护生态环境就是保护生产力，改善生态环境就是发展生产力。我们要看到严格的污染治理标准倒逼企业技术升级和技术创新，带动了环保产业的蓬勃发展。比如大家都关心环保家具，家具的环保特性和使用的漆密切相关。家具在传统生产过程中排放大量的有毒有害的非法性有机物。我国中部一个地区有大量的家具厂，家具生产曾经带来大量的污染，排放的苯、甲醛等让周边居民感到呛鼻子、辣眼睛。对此投诉也从来没有停滞过。2023年起，当地政府采用了政府引导、技术支持的模式，使用水性漆代替传统的油性漆，使排放的非法性有机物减少了80%以上，不仅大幅降低了污染，水性漆家居产品受消费者的欢迎，企业的销售订单上涨，绿色溢价让企业的利润得到提升。
过去几十年，随着经济社会的快速发展，我们欠了不少的生态账。所以在这种背景下面，2012年党的18大提出来要将生态效益纳入经济社会评价体系。所以在这种情况下面，就提出了 GEP 这个概念。浙江丽水是我们国家第一个开展 GEP 核算的地市。我们支撑丽水市构建了 GEP 的核算指标体系，评估了2017年的 GEP 的现状，发现整个丽水市的 GEP 总量是4600多亿元，是当年 GDP 的3.2倍。联合国统计委员会将 GEP 列为生态核算的一个重要指标， 全球有10几个国家开展了 GEP 的核算，那也是我们中国的这个生态文明的理念来影响或者说是引领全球生态治理的一个重要的一个典范。
所以，无数的事实证明，生态环境保护和经济发展它不是对立的，而是辩证统一的。通过发展绿色技术、绿色产业，那我们可以改造传统产业，淘汰落后产能，培育新的经济增长点，加快产业升级。我们可以在保护环境中实现高质量增长，在实现高质量过程当中提高环境的质量。
伺服机构呢，相当于是火箭的一个方向盘，它精确控制呢火箭的这个姿态和它的飞行的方向。这个区域呢，就是伺服壳体的一个生产线。
Inside the lights-out factory of the China Academy of Launch Vehicle Technology, robotic arms operate around the clock to manufacture rocket servo mechanisms with micron-level precision, supporting the high-frequency launch demands of the Long March rocket series. In this fully automated facility, artificial intelligence manages production equipment while assembly lines run autonomously. Because human intervention is unnecessary, even factory lighting is largely eliminated. It offers vivid proof that new quality productive forces are themselves green productive forces. In the wake of electrification, the automotive industry is now entering a new stage characterized by intelligent driving. In China's market today, at least 1 out of every 2 new cars sold is equipped with Level 2 driver assistance systems. In recent years, Level 4 autonomous taxi services have also begun pilot operations in selected cities, offering the public a new option for greener urban mobility. A day in Hangzhou begins with streams of data. In 2016, the city became the first in China to launch construction of a city brain. From digital traffic management to comprehensive smart city governance, from creating digital twin city infrastructure to building intelligent megacity systems, this dynamic city uses digital transformation to drive greener development, and in turn uses green development to accelerate digital transformation, continuously improving urban governance through smarter and more refined management. Green development forms the foundation of high-quality growth. Pursuing innovation through green transformation has become a defining characteristic of contemporary China's development, bringing about systemic changes across all sectors throughout the entire economic and social process and across the full industrial chain and life cycle.
在绿色发展理念的指引下，我国经济社会发展全面绿色转型已经按下了快进键，跑出了中国速度，展现了中国智慧。首先是传统产业转型，它离不开绿色的新引擎，将绿色发展的理念融入工业、农业、服务业的全链条，不仅使生产体系更加低碳、循环、可持续，更带来了新的技术、新的业态、新增长，促进传统绿色升级。在工业绿色转型领域呢，国家级绿色工厂数量从2017年的首批200多家，就不断的增长到如今已经有了6000多家。还有抚顺新钢铁公司，它通过数字孪生技术，能够使得我们可以看得到高炉内的这个工作状态，通过人工智能算法给出最优的工艺操作，这样的智慧大脑将传统制造向智能制造转变，那每吨的这个生铁的二氧化碳降低了140多公斤，产生了非常显著的效益。这些创新实践呢，让钢铁厂不再是传统的粗放型的这个工厂的代名词，而变成了有蓬勃生机的绿色工厂。不知道大家是否有相似的体验？走进超市，货架上 贴着绿色标签的农产品越来越多，从田间到舌尖，食品安全网越织越密，从生产标准到品牌价值，绿色发展的实践正全面重塑农业经济绿色产业链。浙江丽水画好山水画，练好三字经，形成了丽水三根这个全国首个第4级区域公用品牌。我们的传统的产业的转型是绿意盎然，那么能源绿色低碳革命呢，更是波澜壮阔。经过多年持续的科技攻关和产业发展，我国建成了世界上最大的清洁电力供应体系。我们一年新增的可再生能源的装机量，比美国整个可再生能源的装机总量还要多。从发电量来看呢，去年我国就是新增的可再生能源的发电量啊，它就超过了整个德国。今年6月份，我去青海共和县去调研水风光储一体化的这个能源基地，让我记忆最深刻的就是你站在这个观察塔上，看上去就是一望无际的光伏发电板，那个场面是非常壮观。那么工作人员告诉我们，这里的太阳能啊，它这个园区规划的总面积是接近整个新加坡。它建成以后的发电量呢，每年接近500亿度，相当于半个三峡的年发电量。在这个基地当中，它把全世界的各种不同的太阳能先进发电技术都汇集到一起。也可以说啊，这个基地是咱们中国光伏产业飞速发展、引领全球的一个重要的底气的来源。交通行业是我们国家能源消耗、污染物与温室气体排放的重点领域。面对这一局面呢，我们加大了交通领域的治污力度，淘汰黄标车，严格排放标准。如今你走在街头，曾经是冒黑烟的那些货车不见了，取而代之的是清洁的新型车辆。特别是10年间，我们新能源汽车从零星点缀到规模化普及，实现了跨越式发展，稳稳超过了全球的半壁江山。以新能源汽车为代表的绿色交通呢，已经成为我国绿色低碳发展的一张亮丽的新名片。此外呢，大家可能越来越多的乘坐高铁，其实高铁呢，它的人均100公里的能耗，仅为飞机的18%，室内大客车的50%左右。我们从川流不息的新能源汽车到急速飞驰的绿色高铁，中国交通运输行业正在加快实现绿色低碳转型。党的18大以来，我们部署实施全面节约战略，大幅降低了能源、水、土地的利用强度，大力发展循环经济。大家可以看一下，我今天身上穿的这件白衬衣，就是用农作物的秸秆制成的。我也了解了一下生产过程，主要是通过现代生物发酵和聚合技术，将秸秆加工成一种叫做聚乳酸纤维的可降解材料，再制作成各种衣物和家用产品。这种材料不但来源充足，可以替代传统的化学纤维，而且穿起来环保又健康。
我是来自中国科学院宁波材料技术与工程研究所的科研人员，我叫胡涵。目前我所在的位置是生物期环境降解材料合成实验室。包装袋、衣服、水瓶等廉价便捷的高密度材料，已经为我们的生活带来了极大的便利。但是基于这些优点，也导致它们很容易在不经意间泄露到环境中，来造成白色污染。环境可降解技术是我们团队为应对白色污染问题而提出的全新解决方案。它们无需高温高湿的堆肥设施，在自然环境中可自然降解，它的降解产物无毒无害， 而且可以作为碳源而被植物吸收。像我手中拿的这一块薄膜，它是由秸秆、玉米芯等生物质原料转化而来的生物基环境占据地质。它的降解时间已经可以从15天到3年进行调控，而且我们正在攻关它的1000吨级规模化制备。我们也进一步将从本质包装、缓释肥料到电子制品、医用导管等领域进一步拓宽它的这个应用场景。我们希望通过我们的科技创新的力量，能够为地球穿上怀抱的外衣，源于自然，服务人民，回归自然。
Carbon has never attracted as much global attention as it does today. It has become a central issue in worldwide green development. For China, a developing country committed to responsible global leadership, carbon control is a major responsibility. The dual carbon goals represent China's solemn commitment to the international community.
我们实现了园区产品零碳的能源供给。
The Ordo's Net Zero Industrial Park is the world's first industrial park to truly achieve operational net zero emissions. Since beginning operations in April 2022, its total carbon emissions across operations are fully offset to net zero. In recent years, many regions across China have begun exploring the establishment of similar net zero industrial parks, always striving to steer economic development towards greener pathways. In July 2025, the National Development and Reform Commission, together with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and the National Energy Administration, issued a joint notice launching a national program to build zero-carbon industrial parks. The initiative will guide traditional industries in the direction of deep decarbonization while supporting emerging industries in reducing their carbon footprints at source.
该项目的成功投入，未来10年将规模化回收二氧化碳超100万吨，并驱动原油生产达20万吨。
Carbon capture, utilization and storage, known as CCUS, is an emerging technology enabling development of fossil energy resources. On May 22nd, 2025, China's first offshore CCUS project was put into operation in the Pearl River mouth basin. In this project, carbon dioxide generated during oil field development is captured, compressed into a supercritical state, and then injected back into underground reservoirs. This innovative process is another boost to China's carbon sequestration efforts. Ecological carbon sequestration is widely considered one of the most promising ways to mitigate global warming. Today, China's forest coverage exceeds 25%, with forest stock volume surpassing 20 billion cubic meters. Estimates show that China's forests and grasslands absorb more than 1.2 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent annually, the highest total in the world. Further integrating land and marine spatial management and maximizing the carbon sequestration capacity of forests, grasslands, wetlands and coastal ecosystems serves as both a stabilizing force and a foundational pillar in achieving the country's dual carbon goals.
2020年9月，习近平总书记向世界郑重宣布，中国二氧化碳排放力争于2030年前达到峰值，努力争取2060年前实现碳中和。我国构建了全球最大、发展最快的可再生能源体系，建成了全球最大、最完整的新能源产业链，正在释放巨大的绿色低碳发展新动能。我国的风电产业链全球最完整，全环节自主可控，规模化成本低，技术迭代快，出口竞争力强，产业优势非常明显。从整机 到叶片发动机等核心部件，我国全球这个市场份额的占比呢就超过了60%。我国风电装机的规模也是全球最大，到2024年，累计装机呢突破5.2亿千瓦，占全球近一半。我国风电技术创新能力强，从基础器件到整机全面实现国产化，多项技术都实现了全球首创。2023年，我国风电专利竞争力要居全球第一，风电产业已经实现了从跟跑到并跑再到领跑的跨越。在西部广阔的戈壁沙漠也有成片的光伏电站，正在为我们的生产生活提供源源不断的绿色电力。曾经呢，我们是原料、技术、市场三头在外，而现在呢，是我们掌握了所有的核心技术，整个产业是引领了全球的发展。中国构建起了全球最为完整的光伏产业体系，在产业链的上游，多晶硅的生产技术不断突破。那么在中游呢，我国光伏电池的这个平均转换率处于全球最高水平。最新的就是钙钛矿晶硅叠层太阳能电池的转换效率高达34.85%，再次刷新世界纪录。在下游，光伏的应用场景是日益丰富，从西北大漠的大型的集中式的光伏电站，到东部沿海的渔光互补的项目，从工厂屋顶的分布式光伏，再到寻赏北京家的阳光承泽，光伏家的模式是不断创新。我的一个朋友生活在北京顺义，2019年投资10万元安装了15千瓦的屋顶光伏，这几年平均每年的发电量在18000度左右，除自用外，每年大约有15000度电卖给电网，算上光伏的补贴、自己节约的电费以及余电上网的收益，每年收入在1万元以上。2014年，习近平总书记就指出，发展新能源汽车是我国从汽车大国迈向汽车强国的必由之路。由此我国就开启了新能源汽车产业领跑式发展的历史性新阶段。我国新能源汽车产量是5年一次飞跃，这个背后是我们国家已经建立起了全球最完整的新能源汽车全产业链。那我们相信呢，在技术创新、产业协同和政策引导的驱动下，我国新能源汽车将继续引领全球的绿色交通革命。
新质生产力呢，也就是它作为核心标志是大幅提升全要素生产率，是集中在2个因素，也就是我们讲的数字化转型和绿色化转型。那么数字化转型呢，它主要是集中在人工智能加，也就是第4次工业革命。那么绿色化转型呢，那么主要还是集中在绿色低碳，也就是实现人和自然的和谐共生。当前的世界前沿技术